going live now. Cool. And nobody's gonna be in the stream yet because I never, ever do this telling people what I'm going to do. So it's always a surprise to all of the viewers. And I have to apologize, but that's how it is. Well, I could at least tell people in my server because what is my server for if I don't at least inform people? I'm so bad at this. I'm not a YouTuber. Who do you think? Like I said, I'm really bad at this, okay? Don't get on my case for being bad at Hello, Josh. Oh, what does he say? Okay. So yeah, hi. We're doing this thing. I mean, we kind of had planned it for a long time, but it was kind of not planned at the same time, so we had to do this kind of impromptu. I can Because here's the thing that kind of makes it difficult is that you don't even have to go onto YouTube to stream on YouTube. So in order for me to get the link to my stream, I would have to go onto YouTube, grab the link, and then go to everywhere in order to promote it. Like I'm using Streamlabs, so you can just connect your Streamlabs to YouTube and then you don't even have to have a browser open. Hello, Titan. Yes. And I guess Zing can't come up here. He has to be downstairs. Right. Why? Why is it still called Kingdom Hearts Archipelago? I had changed the name. I had. Why is it still called Kingdom Hearts Archipelago? I had changed the name. I don't know, but I can change the name now. MHA. Uh, yes. What? I can just put this in personal promotion. Oh. Okay, what is going on? Is there a problem with the audio? Okay. 'Cause I have no idea what's going on or why I would be uh because I don't think that there's anything extra that there would be a need. The only thing that's changed in my setup is that I have new headphones, and that's it. It's literally it. Why would there be echoes though? I don't know. Really? Huh. That's strange. All right. Okay, so go into the pinned. I think we're ready for the video now. Oh, I'm so not ready. I'm I'm not ready to be angry. Why they do they do, but it also has a switch to turn the mic off, to mute it. And the oh, let me see here. Properties. Okay. Okay, yeah. I did change it to my microphone. Okay, that's working now. It was to default. I probably sound a lot better now. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm very incompetent with Streamlabs because I don't use it very often. And I never bothered to read long and probably complicated tutorials on how to work this thing. I just went in and started playing with shit because I had a vague understanding of OBS. I mean, that often happens with him. My favorite bad MHA take is the LOV are morally better people than Mineta because they only kill nameless background characters. What? Really? No, I have actually seen people like not because they only kill nameless background characters, but they said they think that the League of Villains are more ethical or more moral characters than our heroes because the League of Villains doesn't have a Mineta. And I'm like, okay, first of all, like let's get the main thing out of the way because these are murderers and people who want to destroy an entire country and kill millions of people. But yeah, well, Compress didn't want to be a pedophile because he's in his 30s and Toga is 17. Like, he is looking out for his little sister. He is not a horny teenager, unlike Mineta. People are acting as though Mineta is like this horrible sexual predator. And like, to a certain extent, he is a sex pest, but he is also just a 15-year-old boy. Whereas every single member of the League of Villains, except for Toga, are in their 20s. Guys. Yeah, like I feel so bad for Mineta's voice actress and how I hope that she didn't have shit that she had to deal with because she voiced him. Yeah. Anyway, uh yeah. And he gets better. Like, yeah, he had to be brainwashed by Mina, but deserved. She could have I don't even Hmm? Yeah, I know. I have to finagle things around uh in Streamlabs in order for this to get started because I do have my main background in here. That's fine though. Hi Kai. Um also um yeah. Yeah. Uh, okay. Okay, I think I'm having the same problem that I have with window capture that I had last time, which is it is only wanting to capture like the top half corner of the stream. Let me see here. Well, that is the whole point. That is the whole point of his comedy routine is that he is the thing to get beat up on for his inappropriate behavior. Like I don't understand why people have such a hard time comprehending that the whole point of Minetta's character is that when he does something inappropriate, he gets beat up on. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Where's Streamlabs? It's here. I don't see any kind of aspect ratio thing. Just see window capture method, window match priority, capture audio, capture cursor, client area. What if I... Ah, okay. It's one of the great things about Bakugo is that he can be very intense, but you know where his heart is. And like the thing that I appreciate about the show is that you have a bunch of different personalities and you have a bunch of different faults and failings of a lot of characters, but their main thing is still ultimately that they want to help people or they want to be the protector. And for as faulty as Bakugo is in his desire to be a hero, it's still something that he wants to do and wants to be. Okay. Why can't I grab Takara? I need to... No, she needs to stay over here. Okay, but then why did... So does it promote misandry because Dabi died and Shigaraki? And yeah, if we look at the scoreboard here, we have 3 men dying and technically a woman and a trans woman. So then it's also promoting uh being transphobic. And you know
I think my feelings
Oh
about
no.
Okay, wait. So what? Oh no. So we haven't. It was the was it the Momo video that this one was that we did on stream?
Maybe? Cuz I recognize this bitch.
Yeah,
I think my feelings
Yeah.
I don't remember us ever watching this video yet.
Oh,
If
hmm.
we have, I mean, we have another video we can watch, guys. Don't worry.
Yeah. Let me see here. I'm trying to check.
It's blend together.
They do. Maybe go check
Yeah.
our Jacked history.
And let's check. YouTube.
I think I think we did do this video before because they had that weird take about the beta version of the manga, the one that got removed.
Yes, I know the. Oh wait, I think the other video from them that I did, well, maybe it was the Momo video. That was the other one to talk about because they did two videos and I remember watching them. That was fixing your biggest flaws. Shit, that's 6 months ago. Let's. Was it really that long ago? That would explain.
Probably.
6 months. 6 months. Okay, yeah, okay. It was this one. We can do. Um, I know that she made both one on midnight, because I could see it right there, and there's also a Momo one. So we could do either one of those alongside, or we could do one of the other videos that we have.
What would you rather do? Because we can do either or. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see how long the Momo one was. Maybe we could hit that one too right now.
Cuz I do remember talking about this where it is mostly just this person not like this person is mostly focusing on Uraraka's relationship with Midoriya. And
Oh, actually,
uh
sorry, I just saw it. She made a different video on Uraraka 1 month ago,
oh, okay.
so we could watch that one.
Mm, hmm. What
Because I know this one came out before the end of the series.
yes.
I know that was funny. It's literally like right in the yeah, right there, the third one.
She still deserves better. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Okay, yeah.
Sorry guys, I think we're watching this one.
I'm sorry. Just like
Usual.
okay. Before we get into this video, I will get into it though and pause it. But
2 years ago, I'm
stop. Okay.
How does the mic get a little worse?
That?
Sorry, it sounded worse.
Oh dear. Um she could have gotten a new microphone and it was just shittier in quality. I don't know. Um okay. So the main issue that I have with a lot of people complaining about Uraraka is that they mainly focus on the fact that her her journey is mostly a passive one on her side. They don't like the fact that her journey is a more feminine one because a lot of people don't accept that female characters, because women are different from men, will experience things differently than men. A lot of people just want female characters to be treated exactly like male characters in every single aspect that you can treat a male character, which in some aspects is fine and good, because people don't realize what a lot of people say when they say they want strong female characters is they want strongly written female characters. But a lot of people took that to mean we want physically strong female characters. We want the female characters to just be slotted into the male character role without any changes. While and the problem with this is that it really only further serves to demonize female roles more, because what you are essentially saying when you say you want strong female characters, as in you just want to have a female character in a male's role, is you want female characters, but only if they are as male as possible. And that
It can feel like boring if you're not gonna go there, if you're not going to actually delve into that as a point in the story.
yeah. But hmm?
Co-host mics are quiet?
Oh, really?
Microphone quiet? Oh.
Not to me, but okay. But here's okay. How is it quiet? Because I'm looking at my mic and I'm going into the red. My microphone is as high as it can go.
What about the track that has mine? Where does mine shape up?
You're not on a separate track. Okay. That might be why. But unfortunately, I don't know if I can change that without making you echo.
At least for a bit, no. Which, like, I think that's just a properties thing that, like, would take a little bit longer to figure out.
Yeah.
I guess for now, can everybody at least still hear me?
If everybody can hear me, I think we'll be fine. Thank you, I know. I'm glad you could hear me.
Everyone but I know needs to answer that question. I know gets the server privileges of getting to hear us live without any delay.
You can hear me now. Okay. That's fine. I love tomboys, but it's not everybody's taste. Well, and even then, like, tomboy is an interesting story to go after. It's just most of the time I've seen it just be aesthetics more than actually part of the story, which, like, is sad because I think that'd be an interesting route to go down. But the other one for, like, Uraraka that I've seen for sure is the way people get upset about her story being influenced by Deku, which makes me, like, annoyed on its own because everyone's story in this fucking show is inspired off of Deku. Like, he is the next generation All Might and everyone is already inspired. Like, pretty much everyone. I've talked about this myself too, of how I appreciate that, like, Hawks, his origin goes a bit more, like, his hero was Endeavor, and I like that variation, but All Might is still this pervasive presence across the entirety of everyone in Japan and superhero society. And so, like, everyone's character has some way to go back to him in the same way that Deku reaches out to every other character. So why do we get mad about Uraraka in particular when everyone else is also in a similar boat?
Yeah.
But we don't get mad about that.
It really is a form of sexism that I'm just sorry to say, but if you were focusing specifically on a female character and having a problem with her being inspired by the main character when so many other characters are also inspired by the main character, but you specifically have a problem with her being inspired by the main character, that's a problem with you.
Yeah. He's Superman, and no, a character in DC. Oh no, a character in DC was inspired by Superman. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Like,
So let's break down Uraraka's character arc very quickly because she does not have an active role in the way that most male characters do. And like if you don't like passive character arcs, that's fine, but also you have to realize that these are still valid character arcs. And what I mean by
mhm.
passive character arcs is that um a character is viewing somebody else's actions and somebody else's struggles or somebody else's viewpoints, and then they are clashing those viewpoints or those actions or those mindsets against their own processes, their own mentality, their own belief system, their own whatever else. And then they are changing themselves if they find that part of their themselves is lacking. So when it comes to Uraraka, it is very, very simple. She wanted to go to UA specifically to make a lot of money because her family is poor. So
Get
she,
that bag, girl.
yeah, there is nothing wrong with wanting to go to a good school and then get a good job and make a lot of money to improve your personal state of life or the state of life of your parents. But that would be fine for any other job, but the job that she chose was to be a hero. And unfortunately, when you are a hero, you can't only be thinking about yourself. So Uraraka is selfless to a normal person. However, it is very selfish because she is going into the hero business, a very selfless profession, for very selfish reasons. Not the most selfish of reasons, but still ultimately selfish because she is only thinking about herself and her family. She is not thinking about other people around her, which her job requires. So her whole journey is learning how to become a hero.
And it's something like this particular side of it, and it's something that you can see in almost all of these characters as well. Their motivations, it's a thing that shows how much Horikoshi understands the superhero genre in general, in that while these superheroes are selfless, their heroism is also there is some form of selfishness in there, and that's what makes it very interesting to follow.
Yes.
Like Spider-Man as a character, Peter Parker, he goes out and saves people because he needs to assuage that guilt he has. It is selfish of him to do this because he feels good about doing this and easing his own guilty conscience, and he also does do selfless things in this time. It goes back and forth, and it makes it interesting, and that is something that's like so present with Uraraka, that it makes her character, even if it's more on the passive side and you see it less overall in the forefront, makes it so interesting to follow.
Yeah.
Like I know saying here, Bakugo wants to be a hero to stamp down on his own insecurities and to be strong. Yeah, to give another example, he's right.
Yeah, like that is another really selfish goal, but the main thing that is different from Bakugo's motivations versus Uraraka's motivations is Uraraka outright states what her character motivation is, whereas Bakugo never does. We are shown Bakugo's motivations rather than told it. So, if anything, you could say that Uraraka's story is more poorly written than Bakugo's because we get told what her motivation is rather than shown what her motivation is. But at the same time, um we can't always there is a give and take when it comes to tell versus show. A lot of people, when it comes to writing, they do the very hardline stance of, this is a writing rule, it is ironclad, black and white, clear as day, written in ink on paper. That is not really how rules of writing work, and it usually is more of a gradient. So good writers do a combination of these things depending on what their intent are for the scene or for the characters or for the story in general. So for Bakugo, because Bakugo is the deuteragonist, his stuff is mostly going to be shown to us, because if we get told that Bakugo's motivation is that he is insecure and that he needs to become a hero in order to prove to himself and the rest of the world that he has worth, then his story is automatically not going to be as interesting to us. But inversely, when it comes to Uraraka telling us, as well as showing us a little bit, because we have seen a bit of her backstory in flashback, and all that, but being told that she is here for money, that she is not very rich, that she wants to support her parents who always had to work very hard and who had to suffer in order to provide her a good life. She wants to do something else for them. Now suddenly we are more emotionally invested in her in the way that we wouldn't if we had been told the exact same thing by Bakugo. Well, not the exact
And
same thing, but like his motivation.
well, and to something that I know is said down here, Uraraka is also a far more open character than Bakugo is as
Yes.
well. So you like that's the other parts of these that people don't tend to go through, is sometimes your character is just more of an open book and they're fine with that, and that also makes them interesting because it gets to the point later on when Uraraka starts to hide things from others and not really share, that it sets off alarm bells with everybody because they know that she speaks to them.
Yes. One of the and like you could make this into a whole, well, she gets that from Midoriya because she idolizes him so much and that's what makes her story bad and all that kind of stuff. I mean, you could say that, but like we don't know for sure if she gets those bad traits from Midoriya or if that is just something that she feels that she has to do because she is such a kind person that she just doesn't want to burden anyone with her problems because she feels like her problems are so much lesser than everybody else's. And that's one of the major character things that Uraraka has to go through, is that like half of her class, she is just a normal girl. And having to be in the class with so many characters so many of her classmates who had to go through so much more shit than she did, suddenly you start to feel that your problems, the things that you worry about, the things that upset you, aren't as valid to complain about, and that it just adds to the noise. So you close up.
Mm-hmm.
You don't speak your mind as much anymore. And then you start to shut down and you shut off because you don't want to be a burden. These other people who have had it so much worse than you, they're the ones that deserve all of the spotlight, and then you just disappear. That is something that a lot of people do go through and a lot of people do feel. So the fact that people are ignoring that her story is so realistic and so it's so human, to just say that because she's not bombastic and she doesn't fight and she doesn't beat people up and she doesn't go through an 8 season long character arc, that she's not valid, or she's not a very good character in that, which she does go through an 8 season long character arc. It's just that you're not
Yeah.
paying attention to it because you don't care about female character arcs.
And it's the same thing of just because it's not at the forefront doesn't mean it's not happening, because we get the payoff. That's the whole point. And to what I know saying here too, remember how her trying her hardest to get Izuku back, she literally had to go straight to bed. She was pushing herself.
Yeah.
Like, it's exhausting.
Yeah, everyone went out in the rain to go look for Midoriya. When they found him, they had to work really hard to bring him back. And then on top of that, the selfish people inside the UA compound were not letting him in. So she had to feel like she had to do something about that. And yelling out to a crowd of people is very nerve-wracking.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you don't know if you're going to make things worse or not. All you can do is just this desperate plea to see the humanity in somebody.
Yeah, Izuku could not make his own case in that moment. Dude, he would not have made his case anyway.
No, he wouldn't have. He would not have.
That man was like literally 2 seconds before, 2 seconds before she goes and makes her speech, he's literally walking back. Like,
Yeah.
he's about to leave.
Like,
Bakugo starting to not be so much of a jerk happens over the series. It's not just front and center. Yeah, like even in we've talked about this too. The change from episode 2 to episode 3 of Bakugo and Deku's dynamic, it like they don't interact in the next episodes, and they even when they sit next to each other in the UA hall before they do their practical, like they're fairly civil. He's not trying to beat his ass or anything. He's just a little annoyed that Deku is right next to him, but he's fine. He's not doing anything. It's right there. You could see that after those first 2 episodes, he chills.
yeah.
Like he still has a lot of issues. No one's saying other than that, but he does chill. Like,
Yeah. But yeah, so to go back to Uraraka for a second, and to but like
finally
before we
get so
before we
closer to
start
the
this video, we
video.
need to finish talking about her character arc.
Mhm.
So because we have been bouncing around a bit. So she came to UA in order to get a good job, make a lot of money, etc., etc. But she is focusing mostly inward, and she is mostly focusing on her immediate family and her immediate family's problems. So her whole journey is is learning that if she wants to be a hero, and she does, is rediscovering that spark that made her decide that she wanted to be a hero in the first place. Like, yes, her main motivating desire in order to be a hero was to make money for her family, but she could do that with a lot of other jobs. She could start her own company. She could learn marketing. She could go into a trade. She could do a whole bunch of other things. Why did she choose to become a hero? She had to remember that thing that made her love heroes so much, and that was heroes made people smile. She wants to give comfort to people. And that is something that took her actually quite a long time to remember, because we don't get that flashback of her watching Eel Boy make people smile for a very long time, actually. I don't think for at least
it's until like season 7 or season 6 when we see that.
Yeah, I would think, like, I was gonna say like season 5, season 6, but yeah, definitely not the
Yeah.
first 4 seasons. We don't see that. It's
you get hints of it, like especially in season 4, when she really, like, after the overhaul raid, where she's really, like, that really affected her, and the death of Night Eye and what she could have done there. That's the real start and shift of her starting to remember.
because but in order for her to get to that point, she needed a mentality change. And that's why her being one of the first people to be enchanted by Midoriya's mindset and his ideals for heroism is so important. She's not the only one to be changed or inspired by Midoriya, but she is one of the first. And that makes her incredibly important because she is one of his main supporters. Um, and that is one of the main things that she comes to the conclusion to is helping other people, because the one of the things that really annoyed me when it came to season 6, like season 5 and season 6, like a lot of people left around season 4 to season 6, but what I was
Cowards.
starting, I know, right? One of the things that was legitimately starting to annoy me was how selfish the main population was, especially when it came to heroes. They weren't treating heroes like people.
Mhm.
They were treating them more like they were robots or machines that did a job, and if they didn't do a job, then they were broken. And it was so upsetting to me. And that's why I appreciate Uraraka so much, because she was the only one who stood up to people and told them to shut the fuck up. That Midoriya, that Deku is a human being, and that he is working hard for them. So why can't they do this tiny little thing of just acknowledging that he is human and that he has a breaking point? I appreciated her so much because that was what I was getting so upset
Mhm.
about for so long.
Well, and that's something too that we could point back to as, like, an unintended consequence of All Might, because All Might presented this unbreakable figure
Yep.
that doesn't need any rest, and he can keep going. Also, I know saying she was the one who saw the hero give up post the first big battle. Yeah,
Yep.
that moment alone is just Jesus Christ. Like,
Yes. And like
oh,
that is something that cements her need to look out for other people, because she is a provider. And sure, you can say that that is something that is a bit stereotypical for a woman to do, but at the same time it is something that is more often applies to women than men. Not that men can't also be providers, but it is something that women are more likely to notice than men on average. So it, like, a lot of people think that it is like a 90-10 kind of thing, or a 70-30 thing. I would probably say on a whole the provider thing for women is more like a 60-40, as opposed to men, who they're, because we men and women are both providers in different ways. Um
yeah, like the
m-
money, you'll typically see more of a pressure put on men for that versus emotional provider for women.
yes. And there is unfortunately a social stigma to keep it that way. Even if a man may want to be more of a provider in the more feminine way, social stigma will prevent him from doing that, because suddenly he is less of a man for wanting to take a woman's role. But I would say that that is both misandry and misogyny, because you're also saying, oh, the reason why his desire to be more feminine is so despicable is because you inherently think that a woman's role is lesser than a man's role.
Yet another reason why society sucks ass.
Yes. So this is why I say that a lot of things when it comes to women or even men in women's spaces is ultimately misogyny, because the only reason why um a a person would have a problem with a man in a typical woman's role, whether it be a provider or as a stay-at-home father, things like that. The only reason why people would have a problem with that is if they think that a woman's role is inherently lesser, or
Mhm.
less important, and that the man is degrading himself in some way by choosing to do that role. Especially because women's roles in society as providers are already overlooked enough as it is.
Oh God, yeah.
Um but yes, so her main thing is realizing, like, taking already her empathy, because Uraraka is a very empathetic character and a very loving character. She loves she loves all of her classmates. She loves her parents. She loves seeing people happy. She's a very loving character in that way.
I mean, one of the first things she did was go to bat for a kid she didn't even know. Like,
Yeah. Um but taking her natural empathy and opening it up and allowing it's like if her empathy was in a bubble and only herself and her immediate friends and family are in that bubble. Taking that bubble, taking a needle to it and bursting it open so that her empathy can go out to other people that are outside of that bubble. That is basically her character arc. It's not that difficult, guys, but
it's very easy to grasp when we pay attention to the story.
yeah. So it's also very interesting because you can see that while all of these characters are very similar to one another, they have their own separate roles. So Midoriya is the main character. So he is ultimately kind of has not so much a flat character arc because he does change over time.
Oh
He
yeah.
has he has a sloped character design or character arc rather than an arc that is typical with the big points at the end.
He's not really in a hero's journey. Like,
Not really. Oh, hi Black Knight. I had seen you earlier.
welcome.
Thank you for the $3 and the cute little sticker. Next time. Are you leaving? Do you have to go? That's fine. I know it's probably like a really weird time for us to start, but this was the only time that Zero could stream.
Yeah. Shifts and work. We live in a society. It's a whole thing.
Yeah. Um but yes. So Midoriya has that character arc and that character space that he takes up. And then Bakugo as the deuteragonist, he takes up a very different role from Midoriya, as
Mhm.
being the insecure one and the one who pushes Midoriya to be better. But he also pushes the rest of his classmates as well. And that was something that was directly pointed out, that it's both Midoriya and Bakugo who pushes their other classmates to be better. So
It's kind of why, like, the we can see it right now on the screen. The UA festival, with her fight against Bakugo, is one of my favorites on there too, because she knows how, like, they all know how good Bakugo is, and she has to go way harder to try and beat him.
mm-hmm. And then we have Todoroki, who fills yet a different role in the narrative that is separate from everybody else. More like Uraraka, he is someone who needs to discover what being a hero is and relearning what it means to be a hero for himself, why he wanted to be a hero in the first place. Um and we get that flashback with his mother, that he was enamored by All Might and that he wanted to help people as well. So it's not just that he wants to be a hero because that's what his father put into his head, but he wanted to be a hero for his own sake. So it's very similar to Uraraka, but it also is from a different place, because Uraraka is outside of the hero space entirely, whereas he was entrenched in it. So they're coming at it from very similar angles, but from different places.
Both of them still had to remember what their real driving goal was.
Yes. Shoto is my favorite character. Bro wanted to be like All Might. He starts by wanting to be All Might without his father, power, or help. He needed to have a reality check. Exactly, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know you and Celtic did a debunk on YouTuber and her belief on Ochako being bad. Unfortunate news, she redid the video.
Yep.
Yeah.
It really is like that. And we're going to be watching that video now. Yay! So, I guess to finish off the talk about Uraraka's character journey is, once she has the ideal shift from Midoriya, being inspired off of Midoriya, she starts to see things that she never really focused on before. And that culminates in season 4 during the Shihei Saikai arc, where she sees her first actual, like, devastating hero moment. And this is something that the media will not show to the regular public, the kinds of devastating things that heroes go through, because heroics is a very dangerous job. But the regular people won't see somebody being injured in that way that is a hero. They won't see that somebody is suffering in order to keep people safe. So that is something that she internalizes very, very heavily, that she wants to change. She doesn't want people to suffer. So the Shihei Saikai arc is very important to her, despite the fact that she doesn't really have a very active role in it, and it is because she doesn't have a very active role that frustrates her, because she does want to be more active, but she doesn't know how, and she doesn't really have the quirk or the ability to be more active. Her quirk is naturally more passive. Her quirk is zero gravity. That's not something that you can use to punch somebody with. You can incapacitate them by making them unable to use gravity and the momentum of their footsteps in order to move or do anything. But you can't do that in the same way that Midoriya or Bakugo can, or even Todoroki. She can only do things in a very specific way, and she covers her weaknesses by learning martial arts, but that can still only allow you to do so much. So on top of that, the Shihei Saikai arc shows that she was unable to do a whole lot, and that frustrates her. Her lack of being able to be with her peers on the same level frustrates her. And that puts her on a journey to figure out what kind of hero she wants to be. And that culminates
pretty sure
in her...
No.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go. No. I was gonna say you go.
Yeah. That culminates in her journey with Toga, where Toga is somebody who needs somebody to see her for who she is. And she is searching for that. Like, she is a serial murderer and all that kind of stuff. But what she is really looking for is someone to just see her and acknowledge her for who she is as a person. And she still had hope that heroes could do that, could be that for her. And she latched on to Midoriya and Uraraka in order to see if heroes were as irredeemable as her colleagues had made them out to be. And by Uraraka's immediate rejection of her, simply because Toga was someone who hurt people and Ochako doesn't want people to be hurt, she wasn't seeing the she wasn't seeing the humanity in Toga. She was only seeing the outward appearance of her actions. And that was another shift for Uraraka of saying, oh, yeah, all people are the same ultimately. It's not just that, it's both that heroes are people on the inside, and it is not just their outward appearance that we have to focus on. It is also villains. Not just their outward appearance, but what is on the inside. So it is both Midoriya and Toga that both combine their mentalities and their situations in life that allows Uraraka to develop who she is as a person.
And that's okay, everyone. Like, it's...
Yeah.
Oh,
To your
to your
point with
point with the
media,
media.
that's why All Might goes out of his way to hide everything. Yes.
Yeah. And also, I think someone, Josh put it down, was All Might and Endeavor's battles with All For One and the Nomu, where they get the stuffing beat out of them. The first times we see heroes get hurt on the cameras for the public in MHA. I think there were other times in the past, but this is like, for at least All Might in particular, this is the first time they saw him get beaten so badly.
Mm-hmm.
And then Endeavor's was kind of just way too public in general, but it also, while he did get the shit beat out of him, it was also more of an uplifting moment in general, because it puts people at ease that their new number one can still take the heat and dish it back out and stay standing.
Yes.
I believe, Titan, we have gotten through Uraraka's history now. I think we are good. The only like things we can say for her later is for the epilogue chapter, and the whole point of that side with her story and with Deku in there, of they have dedicated themselves so much to their professions that they have forgotten about themselves. And that is the whole point of that epilogue, is to just showcase and beat it into their skulls. Hey, it's okay to do something for yourself now. And like, it's one of those things that's very nice, because Bakugo doesn't even say, when he's doing his whole speech to Deku, of like, you gotta find someone that, and like something that is special to you. You should like hold on to that, because you don't know what might slip by. He's not talking about it in any specific sense, just that like, do something for yourself and be happy with that. And so like, that could mean, hey, like a couple friends, because we see with Bakugo himself in the credits, he has his friends that are definitely special to him, with Kaminari, Ashido, and Kirishima in the car after, you know, they go their separate ways on the night. Like, hello, he's here.
I am here, yes. I finally have the ability to speak to people as I move around.
The Void has a voice.
I do my office. The Void has a voice. The Void is also alone in his office, and it's really weird. I'm sad here. But it's all to your point. To add on to that, Bakugo also knows that Izuku is a dense motherfucker. So
it takes one to know one.
Exactly. So.
Which reminds me, there is a 4-hour MHA video, about the heteromorph. Yeah. I sent that link to her. No one's watched it yet, as far as I know.
I don't want
I don't know if that would be a stream video. Well, you roboted hard, bro.
Oh goodness.
Oh yeah, I only have so much connection. My apologies.
What did you say?
I said I only have so much connection. My apologies.
No. Before that.
No, I was just laughing.
Okay. So, I'm trying to catch up on the stream here. Actually, that's an easy thing that she could explain. Simply have it be because the three are close friends. Plus, I think that she initially the one who notices the whole change in Tenya. hence why she decides to go closer to Hosu and gets into the fight with Stain. And this could
Oh,
be the start of her sort of realizing how deadly these villains can be, even if it's one guy. I can agree that if she had managed to get close to Hosu, that could have been a thing. However, we don't know where Gunhead's agency was. And also, as an intern, Uraraka does not have the ability to tell Gunhead where the fuck she wants to go.
yeah. And partially to that, like I'm with Twy for sure on that of like, yeah, it could have been interesting to see Uraraka there fighting Stain in Hosu, but what is gained really by her being there?
Yeah.
Because I can't for the life of me think of it, because at that point we just start veering off into a different version of the show entirely that like it doesn't really offer much to really think about. It could be a fun fanfic to read, but I don't know what it could add.
Part of the point, all the narrative juice was kind of covered with Ida, Izuku, and Todoroki all being there and having their own perspectives on that. So
Yeah.
Eric Bihari. Alrighty then, just talk about the anime, not like I'm not already an outsider. Well, we're talking about aspects of the anime. So like we're talking about one character's entire character journey in this way. So like but if you're completely an outsider to MHA and joining the stream, welcome.
You're gonna be lost.
And yeah, and you are going to be a little bit lost. I hope that you find some interest in what we say about these characters though. But yeah, now that we've talked about Uraraka, we can probably get into the video, because now you guys know, I mean, you guys probably already knew our stance on it, but it's really nice to just reiterate that. And now we could probably get into the video. So I'm sorry that took a very long time. The video's only 14 minutes though, so it shouldn't be that bad.
Yeah.
Made a video talking about Ochako Uraraka from My Hero.
Oh, wait, what's this? Why can't I hear anything?
I could hear it.
Really?
Yeah, I was gonna say I can hear stuff.
That's interesting.
Yeah. I cannot.
Wait a second.
Also, I know my situation is.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, my situation right now is not exactly the best for saying this, but if you're going to invest in anything and become a YouTuber, get a decent mic, or at least know how to like do settings on your mic as best you can, or a streamer, anyone. Having a clear voice and a good texture, I guess, will help you out a lot.
Oh God, yeah. The amount of YouTubers that have very big followings from having very good editing and presentation, just like outside of whatever they actually say in there and do with their videos, it's impressive.
It's pretty much the only reason Maxor has a career, honestly.
Oof.
Yeah. Okay.
Celtic lingers in the narrative, you see.
I can't escape him. So this might be a bit of a problem. That's so weird though that I can't hear. Yeah.
2 years ago, I made a video talking about Ochako Uraraka from My Hero, in which I discussed.
I can't hear it at all. What's being said, even?
It's just right now. 2 years ago, we made the video.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna put on subtitles so that I can at least read.
Yeah. I think it's to the left. That one works too.
Ew, auto-generated. Which works?
No, it's the same thing. Yeah, that's the shortcut right there on the if you scroll down right next to the settings wheel to the left. It'll just that's the shortcut.
Okay, yeah.
Here, actually, before you play it, you have one thing on us. You don't get to hear her pronounce Uraraka as Unaraka. So,
oh my god, I
going to
forgot
ask
about that.
That was just my ears.
no, she says that.
Yeah, no,
Where's the Unaraka?
I don't know, dude. I listened to a
Plus
video.
4 to you, Shigaraki. I win this game. Unaraka wins.
I listened to a video last night during closing where a guy kept pronouncing Bakugo as Bakugo, and I was like, "Stop! I'm gonna." Like,
I mean, I went through most of Naruto, and a friend of mine said that Sasuke's name was Sasuke.
all right, so I will say when I first saw that, like my initial instance were seeing it written down, I was like, Suki, and then I read online, I was like, oh, okay, it's different. You want to know how I pronounced the Hokage before?
Hokage?
I thought it was Hokage.
You and me both, man.
Yeah. I was like, I said that to my buddy who watched Naruto. I was like, yeah, it's the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, and he like looked at me like, the Hokage? I was like, what?
For me, it was talking to my brother, and I said it as Hokage, and he's older than me, so he's looking at me like, what is this little motherfucker talking about?
When I first read Naruto, and I did not know how to pronounce any of their names, because this was before the anime came out, really.
The anime awakened twice.
Yeah. I don't think that I had a problem as much with Hokage, but like it was Sasuke's name. So I thought that it was pronounced Sasuke.
Yeah.
Yep. The pronunciations of this shit, man.
Yeah.
You get fucked.
It's so good.
But yeah, it's why I get so irate, and I remember this person just like kept saying her name wrong, and it's like, what do you mean? Why are you talking about this character and you can't even be bothered to get her name right?
They say it in the show like so many times, guys. Like, it's not like
that. When my dyslexic ass can read it correctly, you have no excuse.
Exactly. I hate it when people always use their dyslexia or their whatever else disability in order to justify why, when like I know dyslexic people who can still pronounce things correctly, especially when, if you watch the anime, you can still hear the audio, and the audio will not trigger your dyslexia.
It's actually a really big help to people that just they have dyslexic friends or people that are young and they have it. A little bit of a thing that really helped me is actually watching it with subtitles, English dub, specifically so you can hear someone else's pronunciation, and then you immediately associate that pronunciation with the word being said. It's very helpful.
Yeah. Good. Anyway,
barely 10 seconds in the video stream. Look,
exactly.
There's technical difficulties here too. There's a lot going in.
Yeah, because you guys can hear the stream. I cannot, for whatever reason. I have no idea why.
That is so strange.
I wonder.
You're very strange.
I wonder if I plug in
your Discord,
Is my Discord what?
First, please.
Oh, well, I was just wondering
I started a thought and then I lost it.
I was just wondering if maybe if I plugged in my other headphones into my microphone, if I could hear the audio, but... Because, like I said, one of the main problems that I'm having is that I have new headphones, because I started noticing that I'm having slight audio problems with these headphones, so I decided to just get new ones.
The character.
There it is. I can hear her through the other headphones. So now I have to wear both headphones at the same time in order to hear you and the video. Wonderful.
Oh, Jesus.
Fan artists, get on it.
So
double headphone twi.
Yeah. So I have one earphone from one headphone on one ear. Then I have the other earphone on the other one on the other ear. There we go. It's beautiful. I'm
Artistic
sure.
liberties with what kind, with if it's a headset or an earbuds for each of these.
No,
for one want it both be headsets.
It is both full headsets.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
This is incredible.
Yes.
I love it.
Of Ochako and its handling for...
Okay.
2 years ago, I made a video talking about Ochako Unaraka from My Hero, in which I discussed the character arc of Ochako and its handling throughout the series. Back when I made the original video, the manga wasn't finished yet, and even the war arc hadn't reached its narrative climax. Especially in regards to the face-off against Toga. Even at the time, this was something I commented on. Given the age of the video in question and how my takes have developed since the conclusion of the manga, I thought it would be interesting to revisit the subject with fresher eyes.
Have your tastes and opinions changed?
We shall see. We shall see.
The council shall render its verdict soon, I'm sure.
Yeah.
While I largely stand by my original thesis, with 1 or 2 big points I've reworked since then, I think going over all...
right here.
Oh man.
So that's why the video is so short, because she stands by everything that she said about in her last shitty ass fucking video, except for 2 points. I wonder what those 2 points are.
Yeah, let's see.
Oh,
Y'all
boy.
gonna have to remind me, because I clearly did not remember us going over this video. If the beginning of this stream is anything to go by.
Well, to be fair to you, you were still going through MHA and could not watch our streams.
I thought I was in that one.
Were you? I don't remember.
Yeah.
One with Ochako? Yeah, I mean, he's in that thumbnail.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was in that one, which again makes it funny that I completely forgot this.
Well, she is such a forgettable person. Like, the only thing that made me remember is that she is the person who pronounces Uraraka's name incorrectly, despite the fact that she is passionate enough about this character to make an entire fucking video about her. Sorry.
I have the mental image right now with Unaraka of just like, it's Uraraka, but she's like having a Yu-Gi-Oh duel, but she's playing +4s instead of monsters.
No,
Unaraka.
Unaraka is this image, but you have to make this tinier iris like immensely smaller. And just
Oh. Oh no.
Oh my god.
Oh jeez.
Just making fun of the slight mess ups with the art.
Old work is always
the jaw thing.
Yeah.
When you draw one side of the face and have to draw the other side. Fuck.
Useful and beneficial, especially if you spot areas of improvement. In my first video, I ran through characterization, agency, and Ochako's various relationships throughout the course of the story. So, for the sake of convenience, let's reuse that structure here as well. I once said Ochako Unaraka is one of the strongest characters in the series design-wise, and even despite my original critique, I still stand by that.
Then why do you have such a problem with her?
Wait, okay, when you say design-wise, do you mean like character art, character appearance?
I think she means the suit and her overall design.
I mean, yeah.
Which, like, no notes, yeah?
Okay, yeah. So that is me just thinking, like, when she means her character design. I was thinking she means, like, the whole overall package.
Yeah.
Not just her actual character design. But yeah.
Horikoshi's a good artist. What can we say? No notes. That's it.
He really is.
I still hope
Ochako was first.
Horror manga, by the way.
Oh, dude, make a monster out of the...
Man has a gift. He has a gift for horror art.
Really
That
does.
fucking that one dude that has like the spray bottle head is just begging to be a horror monster. Like he can make that shit so terrifying. It's adorable in the manga and in the show, but I could see that becoming a terrifying thing.
Siren Head, man.
Right?
Introduced in episode 3 of the anime when she stops Izuku from face-planting. An endearing meet-cute made even more endearing when she literally has to slap him across the face to save his life not too long after. She's got a solid intro, basic and straightforward with room for growth in the future. She was sweet and upbeat and approachable, though surprisingly blunt, but otherwise inoffensive as a character came.
The one thing that
Inoffensive?
the one thing that I hate about this is that this person is using all of the tropes. Like she's calling like technically yes, it is a meet cute, but meet cute has also been so watered down that it's been any kind of meeting between the main love interests is a meet cute, apparently, now. It can't just be that this is just a meeting for these two characters. Because personally, for me, would I really consider it a meet cute? I would have to say it's like kind of 50-50 on that. Like if you are really like in shipper brain, maybe. But at the same time, like it's such a normal thing to kind of run into a person and just be friendly to them. It's not really a meet cute.
Hey, I'm just here to help you not completely embarrass yourself. Hey, all right, bye. Like that's literally the entire interaction.
She stops him from face planting. Oh no, it's a meet cute. No, she had the ability to stop a guy from eating concrete.
Like it's cute because Deku right after goes, "Oh my god, a girl."
Like, yes. Oh my god, I talked to a girl because he's an absolute boy failure at that point.
Exactly. It's only cute on his end. It's a normal interaction on her end.
And like one thing too, the use of inoffensive, I feel like that word also gets put around so much for just guys. It happened. Like it's storytelling here. You could just say it's happening. We don't need to use this word because it feels like there's something else going on when you use that.
Use the word "fine" because that's what the introduction.
That's what it is.
It's a fine introduction.
Yeah. So
like
I really you can tell just with this person's voice that they're younger, but also I just have a problem in general with people who are like roughly 10 years younger in their like early 20s or something, or still in their teenage years, where they have to always surround character discussion with whether or not they are offensive or problematic or not. Like
it's priming. You're priming for the conversation afterwards in that point.
Yeah. You're not
legalese,
really...
this would be a leading statement.
Yeah. I just have so much of a problem with how younger people talk about media. And that's not to say all of them do, because not all of them talk in this kind of way. But the people that do, I have a problem with. Because they're always having to view characters and whether or not they're problematic or not. And you're looking at Uraraka, who is a normal character, and you are saying, for now, she is unproblematic. As though she ever fucking was or will be.
Mm-hmm.
She's not Finn from like Mistborn, who within one chapter thinks about how many ways she can stab a man. Like, come on, people.
Like, because when you read that, you're going, oh, so this character is definitely going to get into some trouble. That's the kind of like, oh, that's problematic because they're going to cause a problem.
Yeah, like
They are actively seeking the fight.
the only character that I can think of off the top of my head is unfortunately my own OC. And like Lena, if Lena was in MHA, she would be considered a problematic character because she
Oh God.
Look,
Twilight admits to writing problems.
yeah, I have problematic characters, guys. I'm sorry, you can cancel me now. I would say
It's
that
over for her.
Lena is a combination of, let me see, probably Mina, Midnight, and Minetta.
God.
What a combo. Okay.
Expelled. Like, actually.
Oh, and also I'm sorry, I forgot to say this. She's one other character. I'm sorry, I don't know why I forgot about this character because it's a big part of her personality. So Mina, Midnight, Minetta, and Bakugo.
Double expelled.
She is
Yeah, double expelled.
like, I can only imagine a character like Lena
Triple
being.
Oh God.
I can only imagine a character like Lena showing up in MHA and all of these little kitties just losing their fucking minds because she, for one thing, is a girl, and for another thing, can be just as problematic as both Minetta and Bakugo, and I guess Midnight for different reasons, but she has like this upbeat, really happy kind of personality that
Outgoing.
Lena does. Yeah, she's outgoing. She will not start fights half the time, but she will be amused to get into them, and she will intentionally provoke people into fights. And on top of that, she because of how her quirk works, she is very sensual and she will touch you a lot.
It's like the memes of Avatar Kyoshi inside Aang. Let me pilot. I got this, bro. I'll kill him. Let's fight.
So you wrote a Genki Blood Knight.
I guess so. Also, I mean, that could work because her hair is meant to be like Kirishima red. But yeah, like
the Blood Knight in the like trope mythological term of like I want this smoke.
Yes.
I get amused. I like fighting type thing.
Yeah. Well, also like her power is kind of a combination of oh my gosh, what is his name? I am blanking. So many characters. Monoma. He
Phantom Thief.
Yeah, her quirk is a combination of Monoma's and Toga's. Also, I did not create Lena to be an MHA character. She was developed in 2011, actually. Or maybe it was 2010 I created her. So before MHA was even a concept. But like because she was developed as a superhero character, I had naturally just put her in MHA. But her quirk is so much more powerful than both Toga's and Monoma's because it's their powers combined. But she doesn't have the blood quirk thing. She just requires your DNA, which again, why she is so touchy. Because if she can touch your bare skin for longer than a minute, she acquires your DNA. But she can also use any other type of bodily fluids to gain your DNA, which is why you will most likely get a kiss from her. Because it instantly she gets your DNA.
It's Starfire.
Oh yeah, Twitter would cancel you if you were Hirokoshi.
Oh yeah.
It's Starfire's powers.
So Midnight Mineta and Monoma, why this character has so many issues and scares me more than Bakugo. You should be scared.
But again, it's a case of guys, if you're saying like, oh, this character is super problematic in MHA, first off, priming. Second off, there are so many worse characters in literature than literally everything in MHA.
Oh,
Like
God.
MHA is not that problematic at all in any sense of the
Insane.
word.
Also, some digi-nerd is saying, yes, budget AFO. She's not even my most powerful OC.
No.
Like, Sakura, I think,
Everyone's
would...
got OCs.
Yeah, I think everyone, out of all of my characters, Sakura is probably my most powerful OC. And that's because she is much more like Star and Stripe. In quirk-wise.
Twice slaps the top of Lena. This bad girl can fit so many problematic stuff in her.
Yes.
Anyway, there was there a video we were talking about?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just having so
Sorry.
much fun talking about something that is so much better than this fucking video, man.
Oh boy. No, I get
When
it.
that first started, shifting the conversation about Ochako was her motivations being financial. My Hero is largely a celebration of the superhero genre taking great inspiration from classic Western comic books. Something felt deeply within the bones of both My Hero and its spin-off Vigilantes. However, it also serves as a deconstruction of said comics. The world of MHA has turned...
I mean, that's kind of a yes and no, isn't it?
Yeah, because, like, as a... I wouldn't really call any of the heroes really deconstructions themselves in it, but rather what Horikoshi does tackle is... In the deconstruction is more the societal side, which, like, even still that deconstruction is in quotes because he just kind of does the thing that Marvel and DC won't do and progresses the world.
Yeah.
I was going to say in the sense that if anything, like a good chunk of MHA's heroes, characters, and what have you could fit into several different Marvel and DC eras.
Oh God,
Like-
yeah.
Yeah.
Like there's not much there. If anything, it just shines a particularly light when only certain stories of big DC heroes show that kind of light.
It's basically, if you want the X-Men to, like, in Marvel to move past the constant persecution because it's like it's gone around so much, that's what MHA basically does. Like we know this from the backstory for All for One, that he basically lived through Marvel when quirks first started popping up.
Yeah,
And then
MHA is
200 years later, like...
Yeah, MHA is functionally one of the futures that like Cable saw, where mutants outnumbered humanity overall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's frustrating. And yeah, I agree with people in the chat who are getting frustrated with the term deconstruction because it's not really a deconstruction. Like there are some aspects of it that do deconstruct it, but that's simply because Horikoshi knows the superhero genre, and also he is looking at this from the lens of a Japanese person. So he is looking at this not really as a deconstruction for superheroes, but as a deconstruction of Japanese society.
Yeah, like
this isn't Watchmen. Like MHA
yeah, I
is
was
not
gonna
Watchmen.
say, Watchmen is the clearest example you can get of a superhero deconstruction, and like Moore will tell you straight up in all of the interviews that he's had for it that yes, I'm taking these ideas and I'm thinking about them like in a real world context. Batman, if he was a real living dude, would not be a fun guy to be around. He wouldn't really be like actually a billionaire at this point managing things. He'd be a shut-in that would be really socially awkward around people because he hasn't done anything aside from being this detective. Like, that Watchmen is what you want. There's not really a DC like a DC or Marvel comic that really has done a deconstruction in a very, very long time, if at all.
Yeah. So this isn't really a deconstruction of superheroes as a genre because it doesn't really deconstruct what a hero is. It is more saying what a hero is and how far many heroes have either strayed from that, or more likely how many people in the heroic business are still heroes despite people like Stain who think that heroism needs to be an ideal. Because Mount Lady is in frame right now.
Oh yeah.
She would be considered the poster child for a person who got into heroics for selfish reasons. She was from a rural region of Japan. She was from Hokkaido. And she wanted to become a hero specifically in a big city so that she would get a lot of fame and recognition and a lot of money. She wanted
She's
to
an
be
Instagram
rich.
idol.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
an Instagram idol. But when push came to shove, she did not quit. She became one of the most vital heroes in the fight. Like, so, if anything, that is not in any way, shape, or form a deconstruction of heroism or the hero genre. That is kind of flying in the face of that. That is saying no.
Frankly, oh, sorry. You first, please.
That is saying that people as a whole are inherently good, and when faced with adversity, people will stand up.
Frankly, the big question that if I had to ask and just like let Hirokoshi talk about as long as he could, the one thing that I really wanted to say is like, so how do you feel about the Japanese work-life balance?
Yeah.
Because like that's one of the bigger spotlights of everything when you really when one of them get down to it. Like, holy crap!
And it's something that slots so perfectly into like the superhero genre itself anyway, because these like if you pick up any
I was going to say make it easier. What does Bruce say to Clark's grave? What did you say, Clark? The never-ending battle.
It just keeps going.
Yep.
Never ends. And like you could look at any Marvel hero with a secret identity, especially like it goes real bad for them. It's actually, I would love to ask him what he thought about secret identities for there, because he does do a version of it here. He doesn't do like it's the secret identity in One for All's Power and All Might himself. Like in Vigilantes, we see All Might's got no friends, man. It's sad.
Yeah.
He's got Sukauchi, and he's so happy to be going out to lunch with him. It's adorable.
It is adorable.
Aww.
But like
he just like you absolute lunk. You need a hug, man.
Dude, he gives great hugs. There's no question in my mind. That's one of the secret quirks.
I still find it one of the
course,
funniest things that Horikoshi said that All Might is still a virgin because of his hero work.
The grind don't stop. Like,
No.
Dude, man, I fully believe that man doesn't even know how to talk to a woman outside of like hero duties, man.
Probably.
Now, see, this is the thing: is I want like someone to make a joke comic of All Might and Deku going out for drinks one night and going, "How the fuck do we talk to women, bro? What do we do?" Just try to figure it out.
And in literally like 2 spaces away, Todoroki and Bakugo are just perfect.
That actually, it could work now. Horikoshi, give us an epilogue chapter of Deku trying to figure out what to do for his first date with Uraraka. Talks to All Might. It's like, I don't know, man.
No. Make it even better. Like Yagi comes in, and then Bakugo. It's like an hour later. Then Bakugo's like, "Yo, Deku, what's so important?" And then just like an entire like spreadsheet and like battle plan.
Oh my
And then
God.
And then the joke at the end of the day is that all of them are really incompetent with talking to women. And it's just
Oh, entirely.
Todoroki, the one who is the most socially awkward, is just the natural flirt. He doesn't even realize it.
Oh my god.
Is the big ship for him and Momo?
It is, as far as
yeah.
I've seen.
I've seen too much fan art of that.
I actually
never got
don't
it,
ship
personally.
them. Yeah, I don't get it. Like,
It's nice, but like, all right.
like the closest thing that you can get to them as a ship is that they were paired up a couple of times very early on in the series, and that Todoroki had been the one to give his point away to her in order to be the class president. That's literally it.
So standard shipping culture.
Yeah. And like, you can have, like, this is kind of why I like shipping characters that will never get together, because you can just go based off of their personalities. You don't have to go based off of evidence that's in the show. Like, a lot of people ship Suyu, Asui, and Bakugo because they're kind of a perfect accompaniment together. Like, Bakugo is really hot-headed while Asui is very cool-headed, and they can balance each other out.
Also, their interactions in that game fed a lot of people.
Also, the fact that Asui is one of the few people that's able to call literally everybody on their shit.
Yes, exactly.
Here, let's hit the video for
And heroes into an industry with great monetary incentive. Ochako's parents own a failing construction business. While it's up for debate on how poorly off Unaraka and her folks actually were by this point, it's safe to assume bad enough that Ochako routinely just doesn't eat.
What?
Okay, two things. We'll get to the not eat bit in a second. It doesn't matter how poor or bad off she really is when wanting money. Like, I can speak personally. I came up middle class. If I had the ability to get millions of dollars, one of the first things that I do jokingly is say, "Hey, Mom, you know that beach house you always wanted? Here, have it."
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter what standing, like, wanting to help out your parents is not a bad thing at all.
Dude, my brother, when we were kids and my parents told us that we were having our sister, my brother started freaking out because he didn't know how we would all eat. He was ready to fix it.
Absolutely.
Dark.
Oh, sorry, my sister popped in to say he didn't know how he would eat, not how we all would eat. Okay. You weren't born yet. You weren't there for that.
Anyway,
yes, I think Yanni did try to send you back. Sorry, saying bye, Katarina.
But the thing about, like, not eating, when was that a thing?
Yeah, when, like, I don't. You could, your family can, you could still, like, see that your family is poor and still get food to eat. Like, they live.
I don't even know if that was ever implied or even
I don't think it was. Like, in all of the flashbacks we've seen, they have a home. It seems like it's fine. They're just, like, not super rich.
Yeah, they're not super.
The only thing that I remember about it is, like, sorry, you first, please.
No. It's okay. You were going first.
The bit where they first get to the like UA lunchroom, she has like a big thing of food because there's like a cook hero that's like serving them. That's the closest thing that I can get, and I'm just like, no, I like school lunches too, man. Some of that was great.
Well, also, doesn't lunch rush's food cost money?
It does.
Maybe?
Because you have to pay for your food
money
in
to
Japan.
buy that.
Okay, so I think, I can't remember if this was fan art or if this was like a joking little doodle that Horikoshi did, where it's like Uraraka sleeping, is like food costs money, this costs money, being awake costs money, sleep does not cost money. If you sleep, then you don't have to eat, which costs money, all that kind of stuff. But like, or that's because Uraraka is so concerned about money. She is more concerned about money than her parents are. But here's the thing. Uraraka, before going to live in the dorms, was living by herself. She had her own apartment in the city, away from her parents, because she does not live, she's from a different part of Japan, so they had to pay for an apartment for her to go live in the city so that she could go to school at UA. That's them having to pay an entirely different apartment for their child and also give her money for food and clothes and whatever else. Now, the food probably wouldn't be, the allowance for food probably wouldn't be a lot, so Uraraka is alone for the first time at 15, and she also has to do her own cooking, her own cleaning, her own groceries, all this kind of stuff. So of course she is more concerned about money than most other people, because out of all of the other students, she is the only one that we know who for absolute sure that she doesn't have family in the area that they are staying with. But most likely most of the others who live in the other parts of the country probably do live on their own, but their parents are probably a little bit more well off that they don't have to worry about that kind of stuff, where Uraraka does, because she thinks that because her parents are struggling a little bit with money, that she has to be as conservative as possible with money so that she doesn't have to ask her parents for money as much. That is all on Uraraka.
Like, I feel like people jump to so many different conclusions out of this from her. Like, it's a very common thing where people will take one tiny line and then blow it out of proportion for that. Like we're seeing here, she just doesn't eat. It's like, guys, no. Like, even I've seen some of the it was when I started reading it, her body type is a little different in the manga from the show. She's a little bigger, and I would say that probably comes from someone eating a bit more.
Yeah, which I actually appreciate, because Japan has a problem with body image where, like, our friend Noel is considered the ideal body type for most Japanese women. She's 90 pounds.
Jesus.
There's literally a joke saying 90 pounds soaking wet.
Yeah.
That's what my brother says about me.
Like, if I could give her, like, an entire person's worth of weight, I would. And I would still have enough left over. That is the joke that I always make to her, and she always makes back to me, is that, like, we should just, like, cut me in half, give half of me to her. It would still be fine. But
with our powers combined.
Yeah, with our powers combined, we make two whole people.
What was the meme when Steve first stepped up to the chamber in Captain America? Someone get that boy a sandwich.
Yeah. Well, the thing is like, she can't gain weight. Like, she eats a lot and she still loses weight.
By the way, Daigato just sent this to me. This is the Uraraka one. The sleep. I'm awake, so I'm not sleeping. Don't eat. Endure. It's in the Team JYCT.
Okay.
Art. Yeah.
Let me see here.
Uraraka's penny pinching economic meal primer.
Yeah, and I think that this is his
This is more a
original
joke on
art,
her being
but
minded, honestly.
Like,
Yeah.
this isn't because, like, she lives in a place, she lives in her own place. They clearly, food is there. Hi, Zing, are you jumping in? Okay. My cat is joining me here. You might hear him. But she's got a place to eat, and she's choosing to do this.
And like I said, again, her parents have enough in the Japanese economy, despite being poor, that they want to invest in their daughter enough to pay for a second apartment so that she can live
Now,
alone and go to school.
now, what that might mean for her is that, like, her parents are giving up more for her, which that probably goes into her, I want to give back, because she's getting what her parents are working for, and she feels guilty about that.
Yes. But, like, this is all about Uraraka being selfless. She doesn't want to eat as much because she doesn't want to spend money, because spending money means that she has to ask her parents for more money more often.
Mhm.
And she feels like she should not be a burden. And that goes into her character later on when she starts clamming up about herself, because again, she doesn't want to be a burden on other people.
Oh my god. Also, by the way, just throwing it out there, this is a fandom talk that's been around since like Harry fucking Potter, because like people ask why doesn't Harry pay for X, Y, and Z, and it's like it's the same reason for Uraraka. Like the Weasleys don't want to be a burden on Harry; they don't want to take it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
He does offer, and they go,
Yeah,
no
exactly.
thanks. Like, the only ones that don't say that is Fred and George, basically, because Harry pushed it onto him.
Yeah, he
Like,
specifically
take my
said,
money or it's going to the drain.
yeah, he specifically said, I don't want this money. It was given to me. You have it. I'm not going to do anything with it. I don't need it. So I know that you guys want it, or would want it, and you guys can put it to a better use than me. Like, it's I'm
And
so
they
frustrated
pay
with
him.
people.
They pay him back too in their own way. They're like, hey, you're an investor, you get free. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a simple thing overall, but like people have been saying like, oh, this people like should be helping out this poor character more often. Is like, no, they have their reasons. They have their reasons, people.
like
Yeah.
a lot of times it is a pride thing, because not everybody like. It's a thing that I go through myself whenever it comes to this. Somebody offers to buy me a game or something, and I go, I mean, I could get it, and they go, no, I want to. I'm like, okay. Like, that's how I go for it. Is I'll offer again. I'll do it myself. But if they really want to, and I'm not gonna stand in that. Okay, I'll take my free. I offered. You said you want to do it. Okay.
Be right back, guys.
Yeah, why not? Oh boy.
It's
Simple stupid
go
stuff.
ahead. Yeah, it like so much there. It was given to him after he saw a traumatic event. Yeah, it's very true. Yeah, let's catch a little up on chat. Let's see what we might have missed. There are some sidebar panels about.
Are you liking this impromptu? You first, man.
Oh no, I was looking. The video started and it already sucks. Yeah, dude, we're like 2 minutes into the video too.
Yes.
See.
Hey, man, we're gonna be going to here, and I'm just going like, okay, so guys, I have to leave. I'm about to step foot into the IMAX to see the Odyssey.
Oh, yeah, it's okay. We are getting close to the time, because while I have Zing sitting quietly and neatly right here enjoying pets, he is going to get antsy in a second and want to go back
sorry.
downstairs.
My grandfather had knocked on my door, so I had to go and see him. He gave me my DVDs and Blu-rays that had been sitting in his motorhome for like 2 years.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, that's not mine. That's not mine either. What is Smokey and the Bandits?
Fantastic.
I guess that's mine now.
All right, so...
Yeah, okay.
Well, no, sorry. I was just going to say one thing that this is going to make people laugh. I don't know if I farted or if Zing just pooped. Something smells in here.
Oh, no.
I don't know which it is. So, about that, the double headset has been doing the American Dream Plan to Riz Young Midoriya. You must follow it.
He learned it
Thank you
from
so much,
watching
Yui.
American movies.
Oh, that's right. I have to put my other headphones on. Hang on. There we go. That feels amazing. Wonderful.
Let's get a little
Ochako
bit more
planned to
before
help
we-
out
Yeah.
Let's get a little
Ochako
bit more
planned to
before
help
we-
out
Yeah.
with the manual labor using her quirk, something discouraged by her parents who pushed her towards her real goals and aspirations. Despite
Because they're
everything,
parents who
though,
don't want their
Unaraka's
daughter to work
motivation
behind machinery.
Exactly.
was ultimately financial, noble cause or otherwise. I'm not making a moral judgment here. We all need to eat after all, and regardless, I find the dialogue about the ethics of paid hero work rather boring when we could be discussing the social implications within the
Okay, so basically you are just outing yourself here, saying that you only care about the one aspect of hero work and you don't care about the other half. And then you are saying that that is a problem.
Like, because that's the thing, she doesn't go here into why the dialogue is boring, because you could certainly make some sort of argument that there's it could be more engaging in different ways to explain this. But you're not doing that here.
No, just
No,
saying.
you're not.
Go ahead.
No, you first, please.
Okay. You're just saying that it's boring, probably because you are a young kid and you yourself don't have to deal with finances. So it's boring to you because it doesn't apply to you. That is what I assume is going on here, because I know this. I used to be a kid too. Talking about finances and stuff used to be very boring to me because it never applied to me. Now I'm an adult, and now it does. But here's the thing. These kids have to think about finances, mainly Uraraka, because that is her whole story. So by this, you are basically just trying to cover your ass by saying, I'm not making a moral judgment, but her whole thing being focused on money is really boring to me, and I don't like it.
It's also something that you really have to get into when you're talking about heroes like, say, Iron Man and Batman. Yeah, they are heroes, but because they are billionaires, they do have a leg up for a lot of different things in life, especially the fact that they don't have to worry about a huge chunk of the sacrifice that comes with being a hero, namely, like, having a stable day job or what have you. They literally have more money coming out of them than they know what to do with, so they don't have to worry about that. It's a huge advantage.
Yeah, like
This is why Green Arrow and Spider-Man are cooler, because they're broke.
wasn't Green Arrow originally rich?
For like 2 seconds, and then his money got
He gave
taken
up his
away. Yeah,
After everything. Like,
because
Batman, he
he's
put his money where his mouth is.
it's very funny because you'll hear a lot of Batman fans be like, why doesn't Batman use his money for all of this stuff? And it's like, hey, there's a cool character that does do this. It's called Green Arrow. Like,
Yeah.
world itself. While debt and finances aren't exactly unheard of in terms of the superhero genre, what made Ochako interesting was how unexpected it was for her of all characters. In my first video, I described Ochako as the friendly lady friend, a personally endearing term I've coined for when different tropes align just right.
I'm sorry.
I guess.
You invented the term lady friend. No, you didn't.
Friendly lady friend.
You still didn't invent that term.
Before we press play again, Jake the surgeon gave you a little $2.
Oh, thank you, Jake.
Said,
appreciate
good
it.
sweet Azaza, or Azathoth for that mic quality. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ochako, Azuku's first friend at UA.
Sorry?
Oh, I was just reading another part of chat. Surprise, surprise, it's not enough to fix Gotham. There's a lot that won't fix Gotham, man.
And headstrong support was a solid pillar upholding the growth and development of Izuku and the class in general. A pillar we start to see the cracks in just as the sports festival rolled around. I talked about the sports festival quite a bit last time, and honestly, I'm kind of sick of talking about it in context to both Ochako and Kachan, given a large chunk of that video was spent on just them. What's important, though, was that Unaraka really grew into her own during this arc, despite the fact she ultimately lost the fight against Kachan. She didn't have to win, though. That wasn't the point of all this. The point was to show us just what she was really made of and prepared to do to reach her goals. When Izuku offers her his notes on Kachan before the match, Ochako refuses in favor of pursuing her own plans, an outright refusal to rely solely on him.
Why is she using Kachan? His name's Bakugo Katsuki.
I think that this is a Bakugo fangirl.
You're not. I'm sorry. Y'all ain't tight like that.
I'm with Zero. Just like, I get it, play terms, but like, hearing someone other than Deku say that just feels weird. I mean,
It does, yeah.
When someone tries calling your best friend by the nickname you have for them, like, no,
especially in the context of a review, like Bakugo is the main name people know him by. So saying Kachan kind of just has like, wait, who's that again? Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, and it's not like most other characters refer to him as Bakugo, and it's literally only Midoriya that calls him Kachan. That's also why I don't usually refer to him by Deku, except for when I'm specifically talking to him about him in his hero work. Because it's both a nickname specifically given to him by Bakugo, and I'm not tight with him like that. And also, he is a hero, so I can at least refer to him by that in the heroic context.
Yeah, Bakugo, Izuku, Midoriya, Katsuki. Choose one of these, please.
Yep. Nobody is allowed to say dynamite. That's a term that nobody gets. It's full government name.
No,
oh my god, they used his name.
Unless you're Mirko trying to rage bait him, I think you don't get anything.
That one panel, by the way, of every other person reacting to that name lives rent-free in my head from the manga it came out of.
It's so good, man.
It really is. I had to do that for one of my role plays and got so angry. It was great.
Dude, no. Best Genius, a sleeper comedy character in the background going like, why did you say that right now?
Yeah.
Something Ida also did earlier on in the event when he teams up with Todoroki instead. Both Ida and Ochako respect Izuku too much to become dependent on him in place of growth.
Okay, so this person's main issue seems to be with Uraraka that she is, like, her character development is dependent on the main character, who is male.
Well, and the part of it too is they don't rely, they are not dependent on him in their hero work for it, like the physical aspect of it. And that remains true all the way to the end. They develop their own styles and they work on themselves throughout the entirety of it. And it still doesn't change the fact that both Ida and Uraraka's character arcs are still dependent on what Deku does.
It's also a case of both Ida and Uraraka. They're the ones that influence Deku's fighting style. Then Deku helps them.
Yeah.
And where's the issue with
in the physical sense?
One, where's the issue we're supposed to have here? Because if it's we're dependent and she goes back to being dependent on him, Ida, when he goes and when they all chase after Deku and they have their big fight, I'll always be chasing after you. He says it right there that that is still him dependent on Deku.
But here's the thing. Ida isn't a woman, so it doesn't matter. Because the whole thing
we understand.
This whole thing that this person is complaining about is specifically that it is a female character being dependent on a male character, which I understand because there are so many female characters in media whose whole character development is dependent on a male character. But here's the thing. That does not make them a bad character to be dependent on a male character. It's when it's only ever that a female character is dependent on a male character for their character growth. But we know that that's not the case for Uraraka because she is dependent on Midoriya, on Toga, on her other classmates, on her teachers. She is dependent on a lot of characters for her that involves her character growth, not just him.
Well, and
in terms of you first, man.
I was like in this as well. Deku is dependent on every character around him. Like it goes both ways in this. Even like saying that, it reminded me of we just watched Bleach. We got up to the moment where Ichigo got the wife insta lock. He like
Yes.
he got the buff, and if she wasn't there, like he's dependent on Orihime in that moment to get him to lock in, to have his character beat there.
Sorry, Grimjaw, I'm not allowed to take damage anymore.
Yes.
Sorry about
Like legally unallowed. It's in the contracts of the marriage here. But like you look at you can look at Full Metal Alchemist on this too. Ed is also dependent on Winry kicking his ass into gear. Like it goes around. This is still there, but I don't know. Maybe I just drink too much respect women juice. Like
I think you do. You possibly
you
can
do.
because like
man.
if you really get down to it, I'm just gonna say it. Toga has a lot bigger influence over Uraraka than Deku does overall in her character arc. I
God,
think.
yeah.
And remember, because Toga has a lot more influence over Uraraka's character development than Deku does, then that means that Uraraka should have gotten with Toga and had a lesbian moment with her, and not gotten with Deku, because straight ships are icky. I specifically remember this.
You just said words.
I did. I did say words, and they were very bad words, and I regret.
Yeah, I don't.
them.
I was gonna say like I really don't like hearing you say that. Actually,
At least know that I was saying it ironically, because I'm mocking this person's worldview.
I fully understand.
Rinkazuku understands and accepts without damage to their friendships. On the topic of Ida and Unuraka, this is perhaps where one of my more polarizing takes from my last Ochako video originated. The hero killer arc. I'm going to be working under the assumption that everyone is already familiar with the hero killer arc to save time. But, in short, I stand by the fact that Ochako should have been in this arc to a greater capacity than she was, and despite
wrong.
my love of his character, could have perhaps replaced Todoroki during the confrontation with Stain.
No.
So with the
excuse the fuck out of you, good Seth.
That was oh god. Zing, where are you going?
Oh my gosh, but like all the dynamics with Ida and like heroism, how you feel about it, that entire situation, they're covered by both Deku and Todoroki so well. What is Uraraka adding?
Yeah.
Like that arc is so specific to Ida as well. Like I don't genuinely I don't know what could have been benefited from her showing up there. Like it is specific to Ida, and then it's also very specific to Todoroki going through as well. Those are the two that really get the treatment from that. Zing, don't leave. No, Zing, shit.
Oh no.
Keep talking.
Yeah, no, don't worry about it. Like, it is...
you first, please.
It is so important that Todoroki has to be there, because this is the first time that we see him acting after the sports festival, after Midoriya talking sense into him. And we don't know what he is going to do afterwards, what kind of a person that he is going to be after that moment in the sports festival. So this is a vital showcase to show that he is becoming a different person now, because he now thinks about things differently. And this shows that the kind of person that he wants to be is the kind of person who saves people and who is empathetic and who helps people who are in trouble. So it needs to be them.
Well, to add on to that, he's the son of the number 2 hero who goes out of his way to ignore his hero escort while he's an intern. And well, when it comes down to it, Ida's big thing is like going after Stain for the wrong reasons. Ida wants to help him go fight Stain for the right reasons, and he's also feeling the generational like burden because his family's been in Genium for such a long time that it weighs on him. Hi, Todoroki. Do you have any issues with heroic generations or have any perspective there?
It's almost like it's very thematically important that it needs to be these three boys. And what the fuck will Uraraka do when it comes to thematics?
Get stabbed?
Or yeah.
As bad as it is to say at that point, Uraraka's just getting shish kebab. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Like I'm sorry, but zero gravity doesn't really lend to her being very fast. Like she's faster if she makes her clothes zero gravity, but not that much faster.
If anything, making Stain zero gravity might make it worse. It'll make him faster.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good God.
He has
So-
ways to circumvent all of his weaknesses. This man is the way that he is without a quirk, and he has also been doing this a lot longer than all of our heroes who are still learning how to be better at dodging things and reacting to things. He's been doing this for at minimum 5 years.
Again, he got his ass beat once by Knuckle Duster and said never again.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like that.
Man just decided to cut off his own nose instead of allowing it to heal.
This is not a regular human being we are dealing with.
Can you agree, Zero? Stain would unironically fit in really well as a Daredevil villain.
Oh God, yes. Oh, it'd be so cool. I would love to see another villain like that for Daredevil.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's move on here.
Pause festival behind them, the class sets off to work on their internships. Many of them scouted by high-ranking pros, some less sincere than others in their intentions, but regardless, the main group splintered off due to circumstances.
Okay, having these two shown on screen when saying less than savory circumstances.
Yeah.
It's still important for them to learn how to deal with the media, because heroes are celebrities at the end of the day. Like, even if they kind of do a dual function of being celebrities and pseudo cops, they still at the end of the day need to understand how the world of media works, and that a lot of their job is going to be advertising themselves.
Actually, they outright have to not add Todoroki, Ida, and Shoto into the Ida, Midoriya, and Shoto. I said his name twice. My gosh. But they can't have them take the credit for Stain because they're interns. They're not supposed to be there.
Yeah. They were not supposed to engage because they don't have their hero licenses, which means that they could get in big trouble for doing that. They went outside of the law.
On the street.
Yeah.
Well, and a similar thing here too, as a gift that I know and I love to send to each other. Stuff can be two things. Like the hero bringing in Momo to this internship, while yes, there is those other that one motivation of you two are cute and will look good up on this product, that she still brought them in for valuable experience here. Like, she still teaches them stuff, and when it comes time to be on patrol, they go out and they do patrol. Like, yeah. There is still a sincere gesture here for the internship. This is valuable things to know.
Yeah, like, she is just picking out two girls who look like they would be really good with doing the media stuff because of their looks, and then she chooses them in order to teach them all of the important hero stuff that comes with all of the things that are not commonly taught to them in their schools when it comes to heroics. Because we know their schedules in school. Like, I saw the schedule. I don't think that media management was really on the docket. So
media management really comes out for it because it takes a mountain lady to be explaining, like, this is what we do, super moves, and why we're here for the media.
Yeah.
Like, she explains it.
Like, that doesn't happen until far later.
Yeah.
Also, for Momo's internship, the heroine that she goes under, she was top 10 at the time, wasn't she?
Yeah. No,
Yeah, I
no.
think so. No, you're thinking Ryukyu.
Yeah,
Oh,
Ryukyu.
thank you.
Yeah.
So Uraraka and Asui went under Ryukyu. U- Uabami, I don't know if we know her rank, but she's still prominent enough to be a regular background character, and we still see her do a lot of hero work. So she is still seen as a competent character, although she is one of those characters that I think that Stain would view as not a very valid hero because she focuses so much on being a model, on the media, on making money through other means other than hero work. But we do still see that she is still there during the big disasters. She is still going out there and helping people. So despite the fact that she is still so media focused and so focused on being a celebrity, that she still does her job.
He was in the aftermath of All Might's fight trying to find the trapped civilians. Yep.
The aftermight.
The aftermath.
It's like an
Nice.
aftershock for an earthquake, but like a post-shock All Might battle.
He flexes his muscles. He's just like everyone. Oh God.
With the main relevant conflict being the hero killer Stain. Stain is a largely misunderstood antagonist, which is weird given his simplicity, which isn't a negative. The story is just very clear about what he represents. He's vigilante judgment taken to the extreme with an all-consuming delusion. He killed and maimed heroes indiscriminately based on his personal perception with no regard to whether those he killed were actually guilty of these crimes.
Yes. I'm actually happy that she was able to describe all of this. Which is kind of sad that she was able to understand this male character's character arc and motivations and stuff, but not Uraraka, who's a much more prominent character.
In her own words, she did say Stain was simple, so
Yeah.
I guess it's a backhanded compliment to Uraraka saying that she's more complicated.
Yeah, that is a backhanded compliment for her. It's just also to herself too, because I don't think that she realizes that by saying that she understands Stain's character, but we're saying that she doesn't understand Uraraka's character, that she is insulting herself.
Oh yeah, and some digi nerd, yeah, Stain, like nobody is saying Stain didn't have a point. Like he definitely did have a point. It's the methods that he was employing that was the problem, because he was just killing indiscriminately. It didn't matter. Like
Johann Liebert had a point. He's still a fucking psycho.
It was like it's even more. It's one of the best parts of Vigilantes, because we already like Ida. So when his brother gets injured by Stain, which I guess we could say it's not that he was killing indiscriminately. He did pick and choose who he was going to kill, but it wasn't. That was more so that he could get more people in the area to kill. He was basically just putting bait out there for people to get.
Yes.
And so, like, it's one of the best parts of Vigilantes is, even though we already like Ida's brother through him, through liking Ida, you meet Tensei in Vigilantes, and it's so much better. Like, he is such a good hero, and it makes it hurt even more when you rewatch.
Yeah, it really does. And I love that Stain even gets character arc, because he got broken out of Tartarus, but he went in it alone because he does not want to go in with villains, even though that he does villainous acts, because at the end of the day, he still loves heroes. But he sees the kind of destruction that all of these villains wreak upon the city and all of the other cities, and then he sees that there are still so many heroes out there doing their job amongst all this chaos. And he even watches Ida.
Ida, yeah.
In specific, still doing his stuff. And he realizes, like, you don't even have a moment where you see his facial expression. You can just tell that because he's watching all of these things, he sees the newspaper clippings, he sees Ida and Todoroki in the fight, that he was wrong. He realizes that he was wrong, and he dies trying to still help. It's great. Love it.
It's a good one.
Any
Bro
hero
was
who
so
put on the cape for
dedicated
fame.
to the. Oops,
Oh,
sorry.
go ahead.
I was going to say to the idea for him dying. Remember, Bro was so dedicated to what he thought in his arc. The man looked at a battle between All Might and All for One was just like, let me get in there.
Yeah.
Tag me in. Tag in.
Yep.
That those he killed were actually guilty of these crimes. Any hero who put on the cape for fame, glory, or money had to die. Any hero that wasn't All Might had to die. The Sports Festival arc established that Ochako has unconventional goals and motive to be a hero, a motive that is quite selfish without the additional context. I reasoned that this particular element of Unaraka's storyline could have been continued within the hero killer arc.
Okay, but that could also go for like half of the other characters
Yeah,
in class.
It's easy to say that this thing could have been extended into anything else. Like, now please back it up. Like, give me an example and describe it in some way.
For as flimsy of an argument as this is, you can easily turn this around and say, well, Mineta is just as worthy of being at Hosu as Uraraka because his whole motivation was that he wanted to get popular with the ladies.
Like,
Is just as selfish.
You think Sane will draw the line for money and be like, nah, he wants babes, that's fine.
Yeah. Like, you could also say that I don't know, because Kirishima
Bakugo,
Bakugo, but like Kirishima also wanted to be a hero kind of for the same reasons as Bakugo, like he was also very insecure. Having Kirishima come in and saying like, oh yeah, my motivation to be a hero when asked by Stain is because I felt really insecure about myself, and then Stain would be like, fuck you, you have to die.
Yeah.
Because your motivations aren't pure, it's really selfish. So literally half of the class, if not more, could also be there just as much as Uraraka by these standards. But we're looking at this from more than just, would this be an interesting interaction because their motivations are selfish?
Like, even if someone like Shoji showed up and said, I want I want this equality for all, who knows? Maybe Stain still could have been like, yeah, but it's because you got scarred when you were a kid. That's selfish too.
Yeah.
Like,
you're
Stain might be woke, but he's not that kind of woke, guys.
Again, woke, but remember, he's still a psycho.
Well, like as Omega Rob said, cool motive, still murder.
Yeah.
Entirely.
The thing is that what she wants for this motivation is already taken up by Ida. His whole thing is that he is doing heroics for a selfish reason. We already have Ida for this. He's already taken up that position. I'm sorry, but we don't need a superfluous character in order to fill that role when we already have Ida.
And for the showing of like, hey, someone's mentality has changed to how they want to be for hero work, Todoroki's right there filling that role as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, exactly. And then we have Deku, who is the only other character that Stain had acknowledged as being a true hero. For one thing, Stain already has his biases towards Todoroki, simply because of his father. So he has this bias thinking that Todoroki only wants to be a hero because for the same reason that Ida does, because it's family legacy, which is not true heroics. He doesn't know because he never got to understand Todoroki as a person. But that is why Todoroki is there. It's twofold. Because we need to see who he is becoming as a person after the sports festival, and also because he has to deal with his father's legacy and how people will see him going forward. And Stain will not see him as his own person, and that is something that he has to struggle with, even up to the final arc, where the final episode and the final chapter, where they finally say people are starting to no longer refer to him as Endeavor's son anymore. He is only, after nearly a decade after the events of this series, only now getting out of his father's shadow.
Mm-hmm.
And it starts here.
It's just adding a third character into the mix. You become too many cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah. It's redundant. Like, I love Uraraka, but her story does not need to be in Hosu. Also, the characters have to go around all over Japan for their interns. Tokoyami went all the way to Fukuoka, which is on the opposite end of Japan. You think
Like-
that these characters are just all in the same goddamn city? That they're just like 20 minutes away? No.
This is not the Midwest. Like, it takes a long time to get from one end to the island to the other, and more than that, it is frankly a miracle that Deku and Shoto were able to help Ida in the first place. It was a miracle
Like,
they
yeah.
were that close.
Yeah.
There's a reason why, like, Deku wasn't even, like, sure that anyone would actually show up. He put his Find My Phone app up basically so that somebody could eventually get there. Like, he was holding out for as long as he could.
Actually, correct my memory, actually, but the reason why Deku was even in the city in the first place, didn't Nomus attack his train?
Yeah.
They did. Like, they were already, Gran Torino was already taking him to, I think it was either that city or to the city, like, right over it, because there's not really enough crime.
They were going to Shibuya, which is in the middle of Tokyo. And, like, Hosu was a city that they were passing on the way to Tokyo. So they weren't even going to stop in Hosu. It's just that all this shit was going on in Hosu, and then the Nomus attacked the train and destroyed the train, and then Gran Torino went out and started doing his hero work. He told Deku to stay there, but he didn't, and that's the only reason.
It's Deku.
Yeah, because it's Deku, and the reason why Todoroki
cannot be a hero.
Yeah, the reason why Todoroki is there is because Endeavor wanted specifically to go and find Stain in order to better his own standing as a hero.
Bag the credit.
Yeah.
The guy was focused on the bag of the number one, and he was taking the chance that someone calling himself a hero killer, and you, the one with the most arrest, takes out the hero killer. Oh, baby, your accountant is going to love you for the next week.
Exactly.
So is your publicist.
Exactly. So, and then we take Gunhead, who I don't think is very highly ranked at all. He is such a background character that we barely see him. You have to basically play Where's Wally for any of his appearances after Uraraka is at his agency. But he is still there, but you have to, like, be looking for him. Especially in the final arc, you have to be looking for him because he's only there in like 1 or 2 panels. But he isn't a very high-ranking character, for one thing. And we don't know what city he's in, I don't think. So we don't know if Gunhead is near Mustafu, and we don't know if he's far away. We don't know realistically if Uraraka could have even made it to Hosu in the 10 minutes that it took to have a fight with this man.
Think, people, think.
Yeah, you have to realistically think of the logistics of what is going on, because Gunhead wouldn't be going out to look for the hero killer Stain. And even then, even if, hypothetically, you had decided to put Gunhead's agency in Hosu, that does not necessarily guarantee that he is on the correct side of Hosu, because cities in Japan are really big.
Well, and like...
You first, please.
Nah.
Well, I was going to say, you ask these questions for heroes like Superman and the Flash because, like, why aren't they during XYZ big event? Because, well, it doesn't matter where they are. They'd be able to go there because they're just that powerful and that fast. Like, Uraraka is not either of these things.
Yeah.
It's the same with, like, whenever there's shit going on in New York, it's a valid question in most, especially in the MCU now, since at least we know there's some people there. You can still go, why aren't they showing up here? Even though it's easy enough for us to just go, oh, they were taking care of business in their place. it's still a fine question to ask. There's like 20 heroes per block in New York.
Yeah. Which is why when I did a superhero roleplay back on Guy Online, when around the time when I invented Lena as an OC, I begged my friend who wanted to do the superhero roleplay to not set it in New York, because he said, "Oh, well, I want to set it in New York as an homage to all of the hero comics." And I'm like, "But every single goddamn fucking hero is in New York. Like, can we
Make
not?"
your own city like a DC, because you can actually just do
Central
whatever the
City,
fuck.
Gotham, choose one. Like
Yeah.
you could make a big city. It's a big city in America.
Yeah.
Congratulations. There's a lot of those.
So what we ended up doing for both of our role plays, because I had Sakura be in one and then Lena be in the other, and he wanted the second role play to be in New York, because our first role play was somewhere in California in a made up city called Champion. So
Oh, hell yeah.
I said, why not set it in Vancouver, because superhero comics barely ever pay attention to Canada.
There was the Canadian Ben Riley suit. It happened for a bit.
For
That's
5
my boy.
minutes.
Look,
5 minutes.
It's my boy. His spider logo was literally a maple leaf. I don't know why.
I was
It was
there,
very
Gandalf.
funny.
I saw the Ben Riley Canada costume.
Also, as Josh says here, look, if Hoxu is pretty quick, wasn't at Hosu, I doubt Uraraka could make it in time. Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah. Like,
Considering the writing had just established a main character as having a quote-unquote selfish incentive to be a hero, when the very next arc shifted focus to the man who wants people like Ochako dead, it works pretty damn well, all things considered. I'm not counting the distance, but even her internship with Gunhead could have tied in nicely. Stain's fighting style is a combination of swords and knives, and Unaraka was shown on screen learning how to disarm a bladed attack.
Yes, but she was still very early on in her training there.
I'm pretty sure at this point she had not actually taken down someone with a knife. Like, this is literally what happens, I think, the episode before they fight Stain.
Yeah, like, again, I pointed it out earlier. I like Uraraka. But if I'm going to say the dreaded power scale word, she's gonna get shish kebabbed.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but for someone who has taken maybe 3 hours of training to disarm a bladed assailant, going against Stain, who is the fucking black belt of using bladed weapons, that's not gonna work out for you.
There's a reason why they did not try to disarm him.
Like, well, it's something that I've actually gone through for similar training and such, because my instructor basically put me with someone else and said, okay, so you guys are going to simulate a knife fight, and what you're going to do, and he handed us 2 fresh markers and said, okay, go at it like this was a knife fight. We were covered in things that we didn't even notice.
Yeah.
Like,
you're gonna get cut.
Yeah. And look at this picture right here. She's not exactly winning this fight.
Even if you do, because this is, if somebody comes at you and you have enough time to react, because a lot of this happens very quickly, which is why it's very impressive, of course, that the superheroes can do this. And it's a show, obviously. It can get away with this. Even if you have enough time to react, you're never gonna get a takedown that clean.
Oh my god, I just realized that we're getting fan art from Yui about my double headset.
Yes!
That's
I said
amazing.
That. It's like, again, it's like the when he goes like the American hero plan to rizz up everyone, young Midoriya.
I don't know how I would show this on stream, but I will make sure the next Jack stream that Raymond will show this.
They're so good. I love them.
Thank you.
Is she in the speed pose too? The speed smile.
All right. But yeah, also another thing, about Uraraka, like, hypothetically, if Uraraka or any of the other characters tried to disarm Stain, congratulations, he has 15 other blades. He can just take the other one
Yeah.
out and immediately gank you.
The guy is Deadpool
Stupid.
levels of, why do you have so many swords? You don't need that many. Actually, I do.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure he would just he would be the I have as many knives as the plot as the story demands I need to have.
Yeah. Like, we see it in his design. He has a lot of them. So if he loses one, he can just take out another one. Like,
More
what?
of the fact, when you really look at what he can do with those knives, remember, he slices through Todoroki's ice, and by most metrics, fully formed ice has comparable hardness to steel. So,
Also, like you make that guy zero gravity, and now he can throw his knives without having to consider any sort of resistance.
Yeah.
That is terrifying. You are congratulations, you upgraded him to Bullseye.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm just seeing more negatives the more that we think about Ochako being there at that fight.
Like,
and again,
because we
we
can't
don't
think
like-
of another. We can't think of another story option for her. Like it's all
like
filled.
Uraraka. We like Uraraka a lot. We all do. We're all fans. I'm positive I can say that. And we're all just like, yeah, don't put her in there.
Yeah. Just don't do it.
With the sole exception of Sue, Ida and Izuku were her closest friends at this point in the story. Ochako had arguably a better reason to be a part of this fight than Todoroki. Nothing against him, but he does.
No, she did not. No, she did not. We talked about this earlier about how
We've already
important
argued it.
yeah, how important it is thematically, but like, man, you're just not paying attention to why characters are where they are. Jesus Christ.
Get a
He's
lot of
one
screen.
the 2 people that actually kept those people alive.
I will say too, I do love, this is one of my favorite frustrations with any sort of YouTube video, is I've already argued why this is the case, and the argument was just, hey, I think this could have happened differently. And I'm like, all right, so you didn't.
I was going to say,
just
great.
gave me a thought.
I don't care if you argue about what could have been. You can go into detail about that. But we're talking about the story as it happened. We know what happened, not a hypothetical.
Yeah.
Better reason to be a part of this fight than Todoroki. Nothing against him, but he does get a lot of screen time. But
It's
my
almost
point,
because he is one of the 4 main characters.
He gets a lot of screen time. Can you sound any less like angry at that fact? It's not like Todoroki's story is like one of the best in the entire manga or anything.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. Like, she just seems to be bitter that male characters are getting more attention than her pet
In a
female character.
shonen manga.
In a shonen manga, that her pet female character in a shonen manga that she can't even pronounce her name correctly.
And like, that would be a fine thing to get mad about but unfortunately, like, you're not doing anything with it.
Uraraka is not Sakura. There's not like a clear, obvious story point that the author just didn't choose to go down because he was clearly focusing on something else. Uraraka gets all the laurels and screen time that she needs.
Yeah.
Like, her feminism was not taken from her in this.
No.
Like I'm told it was for Sakura and Naruto. Like,
I'm not going to get into it, man. All I know is that, look, there are 3 people on a team. Thematic says that they should rise up together. 2 of them become gods that throw moon at each other. The other becomes a housewife.
Yeah. One of these days, I'm going to rewatch Naruto and see how bad it actually is. And lament.
Please, I'll give you my notes.
Yes, lament what could have been. And we probably will do it in my Discord server, because that's half of what my Discord server does. Half of it is just doing the Jack streams, and half of it is having impromptu movie nights where we watch various things. Like, we watched MHA, we watched Magi, we were watching JJK and MHA more. There's a lot of MHA, guys. Holy crap.
You guys go through
Bleach
a
is
lot.
washing it out, okay? Bleach is washing it out.
Yeah, Bleach. We're going through Bleach right now, which I'm double watching Bleach because I was watching it with Raymond and then I started watching it with the guys. Which
Where are you guys at, by the way, with Bleach? Did you just get past the Grimjaw fight, or?
We're
in the
one
middle
episode
of it.
away from finishing the Grimmjow fight.
Yeah, like I said, he got the wife insta-lock, and that's where we ended.
Yeah. We ended with him giving Grimmjow the big sword slash to the chest.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Is that given all the stray threads,
stupid joke that we all made of stabbings and everything in different shonen heroes. Okay, it's one of these days we will tell that story, but not on this stream.
Yeah, not on this stream.
But he does get a lot of screen time. But my point is that given all the stray threads, Ochako's story could have been accelerated. She could have fought alongside Izuku and Ida. She could have tried what she learnt with Gunhead, only for her impulsivity to trip her up, something she could have corrected with her first confrontation with Himiko. There was an opportunity to stress test Unaraka's character here.
I don't like the way it's going about here of accelerate the character arc or stress test it like it's some kind of product that needs to get tested in this, or it needs to come out because I can't sit here and wait for things to come through. I can't wait for the story. I have no patience. Like, we don't need to stress test a character arc to see it. Like, we could just get the character arc when it's right to get the character arc.
Yeah. Someone in the chat said I'm sorry, I don't know how I should pronounce your name.
DJW.
Yeah, GJW says, on another topic, I've been rewatching Manga Common's Ruby video, and no one said that you should think sums up how the fandom reacts to criticism. Yeah, it really is.
I feel like you see that in a lot of fandom reaction to, like, outside of Ruby, you see that in a lot of fandoms in general.
You do see that in a lot of fandoms in general, but Ruby kind of gets it double because so many people defend an obviously very bad show. Like, I would say, said this before, and I'm not sure, I don't remember if I've said it on the Jack stream or if I just said it to you guys, but I view Ruby and JJK on the same level, and that's not a compliment.
You said that on Jack's stream when we had that bit because we were talking about it, and then there was a big fan of JJK in the audience, and you had a back and forth with him, and I just watched.
Right. That was funny. Oh, and I think that person wasn't even, like, seriously trying to debate. They're just trying to stir up trouble. But it was still fun to do that anyway.
But I feel like that on its own is I was just messing around is the cop-out of I'm getting my ass beat. I gotta get out.
Yeah. But it's still nice to have those kinds of fan interactions, I feel, because if it is just us and we're just going through and we're not really paying attention to the audience, then it can kind of feel a little bit stale. But if you occasionally respond to the audience, or if you get into a little bit of a tit for tat with the audience, then it's a lot more fun, you know?
And ultimately, we don't want to be in an echo chamber either.
Exactly.
You dislike JJK? Someone else.
I very much immensely dislike JJK. I think that it is so very poorly written. None of the characters are very interesting or likable. They are carbon copies of characters who came out before, just with very slight changes. A lot of what JJK... Yeah. A lot of what, like, JJK is paint by numbers shonen. It really is, with a flavoring, with a strawberry flavoring, because Bleach. It is very obvious that it just takes so much from Bleach, but it doesn't understand what Bleach was or what it wanted to be. And it's the same with Naruto as well, because you do
Naruto and Bleach are the big ones,
yeah, you do see a lot of the Naruto DNA in JJK as well, mostly with Yuji, but there's no understanding of why Naruto was the way he is. So just copying Naruto silly antics and pasting silly antics onto Yuji makes it a hollow thing, because there is a reason why Naruto was acting out the way he was. He wanted attention because he was ignored, because he felt like he was just the pariah of the town, which he was.
That's because Hiruzen was a bitch ass motherfucker who deserves to get beaten at his ass by every single Hokage on the block.
Yes. So
Hokage.
if you take these antics and you don't put anything behind them, then they come off as hollow. And I have not seen season 2 or season 3. I have seen JJK 0. It's actually a really decent movie. I love it. But it is completely separate from at least the first season of JJK, where we have 25 episodes, 24, 25 episodes, where nothing goddamn fucking happens. And we get through 22 episodes where we finally get a moment where characters finally establish that they are friends with each other, when that should have happened in like the first 10 episodes. Oh, but we couldn't have that now, could we? Because Yuji died, and then he was away from everyone for 2 goddamn fucking months. And then nobody ever talks about that ever again, so it was completely worthless. Now, I understand from a meta perspective why that happened, because Gege was not happy with the series and he wanted to kill off Yuji so he could probably start over again. But Jump wouldn't allow him to do that, so then he had to figure out how to do that. But I'm sorry, I'm not going to take a meta reason as to why it is suddenly okay for the show to or for the manga to be this absolutely incompetent with how the story progressed.
That's a smile on my face knowing that Twi and Sukuna would both equally hate Yuji.
Yes.
It really is funny how fast like Yuji bonds with Toto when he gets in compared to everybody else.
And he just like a tall girl with a fat ass like Jennifer Lawrence. It's just like okay, dude.
Well, and Toto's delusion is quite fun.
Ryan
Toto
Rodriguez,
is fun. He's a funny character.
he is. He's okay. Yeah. Hold on. I'm a fan of JJK. I am a fan of JJK fans. I know that was probably meant to be I'm just a fan of JJK or I'm a JJK fan, but that's still kind of funny. Also, I do that shit. I do that shit all the time with my sentences, so it's okay. Also, JJK does escalate in season 2 much faster than MHA. Fast escalation.
Yeah.
Fast escalation is not a good thing.
Well, so I've said this to Twi. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say hitting the nos is not a good thing sometimes.
Yeah. And like I've already said this to Twi when we were talking about the show. Season 2 was when I got a lot more invested than anything in season 1. So yes, I do think it gets better in season 2, but saying it escalates isn't really the way to entice, because you're correct, but it also escalates very, very fast. So
yes,
escalation does not equal engaging.
No, it really doesn't. But hang on, I'm just gonna. There we go. That's not going to be on stream or anywhere public ever. It's just going to be for you guys later on. But
it's a mouse tool that will help us later.
No, it's just a picture of my double headset, but that shows like half my face, so nobody on who's listening to us is ever going to see this. But yes, okay, so I need to go back into my stream because somebody said something. They said that Yuji is a much deeper character when you get to the end. Okay, so Yuji is a flat character until the very end of the manga. Do you know how bad that is? To have me listen to that.
And you have to understand, we're coming from the perspective, like, we all like Izuku. I would not call Izuku a very complicated character, but he works far better.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it is a thing of you're telling me I have to wade through the swamp to get to the gold at the end. I might just go over to the other street where it's just a regular street and there's gold. Like,
yeah. What do y'all consider to be the worst MHA take you've seen? Ooh, there's so many.
I mean, the obvious one is very clear. Shigaraki should have been at least platinum by now. Like, come on, man. Like, that's just insulting one of your main characters. No, the actual bad take that I've seen probably is that Bakugo should have been a villain. That's probably my big one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that one. One for me, it's more of a encompassing group. Because I don't remember the take specifically most of the time, but if you say anything in regards to season 4 or Eri that goes, like it's a slippery slope on that, but I will jump you if you start going after that season and that character. Like,
I think my worst takes, like outside of those, are Deku should have become a villain, and also
Yes.
Endeavor never should have gotten a redemption / Dobby did nothing wrong.
For anything that says Endeavor and redemption in the same sentence, I get mad because it's not a redemption.
We've been over that. We've been over
like that's a big one.
Also, like Dobby did nothing wrong. Yes, he can stand very proud and saintly next to the bodies.
Well, actually, no, he can't because they're all dust. So
he can still stand next to him. They might be innards, but he can still stand next to him.
My man's standing in the rain.
But yeah, like I know that it's not a redemption. We do still kind of refer to it as a redemption, though, which, you know, is kind of our bad in that we're not very pedantic like that.
And all that craziness.
Exactly. Like
words, language.
Seen some very good villain Bakugo designs, though.
Bodies. I mean, like, fan designs are fun. There's really fun Hiro Toya designs.
Yeah, I love Hiro Toya.
I mean, like, it is telling.
That's the first one, isn't it?
Oh no! Like, one I saw was with, like, he had the trench coat, but he also had like a cooling pack on his back as well. Ooh. Yeah, it was really cool.
Yeah, it's great. Like, there have been a couple of art out there for Hiro Toya, and it's wonderful. Did you guys read JJK Modulo? Because again, Yuji is a deep character.
I did.
Neither. I don't think either of us have read the mangas.
My entire thought process with Modulo is I don't care what you're saying, Gege. Suddenly, aliens in this universe is not going to make things more interesting.
Oh no!
yeah. Literally, aliens from a different world that have cursed energy come to Earth.
Oh no! Why? Why would you do that?
I don't know.
Because fuck it, that's why.
I just read the manga, I just read the manga.
The more I hear about the later shit that happens in JJK, the less sure that I am that people are telling me that it's going to get good later. All right, let's move on.
Her morals, her judgment, more importantly, there was the opportunity here with Stain's ideology itself. Stain's ideology is absolute, without nuance.
Sorry.
What?
Ryan, I appreciate you like telling us to probably read it. The thing is, I don't think either of you or Twy are interested in reading it.
Like, there are some things I like about Modulo. I won't deny that, but I'll be 100% honest. I already said it once, and it kind of probably ruined Twy's investment in the series when I said, "Hey, aliens are coming in."
Yeah,
I just don't like that story arc, man. I'm sorry.
I'm just.
Did you tell me that
reading
before?
Other ones.
Yes, I did.
Okay, because I completely forgot. Was completely washed from my brain.
we were talking about JJK in relation to something. It was post one Jack stream. I can't remember which one it was, but I mentioned that, and you were just like, "Excuse you," and I'm like, "No."
And like I have tried to like I've read the first issue or the first volume, I guess, of JJK, and like I read half of that because I couldn't really get through it. It was not something I ended up reading very well. And like, sorry, I know I'm a big. I read a bunch of comics. I'm a big like, yeah, the art needs to be really, really good, and I kind of put that a bit higher on when I'm reading a comic of like, if the art is good, I can generally get through a poorly written comic because at least the artist is cooking. But I couldn't really get through JJK in the manga, and I had already, like, this was after I had watched the first 2 seasons. I just wanted to see what differences there were, and I just I tapped out. I was like, nah, I'm gonna go back to reading Absolute Batman. I'm good.
Yeah, like for JJK, to play devil's advocate, because again, there is some gold in their hills, like Utah, Maki, and as weird as it might sound to say, as someone, as I'm going to say, I don't overly care for the series overall. I really do like Sukuna. Like, Sukuna's a good villain overall. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, he's stuck in a bad series.
Yeah.
That's it.
So when I said that I'm not really interested in JJK, like I'm more like a curious cat who knows that I'm probably going to not enjoy the journey, but I am now curious enough that if Mado keeps being unable to come to our watch parties because Mado works a lot and she falls asleep very early, that I might just ask if she wants to cancel watching JJK from now on, and if she does, I might just watch and then read on my own. Or I would just watch it with you guys.
Yeah,
and then I will see, like, if season 2 and season 3 get better, but I honestly highly doubt it. Also, someone said, I think it was Ryan that said that it's better than Naruto introducing aliens. I fucking forgot about that too.
Naruto has aliens? What?
At the very, very okay. So meta-wise, the reason why Kishimoto had to introduce aliens is because Studio Parrot, the one that does the anime for Naruto, they basically shoehorned him into having a hook for a sequel series so they could have more money. So he brought in aliens at the very end. Gege specifically wrote aliens into his series specifically for a sequel manga.
Okay. Naruto takes on new forms every time, and right now.
Oh, dude, trust me, man. Dude, look, when I tell you one of the best hits that Naruto has against an alien god is having a naked harem of boys attract her before punching her in the face. What?
Excuse you?
Oh my god.
No. He shadow clones himself and turns him into a bunch of Bishonen men and then punches her in the face when she gets distracted. This alien god.
That is a very Naruto thing to do, unfortunately, yes.
Well, see, and here's the funny part. I know knows this, but that's why I was watching a little like Spider-Man movie evolution thing, and Kishimoto showed up in that video. Like, legitimately, they do a little segment, like with the Japanese voice actor for Spider-Man, like, you know, how like a community thing, and it's like Spider-Man in Japan, and then I look away for a second, and then there's this guy talking about Naruto on screen. I was like, what? And I scroll back, and it's it's Kishimoto talking about like the inspirations that Spider-Man had on Naruto. So now I'm sitting here like, I gotta go back and read comics, see what the fuck he took from that.
It's because the director of Brandon Day is doing the live action Naruto.
Yeah, he's doing the live action Naruto.
Yeah. Anyway. So wait, this might be a hot take from me, but MHA's 2 works are much better than Naruto's work. Oh, easily. Okay.
Was that a hot take?
Oh, I love it.
That's not a hot take. I quit like most of the way through the war arc in Naruto.
Like, you have to understand that I'm a huge Naruto fan. In terms of personal enjoyment, it's one of my favorite shonens ever. Even I know the war arc sucked ass.
So I was already checking out real hard with Naruto by the time that it was established that Naruto and Hinata were going to be a thing. So when Naruto and Hinata becoming a thing in that manga was fully established as being canon, it was so poorly handled that that was the final nail in my coffin for my entire investment in Naruto, and I walked away.
Yeah, and you have to remember for the war arc, again, Studio Pierrot had Kishimoto put a bunch of different new characters into the war arc specifically so that they could have more animation.
Yeah. And, like, this isn't to say that it's because I hate Naruto and Hinata as a ship, even though that I do, because if there was a moment that really shows really, really well that they should have been a couple and that it's realistic that they would become a couple, I would have accepted it. I would have been angry, but I would have accepted it. But it was so shittily handled that I was just like, no, I'm sick and goddamn tired of this show.
My boy Neji had to die for a bad ship, man.
Yeah, he really did. Okay. Uraraka. And Stain. Let's go.
Or room for exceptions, something that by nature Unaraka stands against. She is a genuine hero that defies Stain's black and white thinking, and I'd love to see how Ochaka's character could have grown in this context.
Not at that point.
Not at that point, no. Like, I'm sorry, and again, we already talked about this at length, but she would not have changed his mind at any point for any reason. Like,
Shish kebab.
he would have just seen her as just another fake. I'm sorry. I know that you have these delusions that Uraraka might have, like, done some fairy princess shit or some Disney princess shit and, like, sang to him or whatever, and then he would have just changed his opinions, but that's not how things would go in this show, because the show is a lot more realistic than that. And I know that I'm being very condescending to both Disney princesses and to this person when I say that, but, like, the amount of delusion that you would have to think that Uraraka being there might change Stain's opinion is absolutely off, like, flying to the moon crazy. Jesus Christ.
Because this change wouldn't be about Stain, it'd be about her and her developing moral compass and identity. The next time we really see Ochako would be the training camp arc. This is where the course of her story changed completely. Himiko Toga is a tricky character for me to write about. I fundamentally don't really understand romance beyond knowing what it is on paper.
Oh, there we go.
Oh boy.
Please don't admit that.
Uh-huh. So what was all that shit in your last video about Toga and Ochako being in lesbians with each other?
Oh, she did?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this was that person. Like, I could be wrong because we've watched a couple of MHA videos at this point, but I'm pretty sure that this was the person. And, like, yeah, part of it was being upset that the Shonen Jump magazine version of that chapter had Toga grabbing, like, underside the boob and stuff like that. And that was taken out of the official release of the manga. So that was only in Japanese Shonen Jump as far as I'm aware. But she had, like, a whole thing about it, and a whole thing about the lesbian aspect of Toga and Ochako. And it was really weird. But saying that you don't have any understanding of romance outside of on paper, what does that mean, for one thing? So
I kind of feel bad for your family situation, because shouldn't your parents be a pretty easy example for that? Or
you would think.
Sorry, or the people around your life? Really?
Well, maybe they mean, like sexual romance between non-family members, not familial romance.
Ew.
Like, being... No, I'm trying to be generous and saying, like, they understand familial romance, but they don't understand falling in love with somebody in a romantic sense. Maybe. She mentioned Unaraka's, and I quote, comp het crush on Midoriya in her last video. Right. Yes. So
What?
she doesn't like the fact that the characters have a het ship, but also doesn't understand that characters can be in a romance, except for on paper. I'm very confused on this. Just in general. I don't understand.
More context, I guess.
I don't understand.
Try to get more context, maybe.
Yeah. So, okay, maybe she's gonna explain this, but okay. Let's go back.
Course of her
Sorry,
story
one thing.
changed completely.
Yes.
One thing, 10 out of 10 Silverhaired Freak for typing in Unaraka.
I know.
I thought that Twilight just got brain broken for a second. I was like, there's a reason for this.
Yeah, no, I figured that he did that on purpose. I just didn't acknowledge it, and I should have, because it's really funny.
10 out of 10.
Himiko Toga is a tricky character for me to write about. I fundamentally don't really understand romance beyond knowing what it is on paper, so characters based on love and or romantic love are hard for me to fully grasp. In hindsight, I wasn't very fair to Himiko in my Ochako video.
Good, because yeah, you're correct.
Right.
Okay, I was fiddling with my chat, so I need to go back and listen to this fully. I'm sorry.
Is a tricky character for me to write about. I fundamentally don't really understand romance beyond knowing what it is on paper, so characters based on love and or romantic love are hard for me to fully grasp.
Okay, so it is correct that this person just does not understand romance as a concept. They understand it from a Merriam-Webster's dictionary sense.
Yeah.
But they don't understand it. Oh boy.
This will be fun.
Also,
I
first
think-
of all, how?
I think for one quick heads up, I do have about probably 10 minutes because I gotta go down and watch Zing. My sister took a good amount of time, so we were able to get some extra stuff.
Sure. Let's get going though.
In hindsight, I wasn't very fair to Himiko in my Ochako video, and while some of that was more humorous, I regret how I interpreted her story as a whole and want to do her justice here. I was a teenager who related to Himiko a lot more than I realized, and I wasn't exactly comfortable with that.
Oh no.
Toga is one of the main antagonists and a member of the League of Villains, originally introduced as a sadistic schoolgirl with a fixation on blood and violence, though Himiko's actions are born from her affection for those she loves. Himiko is the result of repression. She wants to become what she holds dear, but can't because society says it's wrong. Society says she's sick and dirty, a deviant. Himiko is a queer character both in her canon bisexuality and her overarching narrative. The League was a group that collected broken people that couldn't exist in their world without fear or pain.
So, very quickly, because I'm not sure about this. Is it that Himiko is bisexual? Because the fan wiki says that she's pan.
I would
no
probably
idea.
put her more. I would put her more on the pan side because I don't think that there is one specific love that she has going through through her actions here. It's more of a genuine affection that, for some of it, maybe it could develop into a romantic one if if things didn't happen the way it did and she survived and there was time afterwards. Maybe things could have developed into romantic attractions later, but I don't think that's how it is presented here.
Yeah.
In the show.
Also, I do kind of agree with Silver-Haired Freak. I don't actually understand the difference. Apparently there is one, but it seems more like it's a Merriam-Webster's dictionary definitionally difference than actual difference in the real world, because
this is weirdly surgical with how it's talking about things. And it's like, you can speak English.
Well, so
Simple.
for it, if you just so everybody has the definitions and that everybody can be on the same page, pansexuality is sexual, romantic, or emotional attraction towards people of all genders, regardless of their sex or gender identity. And then bisexuality, if I can just pull that up as well, it is defined as having romantic attraction, sexual attraction, and or sexual behavior towards more than one gender or attraction that is not limited by sex or gender. So
it's basically the same thing, but with different definitions.
Yeah,
it's worded differently.
Functionally the same.
So, but yeah, like I just thought that I would ask because I read the wiki a lot and I see Toga being referred to as pansexual. I mostly refer to her as that because that's what I see a lot. But most people refer to her as bi in a lot of their media and stuff. And from what I know of people who are into the LGBT movement and stuff, which I technically fall under, but I am not a part of and don't want to really be part of that community because there are a lot of crazy people in there. I don't know whether or not these people still view it as a difference or if they don't anymore. So I just thought that I would ask.
Yeah, like if you put it, go ahead.
I was gonna say I've got a bi friend. She always read Toga as bi.
Yeah.
Yeah, which like I think you can take like I don't think there is one specific box that she falls into, so it is up to the reader on that. Like I know I've talked about it where I think she falls into some categories of like mania, like the Greek obsessive love, which is very like I think that's very present in her and in the way that in some of the actions she takes and how distorted it can get sometimes. And like you can also, I think, you could probably read her as asexual because I don't think she has an actual sexual attraction to the people she loves. Like that's not shown. So like you can read her in a multitude of ways.
Yeah. There's a lot of crazy people in there. That's literally every community. Yeah, that's why I'm not in communities. No username.
Fandom is a to quote Star Wars, a wretched hive of scum and villainy.
Yeah, I
Be wary.
I participate adjacent to fandom. I do not participate directly in fandom.
I participate for the fan art. Send me your shit. I like that. It's fun sometimes. The rest of you guys, it's like I know we'll know this, but there's a fucking image of crazy Squidward and the two fish people in Bikini Bottom just like look away. They're weird.
I mean, my thing is just like all of you leave except you. You stay. Fan
yeah, that too.
All right.
Himiko, for all her crimes and flaws, was a child born from extreme masking and fear-mongering. It's really no wonder she snapped. To begin with, Himiko was Ochako's narrative foil who served as the startling mirror to Ochako's own insecurities. Yes. Her admiration for Izuku was opposed by obsession in Toga. Toga reveled in becoming someone else, while Ochako was frightened by it. My feelings on Unaraka and Himiko are complicated, much like the characters themselves. I think this is the section of the video my opinions have changed the most on, though that's partly because I was somewhat reacting in real time, since the manga was still ongoing. Gotta love wonky fan translations. Though I still have issues with both the storyline and its conclusion, I am otherwise satisfied by the beautiful yet tragic final confrontation between the two girls. I do want to talk about these two in their own video at some point, but no rest for the wicked. That'll have to wait. Something else to note, but during my essay I questioned whether Toga's feelings for Izuku were relevant to the story, or if they just further tied down Ochako's character to Izuku. I worry that I wasn't clear enough when I said that. My intention was not to erase bi rep or question Toga's bisexuality, and I deeply apologize if anybody got that impression from my video. That's on me.
So it
That's what you're apologizing for? I mean, it's a good thing to apologize for, but still.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, she did acknowledge that a lot of what she was reacting to, she got wrong ultimately, which is why it's really irresponsible of you to react in real time to something in a big essay video. Like, that is something that you more do if you're going to react chapter by chapter or episode by episode. Like, you don't do that in a big essay video and then act as though that is the conclusion that the show is running for. Like, that is very irresponsible of you to do.
Well, and I'll say here, I think the points that she's getting at now that it's come out, I think these are fine.
Yeah, they're
Like,
fine.
Yeah.
But I still have a problem with her being ultimately thinking that the only reason why Toga is associated with Deku is because it more pulls Uraraka and Midoriya together, which
Yeah,
is a
that's what I
problem.
was talking about.
Yeah.
With the like, you're apologizing for this, but like, what about the other thing that you were going about?
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, this really just feels like het hate, which is really weird. Like it's weird regardless of what you're doing, because this comes across as you just hating het ships for being het ships. It doesn't matter the quality of the het ship. It doesn't matter that the characters have chemistry together, have a good character dynamic together. You just don't like the fact that het is considered the default, because that's not what you are, and you want your sexuality to be the default. But I'm sorry, that's not how things work. That's not how the majority works.
It's been the view of society for a while that it is the default, which we can have our issues with that all day long.
Look,
And
we get it.
is
We all want to return to the Greek master race.
No, I
well,
don't.
now that you say that, I don't know. I like
As
I
a
don't know
woman,
if you
I do
want
not.
that, buddy. Like, I think there's a lot of young boys out there that also do not want that.
Yeah.
Oh, entirely, 100% joke.
Okay, let's go on with this.
Similarly, I think I wasn't clear enough in my criticism of Izuku and Ochako's dynamic. I actually find these two pretty cute together, and ultimately my point wasn't on whether these two should end up together, but on the how. Whether it's the evolution of Ochako's moral compass or the upgrades to her suit and fighting style, Ochako draws from Izuku, which
No, not really. I mean, in some aspects,
like,
sure.
yeah,
But
we've talked about that, but they draw from each other. Like,
yeah,
I mean, Black Whip, the way he moves with Black Whip alone, and then like even basically everything about like after season 6 when she makes her speech, like that is heavily influenced by her.
yeah. And the majority of her costume is the way that it is because she gets sick. Like there is a panel that Horikoshi did showing off like why all of these costume design choices were made. And the majority of them is because she gets sick really easily. So all of it is mitigating headaches, mitigating nausea, mostly just nausea. But
Yeah,
because
it's why her ears are usually covered, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's vomit rainbows.
yeah. Well, that's more of
Like-
an anime thing that they do nowadays.
Yeah,
I'm aware.
I was gonna say that's probably more of like an artistic thing, just so we can get past the censor bars. Like,
Probably, yeah, but still.
The good old
Which, I
days
mean,
when you watch
that's-
Slayers and you just see all of the food coming out as food when Lena vomits.
I will say I did think that a side effect of her quirk was that she did actually vomit rainbows for a bit. And I thought that was really funny.
Honestly, the idea that a girl with a space power vomits rainbows that has gravity powers, like it's like weirdly
That's just-
thematically fun.
Yeah, like that's just fun. Who cares? Fuck it, it's my canon now. I don't care.
We have a dude who was a living manga panel in the background. We don't give a shit.
Right?
Yeah.
What does that dude throw up? Does he just like throw up?
I want to
food?
know
like
how he eats.
Does he just throw up like text bubbles that are like squiggly and droopy?
Does he say munch munch when he eats a burger?
How does he eat a burger, bro? All right, we're getting into the weeds.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, going back to this, like yeah, but a lot of characters change their designs when they realize that their current costumes are ineffectual than what they thought before they even started going to school. So most of their costumes were designed before they even entered UA. And then as they go on, as they learn more about being a hero and what their needs are and what their flaws and shortcomings are, they change their costumes to match that. The most that we see that is with Midoriya, but we also see that with Ochako. We see that with Bakugo. Oh, we see that with Todoroki.
Need we point out Todoroki's fuck-ass fit?
Oh my god. What was my boy wearing? Holy
he got no fashion sense. Are you kidding me? This dude...
And as a little kid in the anime pointed out, he had like 5 weenies, and now apparently at the end of the series as an adult he has 12 weenies.
That's why he's so popular with the ladies.
Fucking knew it, man. Fucking knew it.
Reminds me of that X-Men meme. Yeah, Johnny Five Dicks.
You're like, yes, we're perfect the way we are, says the person who's a goddess and who is talking to the person who kills anyone she touches. We're all normal, like Johnny Five Dicks over here.
Yeah.
Isn't a bad thing, nor is it bad writing by itself. However, I do have a problem when Ochako's energy is spent almost completely playing support to Izuku and other men within the story.
Well, she also plays support to Asui, but because she's a girl, I guess we can just ignore that.
What about everyone that plays support to Deku?
Yeah. Ida also plays support.
Personally, yeah, exactly. Like, Bakugo plays support to Deku. This is a bad thing.
Yeah. But here's the thing also, Ida and Bakugo playing support to Deku isn't as important because they're men, so it doesn't matter.
Oh my gosh, you're right, queen.
You know, we talk a lot about respect women juice. Maybe we need to add respect men juice into that too sometimes, you know?
Occasionally, yeah.
Occasionally.
Like every like 12 or 15 respect women juices, you need like a little shot. Like a little shot glass of respect men juice.
Chaser.
It's like a skull shot glass.
Yeah.
Whether it be Sir Night Eye and her inability to do anything for him, which is addressed by the story briefly as further justification to this character shift, or playing distraction while her classmates or fellow students shine. Unaraka as she was couldn't truly evolve in the same way the others could. She wanted to act as the support that the other heroes could lean on.
Well, yeah, and again, this is the female character arc, which I mentioned earlier at the beginning of the stream. A lot of people don't view as a valid character arc simply because it is feminine coded, and that is a problem. Like,
maybe people will accept it more if a man goes through the character arc.
Well, if a man goes through it, then it's novel and it's amazing. And that's why Jean is such a good character in RWBY, because he takes the feminine role as the healer.
Oh my gosh, guys. This is amazing. I want to check what's in my fridge.
See, I called it, guys. I called it at the very beginning of this stream before we even started watching this video, that ultimately it would come down to this person being upset that Uraraka goes through a feminine coded character arc, and that is bad because feminine coded character arcs are not very good, because anything feminine coded is bad and evil and wrong, and female characters need to be more like men.
Also, Ash, to your point here of the yaoi potential between male characters where they support each other, you could go back in any like story in history and find that type of dynamic. It's extremely common.
Yeah.
Hey guys, hey Zero, just a quick question as the Greek. What was Patroclus?
Well, oh boy, was that a time for Achilles, man. But one other one too back in chat, Cryo Freeze. The grappling hook attachments that she had, yes, they were based off of seeing him with Black Whip, and that's something that you see all the time with all of these heroes. Like Deku took that took the shoot style from Ida because his hands at the time would have broken and been unusable had he continued using them after the muscular fight. So, like these characters take from all over for this. I think wasn't I mean not even fuck who did Todoroki take from for his phosphor again? Because I know he saw it and it inspired him.
I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, I can't either. Which I know that he did take that from somebody. Maybe it was Bakugo.
It might have been, yeah. But like they take from everyone. Like they literally learn at the feet of Endeavor of how to do stuff. Bakugo learned how to do his stuff from Endeavor. Same with Todoroki. Like they all take over from each other and learn. Like
Yeah. It was one of the most mature things that Todoroki had ever done was to say, I hate my father, but I know that he is the best at being a hero, so I am going to learn from him even though that I hate him.
And it's especially telling for the character arc because NG thinks that Toto is like submitting and realizing, yes, he has to learn from me because I'm the best. And like, no, dude, he sees you entirely ancillary to your relationship.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, Ryan is right. All Might's armored suit is based off of all of his students. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Like they take from everyone. And they make it their own, which is great.
Yes. All right, more. Let's go on with this.
When the heroes can't take it anymore, she wants to be there. Something inspired by watching Izuku, roaring back to Ochako's admiration versus Himiko's obsession.
No, it's not her admiration of him. It's the fact that everyone was going against him.
Also, we already precogged this whole video, man, with our discussion before, because I said earlier she already had that as part of her thing, but it got reiterated because of the people that are now in her life, and it got blown out to the surface, whereas it was buried under all of this other stuff, mainly the money situation, buried all of her actual empathy and her desire to see other people happy.
And her speech again also comes from watching that hero go, I can't do this anymore. That spurs the idea, like along with herself and Night Eye, that spurs the idea of who takes care of us, the heroes, when we reach our breaking points.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's nothing in place for that, and she takes it on herself. That is separate from Deku.
Yes.
Fortunately, the most interesting thing they did with the crush was that Ochako almost seemingly resented it. It clouded up her mind and blurred her decision-making. She questioned what the hell she was doing pining when there were people hurt and scared who needed help.
Yeah, and that goes into her character arc and her character development and just who she is as a character. That she always has been this person. She always has been the person who doesn't want to rock the boat. She always has been the person who clams up and doesn't want to burden other people with her problems. And that even goes into her romance with Midoriya. She loves him and she is starting to develop like really strong feelings towards him, but she still thinks that her feelings are a burden, so she must keep it to herself. That is just who she is as a character. That doesn't even have to apply to Midoriya, because she does that with everyone. She even closed off to Sue. And and it took Midoriya realizing, because he is such good friends with her, that she had gone off to mourn Toga's death on her own, and he went out after her. And seeing him be so worried about her, like, Sue also was worried about her, but she has a problem with speaking up and speaking out when she thinks that things are bad. And we see that earlier with her character as well, because the last time that she did, she felt bad and she wasn't able to participate in the dorm shenanigans when they all moved into the dorms. And so she has a problem with being outspoken like that, despite the fact that she is so blunt. And I can relate to that because I am a very blunt person. I speak what's on my mind a lot, and sometimes that gets me into a lot of shit. And I don't often realize when I've gone too far with the things that I've said, because I just am a naturally blunt person, and I'm not going to apologize for that. But at the same time, I don't mean to hurt people with my words. It happens. But like it goes into all of these different dynamics for all of these different characters, their strengths, their weaknesses, who they are as people. They fundamentally don't change as people. There are still aspects to them that stay throughout the entire series. Some of these aspects are buried on below the surface, and then they get brought up to the surface. But some of them are just steady and they remain consistent. And it's not just Ochako either. It's also Asui. It's also Momo. It's also all of these other characters. Like all of them.
I mean, Deku, like, did we not watch Villain Hunt? Like,
Yeah.
welcome, Deku and others, VA. We were watching a bad take about Uraraka's overall character and how she was let down. It was
Wait, hold up.
Yeah. My toxic trait is trying to boil down the ultimate point that people are trying to make in their statements when they make these kinds of videos. And unfortunately, like with the last time that we watched this person's last video, because this is kind of a part 2 to that video, it still ultimately is I have subconscious misogyny for my own gender. And I'm gonna talk about it.
Anyway, well, unfortunately to say this, I need to tap out. I am like 10 minutes away from seeing the Odyssey, so let's go see that.
Awesome.
Yep, go enjoy. We shall talk about it this weekend, probably.
Indeed. Fun as always, and Twy, final thing to say. You should stream more, this is fun.
Yeah, I should. I really should. I was actually going to stream on Tuesday, but I ended up sleeping until 7 p.m. So I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. Right. It's fun. Bye, chat. You're great as always. Peace out. Bye.
Bye.
We only have like
a few minutes left. That's good.
Yeah.
I'm a little overdue on Zing. I don't know what he's done.
Again, my feelings are complicated, and I fear I'll never be able to fully get across every point and idea bouncing around my skull. For now, though, let's wrap this up. I made that last Ochako video around 2 or 3 years ago, roughly when I was a teenager, and over time, and many rewatches, my opinions grew alongside the series and its story. Uraraka remains a controversial character, and I still believe she narratively deserved better than what she got.
She's not a controversial character to anyone who doesn't have a little bit of hatred for women and female characters in their hearts. I'm sorry.
I feel like this is the time where I hit my signature look of superiority. Like, I feel... I can't lie.
Ochako is one of the best female characters that we've had in shonen for a very, very, very long time. I'm sorry. Like... And maybe that is just my bias because I haven't seen every shonen out there, but I have seen the generational shonen. I am old enough to have lived through Keiko. Like, you... I will eventually get around to showing you Yu Yu Hakusho Zero, and oh my god,
the
Keiko.
rest of it.
Like, Raymond tried so hard to bat for Keiko. Like, he's like, oh yeah, no, look, she's doing things. And it's like, yeah, that's because it's the beginning of the series. Just wait. Once we finish this particular arc, she's got nothing.
Well, cause I remember too, because we watched, I think, the first 2 episodes when we went through, and I remember I was like, okay, so this is just like normal introduction stuff. I didn't have like a either which way about it. Obviously, like the big standout was Yusuke and red hair guy. I can't remember his name now. It's been a while.
A red-haired guy?
Yeah, his
Kuwabara.
rival. Yeah, Kuwabara. Like I would say they were the two standouts in that, as far as like introducing everybody to the characters, and everyone else was good. But like, I didn't have a either which way. It was just, yeah, this is a good start. Now let's get to the rest.
Oh, that's a good idea, Omega Rob. I can call my streams the Twilight Zone. Yeah.
Ooh, that's good.
Twi, do you think Ochako is better written than Sakura? Oh, immensely.
Dog.
Immensely. It's not I'm sorry. I actually do love Sakura, but it's not even a contest. Like, one of the things that really frustrated me about Naruto was how Sakura was so poorly treated. Because I do like her as a character. I do like her narrative journey. I don't like literally anything that has to do with Sakura when it comes to Sasuke. It's awful. And I don't like her treatment of how she is just the simp for Sasuke. And I will never forgive Kishimoto for doing that, or whoever else forced Kishimoto to do that, because like, regardless of my personal feelings for shipping and stuff like that, I do think that it is stronger narratively for Sakura to become her own ninja in her own right, and also to see Naruto as a more respectable person, which, to be fair, she does, but not to the level that I would have liked for her to have her acknowledge that, because she was one of the main people that despised Naruto, to the point that Naruto would actually care because he had a crush on her. And I am one of those people who ships Naruto and Sakura together, but that is because I like it's a perfect enemies to lovers scenario. It's the same with why I also ship Hermione and Draco in Harry Potter, even though that I also like Hermione with Harry and Harry with never mind. I am forgetting her name. But yeah, I don't like Harry with Luna.
Okay, yeah.
Like, I like all of these different dynamics for different reasons. Like, I think that Harry and Hermione has the healthiest relationship out of all of the major characters. Harry and Luna works because they are the two characters that understand each other the most. And the
outsiders.
Yeah, the outsiders. So they work together as that kind of dynamic. Hermione and Draco work really well together because they are the enemies to lovers dynamic.
Yeah.
And wouldn't it have been fucking amazing to have Draco go, "Oh fuck, I have feelings for this girl that I used to look down on because she's actually an amazing person." Shit. It's that dynamic. Yeah, it's that dynamic, but with Naruto and Sakura. So, like, Sakura actually hating Naruto purely because everybody else did and she's just following the crowd. And then once she learns about who he is as a character or as a person, starts to appreciate who he is, and then starts seeing the value that he brings to the table, and then starts batting for him as a person, and then starts slowly falling in love with him genuinely, as opposed to her really shallow and selfish reasons for liking Sasuke. Because really the only reason why she likes Sasuke is because he was the quote-unquote hottest boy, and he was the most popular boy in class, and that's the only reason why she liked him. So learning to fall in love with Naruto for who he is and not what he is would be really great for her dynamic, because she is also simultaneously learning to be her own person genuinely. So it's more of a journey for Sakura to break out of the social stigmas and the social traps that you fall into and learn to be her own person. So instead of being a a kunoichi because that is what everyone else does. She wants to be a kunoichi for her own reasons and her own desires. And instead of falling in love for the popular boy just because he's the popular boy, you fall in love with the previous social pariah because he is a genuinely good person. She is learning to be her own person and likes things and does things for her own desires. That was the kind of development that I thought that Sakura was going through. And so when that didn't happen, I was so disappointed. And so disappointed that even after all this time, when she finally sees Sasuke again for the first time in like 3 years, that she still is just as in love with him as before. I'm like, you've got to be fucking kidding me, man.
Pack it in, girl. It's over.
But yeah, let's move on with this.
Let's hit it.
I think I'd already largely decided on my conclusion before I even really started working on the script for this video. I was a teenager who was quite blunt and deadpan when I first started writing video essays. While those last two things remain true, I find myself a lot more hopeful and positive in my work these days. I stand by my original conclusion in the respect that Ochako and the handling of her feelings for Izuku were messy, and ultimately wounded her potential.
I think that we heavily disagree with that.
Yeah, I think we've hit the points of why we disagree there.
Like I think that because this person did confirm like they are a very young person. They were a teenager when they wrote that video. So I'm assuming now that they are like 19 now. At the very least.
Yeah, maybe. I think it's always good that they're like the fact that you're willing to admit to that in general, that you're like, yeah, I'm changing, much better off than any like 90% or maybe 80% of YouTubers out there, or any just like person in general. Like that's a great thing to have. Yeah.
And it shows that this person still has room to grow as a person who is looking at media, and as a YouTuber, as a video essayist. They still have room to grow. They still have things that they have to learn. But the fact that they're still not acknowledging Uraraka's character arc for what it is, and just purely for not what they wanted it to be, is kind of a problem, especially because they don't really focus on why what she got was a problem outside of the Hosu incident.
Yeah.
And like realistically, like outside of what we had already said, what would Hosu have done for her character going forward that the rest of her character arc didn't already end up doing?
The only like thing that is presented here is just that it would happen sooner. Yeah. And we want to have, like, let's have her character arc happen sooner, which I think would have opened you up to issues in the back end now, because you accelerate this, it happens sooner, and then nothing happens for the next, at least nothing that people would say, like, is meaningful, because the rest of her character arc is very much set in the background and keeps moving along until it has its time in the forefront. Yeah. You would basically be sitting there with something that you're going, okay, so they ever going to follow up on this? They ever going to... No, okay, so we're just done now? Okay. Yeah. And, like, people make that argument all the time about her in general after season 2, and that is the thing that I think they're doing wrong, is they're exaggerating it heavily, because we still get a conclusion in season 2 to what's happening there. Like, she has that phone call with her parents right after. That is the conclusion to that storyline in season 2. Yeah. And then we pick up with the new stuff.
Yeah. And it's great. And, like, it's because it's not as focused on as Midoriya, as Bakugo, as Todoroki, people don't think that it's just as important. And I think that that's a failing on their part, because, again, she is a female character. So people, unfortunately, have this double standard of they want female characters to be better written, but they also ignore when female characters are better written because they aren't as well defined as male characters in a male dominated genre, because this genre literally means for boys, as in the focus is on boys and what boys like.
Or blatantly like set there, because that's the thing with this show too, is when it comes time for a character to get their spotlight, it's in your face. Like,
Yeah.
this is kind of what good, like, it's another part or aspect you could find of good storytelling, is like when it comes time for something to be the focus, and like that is what the story demands, the writer will make that the focus and do the best they can to make it so that the point is there and for you to see. And if it's not, it leaves issues, because now something can't be defined. You sit there wondering, what the hell? What did we just sit through? Actually, like,
Yeah. Oh, well, I was just gonna put this in the chat, but you're right, Ryan. It was the whole scene that I was so frustrated with. Not just Sakura reuniting with Sasuke for the first time, but also her lying to Naruto. All of that pissed me off so much. It pissed me off a lot, because she was lying to him. And not only that, but it made me hope for a second that maybe she had actually been changing in the backgrounds, and maybe if I would go back, that I would see the subtle development of Sakura changing and learning to love Naruto. But then it was a lie, and she's just the same character that she was in chapter 1, barring a couple of small little changes, and it was just so frustrating to me. But yeah.
However, I do regret my lack of detail and structure. My hero means a lot to me, and while I want to continue my wasted potential essays and other such content, I also want to create more overall positive work. Revisiting this topic really got me thinking, and while I'm thankful for what I learnt back then, I'm excited by improvement. Ochako Uraraka is dear to my heart, and despite the messy landing, I found satisfaction in her story. I just wish we could have gotten more time dedicated to her own character, removed from the role of support.
For that last one, like, there's a lot of characters in here that I would love to see get their own little spotlight, for sure. Like, I won't disagree with that sentiment. But for what she got, and the role of support, everybody takes a part in this series.
But,
like,
and again, like, I already discussed this, of the ultimate problem here is that she doesn't like a female character in a female character role. She doesn't want Uraraka to be a support character, even though that because a lot of female characters are support. But the problem isn't necessarily that the female characters are support. It's that they don't get their own individual arcs and aren't seen as their own individual people. They are seen as a means to an end for the male character to do what the male characters have to do. That is the problem with female characters purely being in support roles. But that is not what Uraraka is. And that is the problem that we have with people bitching about her being in the support role, because that is not only what she is doing. She is also being her own character.
I guess she gets her own villain out of the entirety of the league. Like, this is her own rival.
Yeah.
It's the entire thing that her story revolves around at the end. Like, I like, overall, probably a better video than the last one, for sure.
Yeah. That does happen with time. Like, even I've actually been thinking of redoing my Digimon video, because I have grown as a video creator. Like, I would add in a bunch of things that I either took out intentionally or forgot to put into that last video. And also, I'm just a better speaker in general now, because I've been doing the Jack streams and I've been doing Bad Fanfiction Night for so long that I can just do that a lot better. Also, I have a better microphone now.
Yeah, like, you say it so much. It's like similarly, if I ever replay like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth again, like, I decide, I want to make another video off of, like, just to see, because, like, I'm happy with my first video that I made on the game. There's stuff, like, if my mind changes when I play it, yeah, hell yeah, I'll make another video. like new things. But at least this was a good start for this little trend of watching MHA videos.
Yeah. So DJ says, I remember Kishimoto mentioning that Slam Dunk was a massive inspiration for him, and reading it for myself, I can see that a lot of Kaede and Rukawa in early Naruto and Sasuke. Yeah,
Here.
I personally have
wait.
not seen Slam Dunk. I remember that it was...
one thing.
What?
I should, since we are done with the video, I should go check on Zing now.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I will be dipping, everybody. It was a fun stream. I'll see you guys next time we do this, or may I promote my stream?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, if y'all want to, like, I tend to stream some video games. It's a little sporadic when I do, because my work schedule shifts every week, but I always post it in either Twice or in the Tundra, or just like on my own accounts, on Twitter, that when I'm going live. So if you guys want to jump in, see, and enjoy my video games, I scream a lot, high pitched. It's fun. Come join me then. But until then, bye everybody. Have fun.
Bye, Zero. All right, I am now alone in the stream, so you guys just have me and yourselves to talk to, but that's okay. The video is over. We can just talk amongst ourselves about various things. Let me go into the stream here, and oh no, let me put all of these layers. There we go. Ha. Too many layers. But yeah, as I was saying, Slam Dunk is one of those series that I saw a lot, even in the Slayers circles back in the day, because I was into Slayers, and it was like Slayers and Slam Dunk were the two big anime in those spaces. Everyone was watching both of them, and everyone was having a fun time with both of them. Oh, what is going on with my video here? Oh, never mind. That was just my phone being weird. But I never personally got into Slam Dunk because I didn't know how to watch it back then. Because I don't think that it was in my local video store either, so I wasn't really all that big into pirating back in the day, though I did pirate a little bit. So there wasn't really any way for me to get into Slam Dunk, I don't think. But I do intend to watch it one of these days. Chaco's entire character arc and final act from Dark Hero to the epilogue is so peak, yes. My only complaint with Ochako is her lack of fights in Act 2 and wanting for more of her internship with Nejire and Rikyu. Well, we did kind of get that in the filler episodes, like the promotion for the movies. And a lot of people didn't like that because that was filler, but that had a major moment where they were taking down drug dealers. That was a fucking awesome episode. Like, I don't know why people ignore that one just because it's a filler episode. Also, hi, Electric Angel. You are late, but we are not quite ending the stream right now. It's not like the Jack streams where once it's over, we just end it. I'm probably gonna go until I start to have nothing else to talk about. I don't have a curfew like Raymond does. There's a very good video about how JJK women aren't very good, where they point out the hypocrisy of criticism of Ochako. Yes, that is another thing. I hate most of the treatment of the female characters in JJK. I've said it before, but I hate Nobara as a character. Like, she's a terrible character. Not just a terrible female character, but she's just a terrible character in general. Maki is good in the JJK Zero movie, but I don't think that we really get to see a whole lot of her in the show, at least so far with the first season.
what we did get of her was still really good, but it's still not good. Like, she's better than what the show is as a whole. As in, she needs to be in a better show. Sorry for my absence. I've been busy campaigning for local political candidates in my state. Oh, well, that's okay. Like, you need to go do important stuff in real life. That's fine. Currently watching Slam Dunk, but in Spanish on Netflix. Oh, that's cool. I don't know any Spanish. I and when I say thank you in Spanish, I think that I have a bit of a Japanese inflection to it because I've been learning Japanese. But nobody, when I went to Mexico, nobody really commented on it even when I asked them. So I'm not sure if they just didn't know how to say it or if I was fine. I don't know, because I just know so little about Spanish that I don't know if I have a terrible accent if I say like the 5 Spanish words that I know. I'll say it again. Kakashi telling Sasuke that Sakura suffers from loving him is dumb because that's on her for not moving on. A little bit, yeah. Have you guys discussed how Ochako was originally the main character with the powers of Mount Lady? No, we haven't. Like, it is an interesting factoid, but like there isn't really anything to say about that in terms of like how Ochako or ultimately came out in the show. But yeah, it was really interesting, and personally I think that it was a better idea to have the powers go to Mount Lady instead of her. Also, I'm gonna take off these headphones now because I don't need to really listen to anyone. Ugh, my double headphones. Ow, my ear hurts now. Ow. All right. Let's see here. I think people also didn't like it because it was a beach filler episode. It wasn't like fully a beach filler episode, and also I don't mind beach episodes if there is a reason for it. And also, like, they did ultimately have a reason for it. Like, the reason was we need to have these girls be happy so that they know what they're fighting for ultimately, because it is very easy in their profession to get lost in the sauce, to start losing themselves and losing why they are doing this in the first place. So moments of levity like this is really important for the younger generation so that they don't lose sight of what is important. And I think that that beach episode, while partially light, because remember, the beach aspect of that episode was only like not even half of that episode. It was mostly on fighting the drug dealers. But it does showcase that there was a reason why the beach episode was there. It wasn't just there to showcase the girls in bikinis and not really be anything else, which is a problem with most anime. The best beach episode that I had ever seen was actually a beach mini arc. It lasted 4 episodes. And it was a very intense 4 episodes because it had a lot packed into it. That was for Fruits Basket. And that's not to say that there's like a bunch of action and fighting and stuff like that, but it is family drama. And it is a lot of personal interconnected drama surrounded by what should be a very fun time for these characters. It wasn't a very good time, really. And that's kind of what made it great. Let me see here. Out of curiosity, is there any good MHA essay video that you've seen and would recommend to people? It's been a long time since I've watched MHA video essays, partially because I'm doing other things. I'm trying and failing to do my own stuff and not getting distracted. I also have other things that I like to watch on YouTube, mostly educational stuff. Like I'm a big ass nerd. I like reading and listening to science things. I listen to a lot of science stuff. And because I've been watching Bleach with the boys and Bleach with Raymond, I've been watching a lot of Bleach content as well. So MHA stuff kind of falls to the side lately. Go watch Raymond's response to Ocean is, but you probably already have done that. um I love JJK, but I can't defend the female cast. Outside of Maki, the female cast are wasted. Yes, I do agree. The 2 episodes centered around the girls were almost okay. I would give those episodes a 5 out of 10, which is very good considering the fact that I considered the rest of the series so far 3 out of 10. That is how good those episodes are, but they were still highly, for lack of a better word, problematic. And I hate using that term, but it really, there was a lot of problems with how it was handled. Mainly that, like, I don't like how Momo was just, or like, I don't typically call her by her name. I usually call her Kiki's Delivery Service. I don't like how Kiki's Delivery Service just exposits her friend's tragic backstory to Nobara. And I don't like how Nobara is like, yeah, I don't care about the feminist movement. I'm my own chick, and if you have a problem with how women are treated in society, get good. Like, that is a very it is a very callous way to treat someone's suffering as a woman, but also just being in a very ancient clan in Japanese society. And that's another reason why I don't like Nobara as a character. Let me see here. I will get to that super chat in a second. I'm just wanting to go through what people are saying. Recently I've been trying to watch 90s anime. It is the background featured here from Evangelion. No, it's Digimon. This is the lake that the kids go to in episode 3, Cedarmon's Lake. Apparently Maki and Yuta were originally supposed to be the main characters of JJK, but they made Gege invent Yuji because he's a more popular character archetype for shonen MCs. Yeah, I know. It's terrible. Slayers is a goated series. It is. Slayers is one of my favorite anime of all time. And a lot of my characters are actually based off of Lena. In fact, my OC Lena is based off of Lena Inverse a little bit. Like, she is very much her own character, but she is, like, the reason why she's called Lena is because of Lena Inverse. The reason why she has red hair is because of Lena Inverse. A lot of some aspects of her personality is because of Lena Inverse. I've just made her her own character. But my Lena was supposed to be an homage to Lena Inverse because I love Lena so much. I adore her. It's just odd to me how you give so little to a former main character. Yeah. Well, for Uraraka, I don't even think that she's a former main character. I think the Midoriya, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Uraraka are all main characters. It's just that the trio is more popular than the quartet. So when it comes to shows and advertising, the trio is usually more popular to advertise. But I do have a shirt that has all 4 of them on it, and she is kind of, they do try to feature her a lot in a lot of advertising, but it usually is the trio. And I do wish that they made a movie where Uraraka was one of the main characters that featured in them, because she's an important character. She's one of the main characters. Why don't you give her focus in these movies? Oops, I bumped the microphone with my phone. I'm sorry. I believe the reason why people glaze the JJK female cast is because people are so desperate for good shonen female characters that they will cling on to any character. Oopsies. Cling on to any character that doesn't check an arbitrary box. Unfortunately, JJK is not the show to do that for, because all JJK is checking arbitrary boxes. Some people need to get over themselves when it comes to stuff like Bleach episodes. Yeah. Naruto had some pretty bad filler episodes too. I often see it as a qualifier for automatic dismissal for the episode/chapter. Okay, Jake the Surgeon for $5. Thank you so much, by the way. What are your thoughts on the new Spinosaurus species discovered a few months back? Ooh, I'm very excited for that, and I think that that's awesome. I don't have too many things to say about it, other than I think that it's really interesting, and it shows the diversity of these creatures outside of just being the archetype. There was variety there, that these were a very successful branch of dinosaurs in their own right. And they were gonna become the dinosaur whales. Which ichthyosaurs are not the dinosaur whales, because they are not dinosaurs, they are reptiles. So they were on their way to becoming true dinosaur whales, and that was pretty cool. Bara really had the episode that she was introduced back in episode 3. Yeah. You recommend watching MHA Vigilantes anime? Yes, I do. Vigilantes is not as intense as MHA in a lot of respects, but it does still do a lot of really interesting things. And there is a dynamic in season 1 that you don't typically see in a lot of shows and series in general that I really appreciated. And I won't spoil that for you if you have not seen anything for or know anything for Vigilantes, so just please go watch it. It's really great. The first season is only 13 episodes, so you can bang that out in like 1 or 2 days, depending on how much time you have. People who complain about MHA's fan service make me roll my eyes as someone who's experienced most of Fairy Tail. As someone who's experienced a lot of 80s and 90s and 2000s anime in general, MHA's fan service is nothing. And I say that also as someone who simply wears slightly revealing clothing does not fan service make. I'm sorry to say, but you can't just scream sexism just because a character is out there living her life in something of a skimpy outfit. It's what the show or the manga panels do with it. So if you are constantly seeing up the character's ass, or if you constantly have their tits shoved in your face, then yeah, that's fan service. And it's annoying. But if it's just someone like Momo, who is just there, standing there with her belly out, then what the fuck is your problem? She's just standing there. She's just existing. Why do you have a problem with her? Oh my gosh, I'm really not doing these very fast. Sounds like KK talking, not Nabara. Yes. Question why do you care about spoilers in JJK? Because I can tell you Nabara's entire character. I have had some stuff with JJK spoiled by I Know Nothing. But I do prefer as much as possible to just let myself experience it for myself. So I don't think that I would be necessarily opposed to it, but I don't think that I would want it right now. Trios and duos tend to be the norm, yeah. I don't know if this was asked already, but what are your thoughts on Chainsaw Man? I know nothing about Chainsaw Man.
other than people were dunking on MHA for it for a while, and I thought that was really stupid. And also that people were losing their fucking shit when Chainsaw Man ended. Those literally the only things that I know about that show. I try not to have opinions on shows that I haven't watched, other than whether or not I think that I would be interested in watching it. And I just have not gotten around to watching it. I was actually going to perhaps watch Chainsaw Man in theaters because I don't remember the last time that we had gotten an anime in theaters in my hometown. And I wanted to support it first, hopefully to get more anime up here. But then I just didn't. And that sucked. I will say a quick return to the Bleach filler episode. Some Uraraka fans refer to the episode as Ochako filler episode because it just gave a lot to Uraraka, like proper new costume intro and showcase. It's really a shame because there's a lot of people complaining that Uraraka doesn't get enough, and now when you get a filler episode that's all about Uraraka, you complain that it's a filler episode about Uraraka. What is your problem? Oh my god, Naruto had bad filler. Yes. Yeah. It really did. And remember, I'm old enough that this was back in the day. We had to watch that filler week to week. Sounds sad that we could have seen another example of convergent evolution. Yeah. I'm trying to get to the bottom and catch up with your guys' conversations. I'm very slow, I'm sorry. I read Vigilante's hot take. It's the final act or act 3 arcs is better than some or most arcs in the original MHA. I might disagree with that, but we shall see. I see, because here's the thing. Vigilantes is a lot simpler. It is a much smaller story, more contained, and it doesn't have higher stakes. It doesn't have anything really to say, whereas MHA does. So I think it's a bit disingenuous to say that MHA is worse than Vigilantes when Vigilantes is an accompaniment to MHA. The only way that you can have Vigilantes is because of MHA, and the only way that you can have what goes on in some aspects of MHA is because of Vigilantes, because it is a prequel. So you get to better see how things are starting to build to a boiling point through Vigilantes into MHA. There are problems with the show, mind you, but that's all most people ever talk about, yeah. I've mostly been more interested in retro anime in recent years because it's hard to find good contemporary anime. Yeah, and, like, I've been trying to watch more contemporary anime because I do have a bias towards older anime because that's just what I watched growing up. And I like the shows that I liked as a kid, and I think that they still hold up for the most part. But also, I've been more interested in watching more retro anime from before I was even born, simply because I want to know what those shows were like, because those shows can still be talked about. And also, some of those shows were the start of some tropes. Like, a lot of people attribute not Escaflowne, Evangelion to being the invention of the kudere and the tsundere, but those concepts were still a thing because Evangelion was a deconstruction of those. It was making fun of them, and so it ultimately popularized it. So it had the opposite effect. Instead of making fun of them to make it less popular, Evangelion made them more popular, but the concept was still around before Evangelion. So what was the start of the tsundere? That was a romance anime and manga from the 80s. And I found it, and Raymond and I are eventually going to watch it to see what it was like. Oh, we forgot to talk about drinking our milk yesterday. Yes. Oh my god, Raymond. Also, if you want, Raymond, you can come in and chat with us. I don't have my headphones in at the moment, but I'm just here in the JYCT. Did you finish recording? I'll put my headphones back on just in case. Hi.
Hello. Yeah, I did finish. I finished because I messaged you. I did finish recording and editing, so I'm done with that for the day, and it feels good.
Oh my gosh, you might get up to 10 hours.
No. I'm in the last leg. Like
Okay.
literally, I've last 3 pages. I might hit 9 hours in 30 minutes, at least in the raw audio cut. There will almost certainly be extra expansion as I like put in clips for like emphasis that don't have any audio over them. So it might hit 10 hours, but I don't think I'm going to add 30 minutes of extra like exemplary stuff.
Okay, cool. But yeah, I've just been talking to the chat about various things like fan service and JJK and how awful it is, and Bleach and older anime. Like I just finished talking about the retro anime and tsunderes and all that kind of stuff. Like the stuff that we have on our list to watch together.
Yeah, I caught that very tail end there. Because I have an instance I yelled at you that I realized we forgot to talk about drinking the milk.
Yes.
I am so sad we forgot about that. That could have been an entire 10 minutes of conversation.
That could have been.
Is this a Silent Hill F video? Yes, the Silent Hill F video is currently it currently sits at 9 hours and 21 minutes long. I have one more recording session to do. That's 3 pages. So it'll probably reach around 9 hours and 30 minutes, roughly thereabouts.
Yeah.
I am tired, but today's been good. I recorded, went to the dentist, got a clean bill of dental health. Then I came home, edited, and that's where I kind of am. So I should open Photoshop. I need to do the thumbnail for Bad Fan Fiction Night. I should do that.
I usually do these streams impromptu, so I haven't been making stream thumbnails for them. I should start doing that for the older ones, and then maybe in the future I will have like a generic one to put up for if I don't have anything in specific. But Omega Rob gave me a really good idea that if I stream regularly I can call it the Twilight Zone.
Ooh.
Yeah,
that could be fun, although you gotta be careful because like it might just get buried in the algorithm because of that.
maybe well, we already have this little section in my server for those who don't know, who aren't inside of that, because I have Sonic fans in my server, and they were starting to put Sonic content everywhere. So I made a little Sonic containment unit for them. And where was that? Yeah.
You see, the solution here is actually a purge. No, I'm kidding.
I see Kaiser in there too. I don't want to purge Kaiser. He's kind of important to the JYCT streams.
Fair. And I was gonna say, it's weird that like I didn't realize it until like seeing how popular it was and seeing some really cute fan art. It's like, I guess I'm kind of a Sonic fan. Like I'm not like a hyper fan or anything, but like I know a weird amount about Sonic. I was like, wait, when did this happen? Like,
Yeah.
you know how like we went back watching Bleach and you discovered how much of a big fan you are and you were kind of like taken off guard by that?
Yeah.
It's kind of the same. It's like, wait, what? What? I haven't played a Sonic game in like decades, I feel like.
But yeah, I called this thread that's supposed to be the Sonic containment, I called it the Twilight Cage on recommendation because there's a thing in Sonic called the Twilight Cage, so I thought that was pretty funny.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know about that one.
Yeah, Ifrit said that, I'm pretty sure. Because Ifrit's the big Sonic person. But yeah, no, there's just Sonic stuff. There's a Sonic containment channel in my server. I'll get a lot of Twilight puns, Twilight references of some form or fashion. I'm glad that I'm not being accused of being a Twilight fan anymore like I used to back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually surprised you're not. Like, no, not saying that like it makes that much sense, but like your name is still Twilight Guardian. I would think that someone would still accuse you of that from time to time.
You'd think, yeah. Maybe
Like maybe it's just because you've done so little, like you've done nothing on Twilight, and maybe we're like, oh, there's nothing about Twilight about this person.
Yeah. Actually, that would be really hilarious if I just made a video just bitching about Twilight while being called Twilight Guardian.
Oh,
Because guys, I had gotten bullied at one point on the internet, going into a chat, and then immediately, the moment that they saw that someone named Twilight Guardian had come into the server or into the chat, because it was like a live chat thing, and they're talking about how Twilight is bad and this character is shit and that character is shit, and they're just like going off unprompted like this, and I hadn't even said anything, and then I said, guys, I'm not a Twilight fan, and then they immediately stopped.
Yeah.
It was really funny. And careful with the name Ken Penders has sued for less. He can try. I have nothing. He's not gonna get anything from me. Also, he's in another country. Have fun suing somebody across country lines. It looked like Celtic is a sea dramon. You have been turned into a sea serpent, Birdman.
Hello, I am under the water.
What is my Discord called? It is called the Digital World. And you can access it for like $1 or something. The reason why I had made it so that you can only go into my server through the Patreon was because at the time that I had made the server and I was working on my Digimon video, I was a moderator for another YouTuber called Macabre Storytelling. And that was because at the time he had made these really popular Manosphere videos, like going over like all of the pitfalls of the Manosphere and how miserable you would be as a man if you took all of this advice. And so we would constantly get these chuds into the server, like talking about Fresh and Fit and all that kind of stuff. And we just had to deal with a bunch of bullshit. And we even got raided by a couple of people once. Like, we got a bunch of vegans raiding the server and stuff. We joked about that for a long time, about the vegan wars and all that. How many people we lost during the vegan wars. It was a fun time, but it was also very stressful. So I thought, well, if these people, because I got respected because nobody knew that I was a woman. Any other female mod in that server, and there were 2 others that we knew of, who were out as women, would get sexually harassed by some of these people. They didn't touch me because they didn't know that I was a woman.
Well, also you were, digital, so touching is kind of hard.
Yeah. Well, like they
also, I'm going through our bad fanfiction night fan art, and someone made a meme out of the Friends scene where they're talking about being pent up, and I just like, but like our joke was that it was all about being backed up magically.
Yeah.
I realized I'm going through a dry spell magically. I'm like, wait, no, that's a pun. Going through a dry spell.
But yeah,
Sorry, just wanted to say that. You go.
yeah, no, it's fine. There were two other female mods besides myself. There was Sun and there was Book. And Sun left the server because she didn't like that there were a bunch of these people coming into the server, and she had already been harassed in her DMs because she was a female mod. Like, you know, people coming in trying to ask her out and stuff like that, and she felt very uncomfortable, so she left. And then Book would also get a lot of people in her DMs occasionally as well, like just trying to chat her up because she is a woman. I never got that because nobody knew that I was a woman. So and it's like, well, why would I tell anyone that I'm a woman when I would just get harassed like my other female mods. I enjoy my gender anonymity right now. But the moment that I started working on my Digimon video, I'm like, well, I can't keep my gender anonymity anymore. People will know that I have a female voice. I refer to myself by female pronouns. People are going to know, and if they are going to associate me as a woman from now on, I don't want my server to have these people come in and start harassing me. So I locked my Discord behind the Patreon.
That is wise.
Yeah. So I'm sorry for people who might want to come in and have a good time, but I think that it might be safer in general to not have a bunch of crazies come in and start being weird. And I know that if people really want to hang out with us, they can support me a little bit, and then they can just chat with me and watch a bunch of anime with me, and it's chill.
And then get angry at JJK.
Yes. Hi, Sketchy Sam. But yeah, I actually still have to ask Maddo this week if she's going to be available again, or if she's going to be busy. We haven't been able to catch her for JJK. Like, we've been good with getting her to watch MHA. She dropped it after like 4 episodes because she thought that it was shit. But then watching it with us, she was actually legitimately enjoying it. So she said, well, maybe I just enjoy watching anime with friends. It's like, well, that's fair, I think.
And then she watched JJK and was like, oh, no, MHA is just good.
Yeah. I did not expect to find you streaming. Yeah, I don't stream very often. I'm trying to get back into it. I was streaming fairly regularly before, but then I dropped off. Excuse me. I dropped off, and then I struggled to get back into the habit of it because when I was doing the Digimon streams, I was doing that through I was playing the games through my my Switch. And so I would constantly have to find all of the extra stuff that I had, like my my Chinese Elgato thing that broke eventually, and I had to buy a new one. And then have to find the correct HDMI cable that is not broken that works. And then sometimes they're a little bit finicky, so they might not always work the way that I want it. And then it's like, well, did I remember to buy a new one this week, or did I forget again for the 7th week in a row? That kind of thing. Hating on JJK is the only thing that brings me life. Yes. Am I still welcome if I like JJK? Yes, you are still welcome if you like JJK, but you will know that this is not a JJK friendly server. We shit on JJK a lot, but we do have discussions about it. Oh, one sec. I think somebody's at the door. Raymond, take over.
Hello, chat. I am now in charge. You are all now subservient to I. Your first challenge. Do a tap dance on a fiddle, and then create fiddlesticks from the ashes. Oh, damn it. He said no. My one weakness. I can't keep that. That's really... No. Borg would not have that much inflection. I didn't expect to see you here. Why didn't you expect to see me here? I mean, like, me and Twy are pretty entwined, so just seems strange. Yeah, no, soon we'll hate on Naruto. What do you mean soon? You should hear these people. They bitch about Naruto so much. Locutus of Borg is much more robotic than that. I am Locutus of Borg. This one is much more relaxed, and I am talking through the nasal passages.
Oh, why are you suddenly Frollo?
Welcome back. My darling. Oh God, we gotta convince people to vote for that one next. We gotta go back to everyone knows the fucking nightmare that is Frollo Freak.
Oh my gosh, we might have to do that from scratch.
Yeah, no, I absolutely think we have to, because just like recording wise, it makes the most sense.
Yeah. Oh gosh, what was Raymond saying while I was gone? My grandpa...
Just nonsense.
Okay.
Absolute nonsense.
My grandpa did not knock on the door. I think it was just the wind, but I did grab a bottle of cold water, so now I'm happy.
Well, now you've said that it was just the wind, and we all know now it's a Skyrim character sneaking around and stealing your shit.
I don't get that reference. Sorry.
It's like, there's like a lot of stealth games, or like games that have stealth, where there will be someone, you'll be sneaking around, you'll make a noise, and like the guards will be alerted for a little bit.
Oh.
And then like after a moment, the guards will like de-alert, and they'll be like, must have been the wind, and they'll like walk away. So you just did it must have been the wind. Like, you just did that unironically. I find that hilarious.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, he did already knock on my door during the stream. He gave me a bunch of DVDs, 2 of which do not belong to me.
Hey, free DVDs.
Yeah. I got Smokey and the Bandits. The 7 movie outlaw collection. And he also gave me Eddie Murphy, the 4 film collection, Coming to America, Harlem Nights, Norbit, and Boomerang.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why I have these.
That's a collection.
It certainly is a collection.
That is the most collection of all collections.
Yeah. Like, I can see my grandfather buying Smokey and the Bandits to watch on his DVD player in his camper, but the Eddie Murphy collection, I have to imagine that this was actually my Uncle Rob's. It has to be. Like, this feels more like my uncle's thing than my grandpa's thing. Because it's certainly not mine. Mine... my Blu-rays and DVDs that were in the camper were my 2 Yu Yu Hakusho Blu-rays and Civil War, Captain America Civil War, and my Blu-ray for Princess Tutu. There was more in there, but I don't know why I don't have that here. But he gave it to me. When is the Power Ranger stream going to happen? Yeah, Raymond, when is it going to happen? When is Power Rangers, Raymond?
I don't know. I don't know. I have to edit, like, I have other priorities now, like freaking Batwoman. I gotta get that out there because I was directly paid to do that one. It's like I just haven't gotten around to that. Oh. And hey, you've been really busy lately too. Don't try and pretend like I'm the only one at this point too.
Yeah, I know. But like the main reason
I was just thinking about that today in terms of like, she has been almost as busy as I have been. I wonder if she'll be on her own case about that.
Look, I've been on your case about it since Fixing Ruby Volume 5.
Yes. Hey, and to be fair, look, Robbie has every opportunity to start releasing things. I know he wants a backlog, but like at some point, man, some point.
That was my suggestion, to have a backlog, because I thought that it would be really responsible of us to have a backlog in case something happened, so that we would still be releasing videos even if we couldn't record that week. And then people were taking advantage of that.
I'd respond, but I'm actually focusing really hard on trying to get this fucking, like, precision selection. Brain power.
Yeah, we actually do have a podcast that we were going to do prior to us doing the Jack stream. That was supposed to... It started years ago. And we wanted to do a backlog, and we were going to release it once we finished all of the Power Rangers reactions. But the problem is that we had to wait for our guest to do Power Rangers with. And that guest was Raymond.
Yep, and I've been guilt-tripped about it ever since.
And you haven't done anything about it, so the guilt trip isn't working. So we need to guilt trip him harder.
I'm not sure that's the lesson to take away. This option is failing. Let's do this option harder. Well, I don't think that's how that works.
Well, the only other option, if we don't do it harder, is I just have to kidnap you when you come up to Canada next, and then force you to binge watch all of Power Rangers until we can finally get to doing the podcast again.
Oh, looky, maybe Tuesdays we can go back to watching it.
Yeah, probably Tuesdays. Did you guys get to the episode where the Turbo Rangers were baked into a pizza?
Yes.
Yes. Unless if that was a non-plot related episode, in which case we probably skipped it.
I thought we actually did touch on it because it is one of those more famous episodes in terms of like silly.
Yeah. It's just been so long that I probably don't remember very well. Also, there's a lot of silly things in Power Rangers, but we did get past Turbo. We are now in space, and so we probably did touch upon it. I just don't remember the podcast. What, how, why pizza? Okay, yeah, Robbie is confirming.
Pizzas were the evil pizzas were no match for a simple stoplight.
Yeah, so Robbie's saying that we covered it, so yeah, we did.
Good. I forgot I gotta do this the other way. Is it multiply? Is that what I gotta do? Yeah, I gotta do multiply. Okay.
So,
Color in here.
What we did today, Raymond, was we were going to watch a video that we had technically already covered on the Jack stream. So what we did instead was we covered the sequel to that video that this person did
Oh.
like last month.
Oh.
And while this person said that they got some things wrong and that they were incorrect because they were reacting to things as the final arc was going through, still ultimately they didn't disagree with most of what they said in their last video.
Is this the person that had Sue as the autistic girlfriend?
It was the person who kept saying Unoraka.
Ah.
Yeah. And also I pre-gamed the whole video pretty much because we went on, or I went on a discussion pre-video watching all about like Uraraka's character story in MHA and how her dynamic is still very prominent in the series, even though that it's different. And I said very, very early on that I am frustrated that a lot of people dislike female-led female-led storylines, that rather story arcs that are centered around being more passive, which is what female characters tend to be, is looked down upon subconsciously because they are done mostly by female characters. And that in order for a female character to be seen as a valid character, that they have to have a masculine arc. And I said that
is... Oh, I was gonna say, that's really interesting because like my mind immediately, when you said passive, you know who I think of immediately when I think of a passive character arc? Shinji.
Ah, yeah.
Like, yeah, he does get active in certain parts of the arcs, but like overall, he's a very passive person. And like a lot of his arc is him having to overcome a lot of that passivity. So, it's just very interesting because people didn't like Shinji. That's the whole thing. Getting the robot Shinji. It's just such a big meme. So it is interesting that like, I wonder if it has to do more with the character arc than it does have to do with the gender of the character, if that makes any sense.
Well, that is what I had meant, really, that these passive character arcs are more given to female characters than they are to male characters on average. And that they are associated with female characters because female characters are usually treated differently than male characters for the most part. Their stories and their character arcs have a different trajectory than male characters do. And what people want is for female characters to be treated more like male characters, in that they want, and this goes the full gambit from, they want female characters to be written as well as male characters, which is a thing that is happening and is a thing that happened in MHA. And also they want female character arcs to be less passive, and they want them to be more male-like. They want their character arcs to be more active in the exact same way that male character arcs are happen.
I'm also like, I'm struggling to think of how Ochiko's character arc is passive.
Because she is a support character, and being a support character means that you are a weak feminine woman, and therefore are evil.
But like, I'm like, okay, is it just because it doesn't interact directly with the main plot? Is that more so it? Because like, I see it very actively is that she is very proactive in trying to solve problems. I'm struggling to understand what the definition of passive is in this circumstance.
Because she is a support character. She is not actively doing things unless if it is in support of a male character, like Deku. That is what
How
people
does that square
mean.
away with? Oh, because like that doesn't square away at all with freaking. Fuck, Ochiko. Ochako was the one that had the epiphany about saving villains that Deku took for himself in dealing with Tomura. But they were both effectively on the same arc, going towards trying to save their counter opposites.
Yep.
Like I don't find that passive. I find Ochako wrestling with this, like what to do in this circumstance, to be a very like proactive thing. I mean, not even Shoto didn't have to wrestle with this. Bakugo didn't have to wrestle with this. They were doing their own things that were actually arguably more passive.
Yeah. And this is what I mean when I say that, like, a lot of discussion around female characters, it does still have a level of misogyny in it, because either they don't appreciate what is going on with these female characters, unless if they are doing a male character arc. They don't appreciate what is going on. They only focus on what is not there. So when people discuss Ochako as being a passive character or having a support character arc, they mean that she is purely in service of Midoriya's character arc, and that she doesn't have anything for herself. Her main focus is being Midoriya's cheerleader. And they mostly focus on that. They ignore what she is doing for herself and how he supports her development, and other characters support her development, and that she supports other characters' development. They ignore all of that because the main focus, the thing that they mainly see, is that she is really good friends with Midoriya. And so therefore, they think that because they mainly see her supporting Deku and seeing Deku as something to strive for, that is the only thing going on for her.
So fucking ugh.
Yeah. It's very frustrating, and like there's a lot of female characters that I don't like. And I don't like them for various different reasons. Because you could probably levy this at me with Kairi, but my main thing is that even though that Kairi can be in a position to do things, she doesn't. So it's not that I am frustrated because she has a more passive role, because Namine is a very passive role, and she is one of my favorite characters in the series. But she is actively doing stuff with the power that she has. She is not a Keyblade wielder, and she is in a passive supportive role, but she is still one of the most important characters in the series. Contrast that to Kairi, whose power both does and does not involve having a Keyblade. She has a Keyblade and she is a Princess of Heart, and yet her contribution to the story isn't all that much. Her contribution to the story is that she is a damsel in distress at the very beginning, is a damsel in distress again, is something to be pined over and fought over, and then to lament that she doesn't have anything to do, but then just sits and waits until another character summons her and tells her that now she needs to be active in the story. As opposed to Uraraka, who sees things are going on, actively tries to improve herself, still realizes that where she is at is inadequate, is frustrated when she doesn't have the ability to do anything despite actively being involved in what is going on, and then figuring out a way to incorporate the things that she is passionate about into her hero work.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, again, we've come to, like, your analysis of Kairi is pretty spot on. We've come to blows about it, but like,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, you're for the most part right. Like it's spot on, especially in light of Uraraka. And Lord, I wish the day that we got a version of Kairi that was like Uraraka, for fuck's sake.
I would love it. Like, I don't hate Kairi just for the hell of it. I hate Kairi because I wish that she was better. I wish that she was a more active character. I wish that the trio was treated like a trio and not just Sora and Riku with the third wheel Kairi tacked on as the
I wish she wasn't
trophy.
chatted.
Yes. I wish that she wasn't chatted. I wish that she wasn't a trophy to come home to at the end of the day. I wish that she wasn't Princess Peached. And that's even like less so with Princess Peach today, because Princess Peach gets a lot in comparison to what she used to back in the 80s and 90s. But like when I mostly say she gets Princess Peach, it's like the original Mario game. But yeah.
And like I don't like the thing is I don't even think like I feel like it's not even fair to Peach because the entire idea of the Mario game is so simple. It's like the whole I mean, say it's misogynistic, but it's like it's a very classic archetype of hero sets out to save the captured princess, and it's like that's literally just the job. That's it.
Well,
it's
yeah.
just save the princess from the dragon. Meanwhile, with Kairi, it's supposed to be an elevated, more complicated thing that's going on with her, but it ultimately boils down to that, unfortunately.
Well, that's what I meant. It's like I wish that she wasn't Princess Peached because it is supposed to be a more complex story, but her involvement in the story is so simplistic that it might as well have been lifted from one of those simplistic games from the 1980s. She doesn't get a whole lot more than that.
Yeah.
And like talking about check the Discord. Which Discord? I'm seeing a notification in the Tundra.
What am I looking at here?
Oh my gosh.
That's what I mean. I'm literally making you right now.
No, we are watching Power Rangers now. No, you can't make me. I am literally making you right now. It's wonderful. I wish that I knew how to show these memes on stream, but I don't have the kind of setup that you do.
Yeah, that takes a little bit of practice.
Yeah. So maybe we can show them like tomorrow or during Bad Fanfiction Night, or we can show them during the Jack stream.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Also, I still am looking at like the double headset because it's so funny. That is literally what I had to do. Cuz like I had my headset, I have my new headphones, and I'm talking to you with them right now, but they were set up for Discord. So when we started trying to watch the video, I could not hear the video on YouTube. I'm wondering why. I'm like, why can't I listen to this? And then I had the epiphany. What if I plug in my old headphones into my microphone the way that I've been doing it for the past like several months? And then all of a sudden I could hear the video. I could not hear the boys, Zero and Ino, through my microphone headset, but I could hear them through the other headset. So I had two double headphones in order to talk.
I hope you get that figured out.
I should. Probably by tomorrow. I can probably start doing that and working on it after we finish streaming. But it was just really funny that I had to do that. And yes, they are full headsets, not just like one's a headset and one's earbuds. So it did honestly look exactly like that. Actually, I took a picture. Let me show it to you.
Get the sword all colored in. That looks so fucking uncomfortable, especially with the cat ears on one of them.
Yeah, it did. It was.
I imagine that makes it even more difficult to seat, I imagine.
Yeah. I did actually say that one of my ears was hurting after I took the headphones off. Oh, hi, Moopa.
Oh, Moopa, hello. I like Kyrie, but her lack makes me sad. I am on Moopa's team with this one. Like me and her, I think. Well, I know she has some weird takes with Naminé, but like generally, we're on the same wavelength. I think with Kyrie.
I think she reconciled those takes about Naminé in Recoded, didn't she? I'm pretty sure she did.
I don't know. It has been a while.
It has. Sora Heart, a lot of my female friends in high school hated Kyrie because she didn't do much, but mostly because they thought that she was in the way of the Sora and Riku ship. That is another thing. A lot of
Yeah, we talked about Baku Deku yesterday. Hello to Case Zero. Is it really Case Zero, or should we go back to like Gundam and Char and Amuro?
Probably Char and Amuro, yeah. Because like there's like even back in the day, there was a lot of people who hated Kagome, because she was with Inuyasha, or she was the main character of Inuyasha, but people think that Inuyasha is the main character because his name is the name of the series.
Man, I sure love my favorite character from Gundam.
But a lot of people hated Kagome because they thought that she was weak and useless. A lot of them hated her because she was with Inuyasha. A lot of I mean, even Fat Man, with one of his Ruby videos, made fun of Inuyasha and Kagome's dynamic.
That's all I think about whenever I hear Inuyasha now, just because that's like literally the last thing Inuyasha I really interacted with. Just the what was it?
Inuyatsuhashi.
Yeah, Inuyatsuhashi, Kokogome. It's one of his best bits. It's just like it was like, oh, that's kind of funny, and then like after a little bit, it's like, that's actually really fucking funny.
Yeah, it is.
God damn, that's really funny.
But yeah, like a lot of people hated her for constantly screaming Inuyasha's name. A lot of people hated her because she got in the way of yaoi ships. Like, you can't win if you're a female character. You just can't.
What yaoi ships are there in Inuyasha?
There's Inuyasha and Koga, I'm pretty sure. Like, I think that was a ship. Because Koga, like, one of Koga's main contributions to the series is that he is Inuyasha's direct rival for Kagome's affections. Kagome and Inuyasha have this hot and cold dynamic where they do like each other, but they also are embarrassed about it, and they don't know if the other likes them or not, so they don't want to tell each other their feelings. But with Koga, he is just like, this woman, mine. She is mine. And Kagome's like, no, I'm not. Like, you will be. And I am partially exaggerating, but also not, because he is very confident about his feelings for Kagome like that, but he does genuinely have romantic feelings for Kagome. And that makes Inuyasha very insecure, partially because Koga is a full demon, whereas Inuyasha is only half demon. And there's a lot of...
Oh my god, Inuyasha has small demon energy.
No, not necessarily that. It's mainly like Hafu racism. Yeah. But
so Inuyasha and Ichigo would get along.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, they would. They would probably fight it out first, but then they would be like really chill.
God, can you imagine all of them meeting him and Grimjow, like just all of them just seeing around? I don't know. I think that'd just be amusing.
Yeah, that would be.
Get Midoriya and Bakugo in there. You're her ride or die. I hated her a little bit, admittedly, at the very beginning, but that was mostly because my friends hated her. But when I started paying attention more to the show, I started really liking Kagome, and I started wondering, like, why did I even dislike her? Because she was very relatable as a character. So I also think that some of the hatred is just going with the flow because your friends are doing that and you don't want to be left out.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Ryan asks, "Hey Celtic, do you think Ochako is a better character than Sakura?"
Well, I am notoriously not as well versed in Naruto as anyone else on the podcast. Like, weirdly enough, the normie quote unquote shonen anime passed me by. It like hit me at the wrong time. I tried to stay up with Naruto, but I basically the tuning exams were the last time that I managed to watch it consistently. And I think the last time I really like saw an episode was the very start of Shippuden. And then after that, I saw like nothing about it unless it was people talking about it online. So, but everything I do know about it, yes, she is. Holy crap, easily. And then also hearing apparently there was a short that was a bunch of people talking about legendarily the characters that writers in or mangaka hate the most. So you had like Gege talking about they talked about how Gege hates Gojo.
Mm.
And then they also had that the writer of Naruto hated Sakura. And it's like because I was confused because I had heard that like I think from you that that he was forced to change the romantic dynamic.
I heard that from I Know. So yeah.
So that's interesting.
Yeah. So and like it makes sense because both Naruto and Bleach were done by Studio Pierrot. And what did Studio Pierrot try to do with Bleach?
They tried to make it Rukia.
Yes. And so what they tried to do, allegedly, according to I Know Nothing, what they tried to do with Naruto and succeeded with Naruto was, hey, Kishimoto, you should make Hinata the main love interest. Because I like Hinata. And I want to animate her a lot more in my anime. And apparently he succeeded in getting pressured into that, according to I Know. I don't know because I never went and looked this up. So I'm purely getting it from I Know Nothing's mouth, and I trust him.
Yeah. He's a very, very smart book.
Yes, he is. He is. Will I get in trouble if I make this joke?
Probably, so make it.
He is the ultimate book. He is the page master.
Set for 10 p.m. tomorrow. There we go. All right, got the live stream set up for tomorrow.
Yay!
I didn't have a lot of fodder for this, but also like this story has been awfully like lacking and interesting shit going on. So it's like the artists they're like starved for good funny content.
Mm-hmm.
We were averaging some funny shit for every single installment of Project Alpha and for Shadow of the Conqueror, but for this it's like there's like no energy because god damn the story can't give a fuck.
Yeah. It really is like one of those things that's like, yeah, it's so awful that it's just not very enjoyable, even to riff on as a bad thing. I think we would probably get a lot more out of it if we tried to dissect it from a more critical lens.
But we should probably try to get through it at least in Bad Fanfiction Night, and then maybe try to go through it as like armchair editors. As an exercise.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that'd be. Oh, claim released. The absolute state of live action. That has been. Oh, thank God. Yay. Yay.
Oh, you did get claimed?
I did get claimed, and I basically fast tracked it on. I basically like elevated it right to an appeal because he gave me that option. And so yeah, I decided to fast track that, which is always risky because that means I open myself up to a strike. But they released it. They did good almost immediately. That was really nice of them.
Yay!
What was really weird is that like when I submitted my appeal, and I noticed Calaxon was talking about this on her video. I can't remember what she was covering. I think the new Moana. That it didn't get put into escrow like it normally should. It got immediately just flatly demonetized. And I'm wondering if companies are changing their policy in terms of we're just going to shut down all monetary, like we just want to like shut down negative press. So we're going to completely demonetize it immediately and not like risk the escrow. Which is weird. But I'm going to make a post about that. Creepy post.
Yeah, it's really worrying because a lot of YouTube content is talking about media. And if companies just shut down any kind of negativity about shows that are relevant and coming out just because it's bad advertising, then, like, we're in a bad way.
Yeah, though I've seen there's been motion for certain bills to go through in terms of like basically re-upping the protections of fair use and being like, hey, stop fucking around with this. You can't keep censoring people this way. In which case, I can't remember what bills they are. I would have to look into them again. But my God, if they're out there, fully 100% behind them. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, for sure. Unfortunately, it's purely an American thing, so we have to once again rely on America. It sucks that like as a global company, YouTube and other really big conglomerates that are on the internet still only rely on a single company or country, for all of their laws, and they can't just adjust them per country. Like, they do that to a certain extent, but not to the extent that they probably should.
Well, it's actually what I've discovered, at least watching a lot of things. There's a lot of regulations that come down in other, like, Discord with England. That's a good example. Where England was like, oh, you have to have a photo ID and everything. And like that started, they then tried to roll it out globally, and they only backtracked after like the third or fourth time that the independent company they were using for that verification got freaking hacked. And it's like, oh, yeah. It's just everything involved in this was a bad idea. Who fucking thought of this?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's really scary that they're wanting to take the anonymity out of the internet, and I can understand why for some people, although I know for the majority of them, for the companies and stuff, it's not for any benevolent reason, even though they say that it is. It's purely to be able to control their market and who they are able to advertise and who they're able to get into their clutches and stuff like that. But it really is frightening that you're starting to be forced to give out your personal information and to have it at risk of being stolen.
I mean, like, Patreon just forced me to put in my real name on my account. Like, I don't know where it is. Like, it's not made public, thank Christ. But like, my name is in there. And like, yeah, you could, obviously I have things connected to it for financial stuff, but at the same time, Patreon never gets hacked. I get doxxed.
Yes.
I don't like that.
And like your real name is at least common enough that people may not be able to find you right away. My name is not very common at all, at least not the spelling of it. So that's why I'm very cautious about this. Because, yeah, even though that my name could be considered a very common name in America and Canada, it is still spelled in a unique way, to the point where whenever I searched for myself, I have only found one other person with my spelling ever on the internet. That's kind of scary.
Yep. It's to whip the companies with a massive fine. Fines, like, that's the problem, is that, like, often fines aren't going to be as strong as you want them to be. Like, this also gets into, like, corruption within government. Cronyism is basically the word I'm getting at, is like, it's so difficult to get wins when cronyism is on the table. And like, you can point all you want in America, it's everywhere, man. You get a lot of like lobbying everywhere, under the table, over the table, it doesn't matter. Everyone's in everyone's pocket, and it fucking sucks, because it's like an open secret. It's like, it's an open secret. We all know this shit is happening, but none of us can do anything about it.
Yeah. And I don't mean to say that this is only America's fault. It's just, when I was saying, like, it's only America, it's the companies are in America, therefore we as non-Americans can't do as much about it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So
no, I get that.
Yeah. Because I know I love shitting on America a lot, but like, I don't do it without intention just to be a hater. Not yet, anyway.
If you start doing it just to be a hater, we're gonna have some problems. Oh. God, that freaking clip of Laura Bailey and that character from that like 90s, early thousands anime is just fucking everywhere now. And I love it to death, but it's hilarious how it's like every other post, it feels like.
Oh, I have not been paying attention to the stream, so Ryan asks, are you and Celtic going to do a stream on the guy who did the 4-hour rant on the heteromorph plotline and why he thinks that it ruins all of MHA?
What?
Oh yeah, you didn't see that? It got posted in the Jack server. Someone made a 4-hour video on the 4 chapters that were dedicated to the heteromorph thing, and they claim that it ruins all of MHA.
Okay, look, I'm not the biggest fan in how the heteromorph storyline was handled in terms of like its ultimate overall importance versus how well it was built up. I'm an open critic of that particular plot line, but no, I'm sorry. Like, for me, it's like, oh, that's kind of annoying. Unfortunate. Moving on. But like, what the fuck? It doesn't ruin anything. It's just like, how? How did you get 4 hours out of that? I countered a 1-hour video over 3 hours, and that covered literally every major plot point in the entire series. And that was only 3 hours. How do you spend 4 hours on 4 fucking chapters like that? That is impressive.
The only thing that I can think about is if a lot of that content that they are talking about is either the American Civil Rights Movement and the X-Men, specifically Magneto. That is the only thing that I can think of that someone could pad out something to that degree, is to compare them literally to an event that happened many, many, many decades ago before any of us were even born, and to also talk about the X-Men, because that is most people's point of reference when it comes to stuff like that.
I just I was just scrolling. Apparently, it is in fact the 10th anniversary of the My Hero Academia anime.
Oh, wonderful.
It came out 10 years ago today, apparently, or yesterday, because this was posted 14 hours ago.
Mm.
And of course, it's someone reposting it, begging for a time skip movie. And yes, please, Bones, time skip movie. I would be very happy. When is Hero 2? No, it's supposed to be out, isn't it? Hero 2?
Hero 2 should be out fairly soon-ish. I was thinking August, off the top of my head.
'Cause I thought it aired.
Did
Let me
it?
double check. Yeah, MHA Hero 2. I'm a Hero 2 is an OVA. Japan air date July 3rd, 2026. Okay, so it got a limited release at Anime Expo. Okay. So that's what it did. It's coming out in August. You were right, August 3rd.
Yeah, August 3rd. I was right. Woohoo! My brain did not fail me.
By technicality, we were both right. Yay! How does that keep happening recently? It was the Bleach sword discussion that was like, oh wait, we're both right on this.
Yeah, by technicality, we were both right. Oh, wow! Thank you, Jake. Jake the surgeon. The long can be a powerful narcotic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no. Fuck no. Look, if I could have shrunk my Silent Hill F video down from 9 fucking hours, you bet your sweet ass I would. Okay? That in fact, as I was going along recording, I realized, okay, I should maybe add in a line here or there to kind of like further qualify or further articulate my point. And it's like, can this script please just, I'm almost done. Can it please stop growing even by like a slight like micro inch? Can you please?
Well, I mean, I could also tell them that whenever you had read Cadence of Magic, you kept telling me to add in more scenes.
Yeah, I'm notoriously bad about like I like I don't know how to describe it because like it's like for scripting it's detail and clarification, but for writing, I guess it's breadth. I don't know how to describe it. It's like I guess partly because I'm such a visual kind of guy, I like threading in details that can be picked up later. Like, I guess a good example of this, you can't, in a written prose, really do what Kubo did with, say, Momo with the shadow cutting through her.
Yes.
So, like, doing stuff like that takes a little more work in prose, aside from, obviously, the different benefits that prose gets. But, like, I very much have like that kind of stuff in my mind when I'm doing it. That kind of like attention to foreshadowing in detail.
Yeah. Like I do remember some of the things that you did suggest, which I ultimately did end up doing, even if I did kind of bitch and moan about it. Because that's kind of the thing that I do. At the time that it is mentioned, I will bitch and moan, and then I will wait like a day or two, and then I'll do it. That's kind of the thing that I've known for my entire life. But I think that ultimately
Twilight, do this thing. No. 2 days later, I'm doing the thing, but I'm not happy about it.
Yeah. Well, I need time to let the idea of it settle in my brain, and like the idea of it to like think, like chew on it, really, to think about whether or not it's a good idea.
Yeah.
And then ultimately I do or do not settle on whether or not it's a good idea. And for you, I think your ideas were like, yeah, I think I probably will do this, or I do have an idea for it. Like the main thing was Wicca and Ackerley, like a scene with Wicca and Ackerley.
Yeah.
You wanted to have a scene with both of them in the story. I think I did not have Wicca spend an entire day with Ackerley after Aisling left. I don't think that I ended up putting that in, because I think that that would be too much of a time to travel to go find her.
Yeah.
But I did put in something. Oh, what it was better foreshadowing for something that happens in another book. Because I'm stupid, and instead of making my first book a standalone, I am making an entire series. I'm not very smart, guys.
This is one of the most classic writer traps, and sometimes even if you're aware of it, you still can't resist that itch. It's like a heroin addict.
Yeah. Well, in this case, and I have said this on the Jack streams before, in this case, it was going to be a standalone story, but then the more that I thought about trying to write Wicca, I struggled to understand his character. And so I thought, well, if I go into his backstory and I figure out who he is or who he used to be and how he got this way, then I would be able to write the story. And then the more that I started planning that out, I thought, well, why am I not just starting the story here? Right?
Yeah.
So that's how that came to be. Like, I didn't intend for it to be a long series. It just became that because I just did not know how to write this character who had the big depression and was also very I don't really want to say that he was like dangerous, because like in a lot of romance you have the dark, brooding, dangerous guy who's not actually dangerous. It's like really common in a lot of romance stories, but like the reason why I wanted him to be that way was because he had gone through a lot of shit. And he wasn't just that way for like one or two arbitrary reasons. Like there was a lot of stuff that he had to work through in order to be with his romantic interest. But I just did not know how to properly portray that without making myself look like a clown or like um like the writer of Fourth Wing. I don't know.
No, I get that because like I've talked to you about it. My superhero character who gets like all these kind of this gradually more powerful character. When I started out writing him, I started like it's my first book I ever wrote, and obviously I never published because Jesus Christ, looking back, God, it was bad. Um, the my initial plan was, okay, I'm going to write a trilogy of books, and then there's going to be a fourth book that combines it, and another series of books that I'm going to write, another duology that I'm going to write. Like I had these plans, and I still do kind of have those plans, but they've always been shifting as the older I get, and the more I've reflected on, like, okay, this is going to be more of a reflection, me self-analyzing and me kind of picking myself apart, and I realized if I want to start the story, one of the things I always hear that people don't want to see is necessarily the origin. And it's like there is pros and cons to that. And ultimately it's like, well, I'll make a side story set in Japan because like I can do that in terms of like narratively, and I'll start it there, which is in medias res in for his entire journey, and we get this snapshot of him at arguably his lowest point in his life. And it's more interesting, I think, to start showing off the main hero protagonist in this awful situation where he's not really a good person like he used to be. And like there's a lot of self-analysis there. And then later I will go back to the very beginning and I can show then how he got that way and set up elements for what happens after that. And so you get sort of like, you know, we show episode 3 first, then episodes 1 and 2, and then episode 4, and then we move on to future episodes with other things. So I think that's just like, that's what I've ultimately landed on. I just haven't pulled the trigger on it because the way that it's been intertwined with my life, I don't feel like I'm quite there yet, even though I feel like I'm also getting close.
Yeah. And also sometimes you need to work on other things before you can work on that. Like, I do want to work on Fractured Fairy Tales, but I also want to work on Cadence of Magic. And because Fractured Fairy Tales is meant to be a semi-spin-off to Cadence of Magic, I don't know whether or not I should finish Cadence of Magic or if I should write them simultaneously. That is kind of the struggle that I have with this story, because it's like, I could realistically start Cadence of Magic from multiple different points in the story and then go back, but I don't know which is the correct way to do it. So I could start where I originally intended to start, which is now going to be the third book of the story. Or I could start it way earlier, where the current first book is. Or I could start it where the current fifth book is. All of these points in the story, I could realistically start there and it would work out fine. But the thing is, like, I don't know what would be best for the story. So at the moment, I am just playing it kind of safe and starting from the timeline, the earliest point in the timeline, and I'm not gonna, like, jump back.
Yeah. All right. I'm actually going to pop off.
Okay.
Yep. I will see you all later. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, it's just you and me again, chat. I think things are starting to kind of wind down, though. I don't think that there's a whole lot that people are really saying or asking. And I think we kind of went through quite a bit with this stream. Also, how long have we been going for? I don't know. The video doesn't say. No, it doesn't tell me how long I've been streaming for on my phone. Just that. Actually. Oh. Been going for a good 5.5 hours. That's actually quite a long time. Holy crap. Do you ever check out the Team Jack subreddit for suggestions? I do occasionally look in there, although I haven't done it in a couple of weeks. So I think what I might do after I stop streaming and after I get my headphones thing figured out, I'm going to probably go look in there for suggestions. We do have a lot of videos still on the back burner that we just have also been neglecting, because Raymond is not very good with organization, despite the fact that he is a very organized person more than me. Because we mostly do the Jack streams of just like, well, what do we feel like covering today? And then we come up with a brand new video instead of looking at like the old video suggestions that we've made for ourselves, or the more or topics that we have made for ourselves. And like we did that also to vary up the types of content that we had on the Jack stream, because we didn't want to just be a reaction podcast. We wanted to look at various different media content. So we wanted to do movie reactions, we wanted to do review reactions, we wanted to talk about new shows, books, because books are also media, so we shouldn't ignore books. But that's mostly been me. Nobody else has really been all that interested in talking about books. And or like just showing people our content, like the content that we watched as kids and stuff like that. Like with the Canadian shows, or the stuff that I watched as a Canadian person as a kid. That sort of thing. Tried to definitely vary it up, but I think that we should also do some suggestions that the viewers have also made. Shark Jumping Walrus for $2. You didn't make a message. Did you intend to say something, or are you just being nice to me? I appreciate it either way. I just want to make sure that you were not trying to say something. I hope it's a Lily Orchard video. Those streams are fun to hear. Lily Orchard is such an appealing punching bag because everything that she says is just incorrect in some way, shape, or form. For the most part. Like, I'm sure very broadly there are things that you can agree with her with, but when it comes down to the nitty-gritties and you actually pay attention to what is actually being said, it becomes very concerning. But yeah, we have a lot of content for Lily, and we're not gonna run out of Lily content for quite a while. That's for sure. Yeah, I think, if anyone doesn't have anything else to say, and we're kind of winding down, like, I'm starting to get a little bit, not tired, but I'm running out of things to say, really. The boys are gone. The secondary boy is gone. Oh, what is your advice to someone who is writing when they reach a point where they have multiple routes to take a narrative but can't decide on which one to use? I would say you can do multiple things. You can maybe do a sort of brainstorm or like a checklist of what would these paths do for your story, and sort of plan it out. Like, what would this do for the story if you took it in this direction as opposed to in this direction? So if you have a narrative fork in the road and you don't know which one to take, then you, as the author, can maybe see into the future of, like, what would the consequences of this route do for the story, do for your characters, do for the narrative. And if ultimately that isn't what you wanted for the story, you can try the other direction and see where that leads you. And if you like some aspects of both of them, you can mix and match. You can, as an author, you can eat your cake and then you can also have it. That's what I'm doing for Cadence. There's something in Cadence as a series that I want to do, but I also want to do another thing with it, and those things are polar opposites. And I have instructed a very controversial thing to make that happen because I want to have both of those things, and I am not apologizing for that. Because I think that doing it that way is actually really cool. Do I use CapCut to edit videos? No. I use a mixture of Vegas Pro, and I also use Wondershare Filmora. And I use Wondershare Filmora because Filmora was actually very easy to edit in, and also you can edit from the screen. So they have, in all editing programs, you have a screen to see what your product looks like as you're editing it, and you could actually, like, pick up and move around the pieces from that screen, where you can't do that in Vegas. And it was just very, very convenient, and it made editing a lot faster and just a lot simpler. So I tended to use that, but Vegas Pro is a lot more industry standard. And while I do use that enough, and I think that it's more powerful than Filmora, it is more of a pain in the ass. I do still want to keep using it, though, because I do want to still have this knowledge and these techniques, and I don't want to have to use them and get rusty. Will you stream a Digimon game again? Yes, I will try to stream Tuesday. I was going to stream this Tuesday a Digimon game, but I my insomnia kind of messed me up with that. I ended up falling asleep all day. Well, I think that it was a mixture of my insomnia and the fact that it's been getting like really, really hot lately. So I was just like, ah, yes, warm room will nap. Oops, it's 7 p.m. It's way too late to stream. DaVinci Resolve is far better than CapCut. I have heard that. I have tried to download DaVinci Resolve. I don't think that I downloaded it properly, though. I will have to re-download it. But holy crap, is it really terabyte expensive on your computer? At least the version that I downloaded. So maybe I didn't download the correct one. But it was like 10... No, was it? No, sorry, not terabyte expensive. It was gigabyte expensive. It's like 10 gigabytes. I was like, holy shit, why is it so big? Why? I only have 1 gig. I have others, but I have to make my computer into this Frankenstein's monster of a computer to hold all of my extra storage. So I have this USB extension cord. And then on top of that, I also have a DVD player and a Blu-ray player that also have USB extensions on them. And I only have 3 USB ports on my laptop. So if I plug in those USB extensions, I will have 15 new USB extensions to use. So I can add in my 2 desktop external hard drives, plus my 2 portable external hard drives, plus my 3 SSD cards from my other laptops. I should be okay. That would give me a technical total of maybe like 40-ish. No, sorry. 36 plus 12 plus 4. That many terabytes of storage. But a lot of that storage is taken up by being copies, because I don't want to lose my content. So a lot of that is still used storage already, but if I have the SSDs from my other laptops and then I use them, I get rid of the content that is copies on this one, and then I put any content that isn't on this SSD onto it, and then I remove and empty out the other SSDs, and I can use them as extra storage. So then I can probably put all of my game content on there, and I can put some video content and some extra stuff, and then I won't be worried about my SSD drive filling up. That's where I am right now. Do you recommend for people learning to make edited videos on mobile? I have never tried to edit a video on mobile. I honestly don't know how you would be able to do that. Like, sure, you can make a very simplistic edit on your phone, but to do any kind of advanced video editing processes, I don't know how you would do that on mobile. I just don't. Like, maybe the people who make Vegas and DaVinci and all of these other Premiere Pro and all these other programs, maybe the people who make those are more intelligent than me and can figure it out. I don't know how you have the space to do that. Like, because you need to be able to see what you're doing. And for as big as a laptop or a computer screen is, if your screen is taken up by a whole bunch of stuff, and you only have like a tiny little space on your screen for your actual video, and then your screen on top of that is just your phone, I don't know how you would be able to see that. I don't know how you would see what you're doing. But I've never edited any kind of video content on my phone before. I know that you can do it, obviously, but from what I've seen, it's mostly just like simple edits, like you take out something, or maybe you like paste a very simplistic image onto, or GIF or whatever, over top of your video, things like that. More complicated stuff, I don't know how you would be able to do that on your phone. Special eyes. What does that mean? Ow, ow, ow. Oh, that got hot. Hang on. Ugh. Don't know. Actually, I'm gonna look this up. For seeing small screens when editing. Is that an actual program, or are you like making fun and saying like you have to have like really, really good eyes for that? I don't know. Video on mobile. So CapCut is used for on your phone. That's mainly what people use for TikTok. Okay. So people edit on their phone for TikTok videos, but TikTok videos are also not all that complicated or complex. Like the kind of videos that I'm talking about specifically are more along the lines of the kind of videos that I do. And not a lot of people want to do those types of videos. So it really depends on what you're looking for when it comes to video editing. Oh, referencing an old meme. Okay. But yeah, there's so much that you can do on your phone now that I just don't pay attention to, because I have no need to do all of that stuff on my phone because I have a laptop. And I know a lot of people don't like using desktops, and they don't like using laptops because they can't like move. Although I kind of wonder, because like people don't typically move around anyway, and they usually only need mobile stuff for when they're like going to school and stuff like that. But even then, I would not like, my phone is huge, by the way. It is a 17 Pro Max. I'm pretty sure it is. Let me quickly look at my phone data. General about. Yeah, it's an iPhone 17 Pro Max. This thing is huge. I still would feel like I would be struggling to create a very complicated video with complicated edits and stuff on this phone. I need a lot more wiggle room with video space, with just screen space. I also prefer desktops, although I cannot use my desktop computer right now because I have no room for it. So just the laptop it is. I'd like to start making YouTube videos, but I have a tech literacy of a caveman. So for that, I would say you can start very simple. You can go to Humble Bundle, and very occasionally they have sales for different technologies. I I got Vegas Pro because it was on sale for like $30 or something on Humble Bundle. And I think that they do that at least once a year. And I think that there are free programs, like DaVinci Resolve is also a free program, although it is a professional grade editing program, so it is very daunting to look at. But it can be free. There's a paid version and then there's a free version. But it is still very daunting to look at. I will not lie to you. There is what is the other editing programs out there? The other ones that I've used were Wondershare Filmora. Like I said, it is a much easier program to understand. It is a lot more simplistic. It is also, like, for as much as I hate how much they are pushing their AI bullshit onto us, and how protective they are, and how much they push, like, you needing to purchase it, they still allow you to purchase the program to own. They give you the option to either have a subscription or you can just outright buy the product. And I will be forever grateful for that, because I know Adobe and a lot of other programs don't allow you to do that. They only have the subscription service. But you are allowed to purchase to own the product. You can only transfer your program once from one computer to the other. You can only do that once before you have to purchase it again, but they still allow you to purchase it to own. DaVinci Resolve is free. Yep. Resolve Mars mainly built for color grading, but it works really well as a standard video editor. Okay. Is there any software that I am forgetting? Let me see. There's Premiere Pro, and Final Cut as well. I don't really know as much about Final Cut. I have also not touched Premiere Pro since I was in college. Since I was doing storyboarding in college, actually. Because I just did everything in Vegas. So I do remember that Premiere Pro was kind of annoying to handle in comparison to Vegas, at least for me. What does PC Mag say? Premiere, iMovie, Apple Final Cut Pro, DaVinci Resolve, Premiere Elements, Clipchamp. Yeah, I think that those are like the main ones that are out there. They're all like some degree expensive. Well, actually, in comparison, Filmora isn't all that expensive. I'm looking and it says $81 or $84. I think I got that on sale as well. Like Premiere Pro is like $370. I think Vegas Pro is like 300 and something as well. This Video Studio is like 150. They're all in some degrees expensive, depending on how powerful they are as programs. If the only thing that you want to do is just cut up your video, put your audio in, move the videos around, you can probably do that easily with any kind of program. Even like the really cheap ones are really the free ones. But if you have problems with doing a lot of video editing, then like you can always ask for help. Like, I'm pretty sure, are you in the Discord, Sketchy Sam? Like either the Tundra or whichever, because people can probably help you with that as well. So our heart says, I was thinking writing fan fiction but posting every chapter on YouTube. With each video being one chapter, it'll just be the text of the chapter and me reading it as the audio. You can do that as well. I'm not sure how popular that would be, but you can certainly do that. I would say if you're also posting, if you're making fan fiction, you should also post them on fanfiction.net and AO3 as well, just to get the most eyes on them. I'm forgetting. See, I started video editing with a very, very simple video editor way back in the day. This was a very, very simple movie editor. You can probably still find and download it today on some sort of website that collects old defunct programs. And maybe it will still work even today on Windows 11. But I got my start. My Naruto video that I have on my channel, you can still watch it to this day. For some reason, it is still getting views to this day. I don't know why, but that video was actually made in Windows Movie Maker. Back when Windows just gave you a video editor for free. He's unable to for the time being. I do have a personal Discord server, though, and I'm active on Reddit. Okay. Well, if you want, like, you can probably get... Like, I can probably come into your server if you want to get into video making, and I can help you learn a program. It shouldn't be that difficult. Should redo and make a new Naruto video on your personal thoughts on the story and characters. I will eventually, one day. I have to rewatch Naruto, though. Because it has been a very long time. I have not paid attention to Naruto. Oh gosh, when did it end? Naruto ended in what year? 2014. The Shippuden anime finished in 2017. So at this point, I was purely following the manga, I think. So, actually, let me see here. 2014 seems a bit early. Shippuden, that's the anime television series. The list of volumes. Yeah, there we go. That's what I remember. Okay. So it ended in 2007 for part 1 and 2015 was when the manga came out. Was when the last volume came out. Okay, so it was 2014, I think. So let's see here. I'm trying to look for Sasuke versus Danzo, Cell 7 reunion, The Birth of Naruto, that was 2010. Peace Viaduct, The Great War Begins, Team Asuma reunited, battle, Naruto versus Itachi, The Five Kages, Kurama, Uchiha Brothers, United Front, The Crack, World of Dreams, Ten Tails. I want to say I probably dipped out around volume 66 out of 72. Like, roughly around there. I don't know exactly when. I'm trying to remember just based off of the titles of these volumes, like, where roughly I was. So I'm like, I'm remembering the 10 Tails, I remember this fight, I remember this plot point, things like that, sort of. So I'm assuming that I dipped out around then, where I just stopped caring. I got so frustrated. I was so close to the end, guys, but I was just like, nah, I can't do this anymore. Yes, I really would do that, Sketchy Sam. Also, I have not played Danganronpa. Noel has, and she loves Danganronpa. And she's told me about some of the things that she loves and hates about the series. Or the fans. Volume 66 is when Sasuke finally arrives to the war, then Obito becomes the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Okay, so maybe it was a little bit before then. Like, I know that it's gotta be, it's after Kurama, because I remember the thing with Kurama. But it's gotta be somewhere after that I dipped out. Like, it actually surprises me how close that I was to the end, that I got so frustrated with Naruto that I just quit. My Discord handle is the same handle as my YouTube. It's Twilight Guardian. Oh, there is something for the writing. Oh. Yeah, I got... Cool. Distractions. Though I can't blame you because I don't know if you know about the Kaguya twist, the infamous twist that divided the 10 and made fans upset. I know of it vaguely, but no, I think I had already dipped out by then. I just did not care. I don't think I also don't think that I really watched the Naruto movies either. I'm trying to remember. It's so hard to figure out like where I was when I'm only looking at the titles for the volumes. Maybe if I've had like individual chapter titles, then I would know where I was at, but I'm not gonna look for that. I was so close, guys. I was so close to the end. Maybe I dipped out in like 62 or something. I have no idea. Oh, the Kaguya twist is in the manga. Oh, the movies are not canon outside of the last one. Yeah, yeah, no, I like I said, I know of the Kaguya twist. I thought that it was, I think I got that mixed up with the movie, but I vaguely know of it. I just know that that's kind of bullshit. I don't think that I retained what I heard about it enough because I I don't tend to retain things that I think are like that bullshit. No, I need... Did you watch Ninjago, Masters of the Spinach 2? No. Ninjago. Oh, Ninjago is a Lego movie. I have not watched a single Lego movie. When did this come out? 2011. Yeah, I was already an adult by the time Ninjago as a concept became a thing. So I never ended up getting into the series. Why is that? Why is that just in Japanese? Oh, that's in katakana too. No, that's go fu kusunei shin ni zu. I have no idea what I just read. I don't even know if at least 3 of those katakana were read out correctly, because it's been a long time since I've read katakana. But according to Noel, I need to learn katakana better than hiragana, so it's am I getting a... Is that you? Aha. You have been accepted. Okay. Where is this window capture? Ah. Get over here. Look at this. Look at this. It's just all in English, and then this one thing is just in katakana. I don't know why. I think that that's just really funny. You know, I'm gonna eat this. There we go. Oh. Let's see. That's not a hot take because fans have shown their frustration toward the reveal. Even avid fans of Naruto can't stand it. Yeah. Speaking about when we stop watching a show, when did you stop watching the Pokemon anime, or did you never watch it? No, I used to be really big into Pokemon. Like, you don't understand. I was there for the initial Pokemon craze. I remember a time before Pokemon was a thing. I was there. I was one of the kids. I was the original. I remember going to the theater and watching Pokemon the first movie in theaters. We did that. When I stopped watching the anime, I stopped watching it regularly after Hoenn. And then I only periodically caught it for Diamond and Pearl And then I mostly dropped it for Diamond and Pearl. And then I tried to pick it up again with Black and White. And then I was really not impressed with Black and White. So that was when I finally finished watching Pokemon for the last time. Okay, so Sora, you're about as old as I am, roughly. Cool. But yeah, I was like a really big May and Drew fan back in the day. Um and then when May left as a character and was replaced with Dawn, I tried watching Dawn. And it's really interesting because girly characters are usually my jam. Like, I adore girly characters usually, but for some reason Dawn just didn't do it for me. I couldn't get into her character for whatever reason. So I started watching it less and less. I think I mostly got into the episodes where Ash I mostly watch these in Japanese, so for I mostly know the by this point I mostly watch them in Japanese. Because I was just catching very specific episodes. But when Ash had that Chimchar, I specifically watched those episodes exclusively. And that was the last time that I was actually invested in anything in Pokemon. Because I thought that that was a really, really good, solid little mini arc. And then when I tried to get in Black and White, I just couldn't. I could not get into Black and White. Paul was great. He was such an asshole, and it was really nice because for the anime, we only ever had Gary as the asshole character, the asshole rival. So it was really nice to see Paul being like an actual asshole. And I do admit I did ship Paul and Dawn a little bit because, like I said, I do love that kind of enemies to lovers dynamic. I know I'm such a problematic girly. But yeah, like shipping I think did a lot for me going forward with the Pokemon anime after it stopped being all that interesting. Like after the third time that you see an episode that is the exact same as the other two episodes that you saw, like back in season 1 or season 3, and after the 790th time that you see Team Rocket blasting off again, after the 8th time that you see Ash lose a tournament or whatever, you see the rigmarole of them going through the same things over and over and over again. You do start getting tired of it. And so you start looking purely to the characters being good characters in order to sate any desire that you have for still watching the show. And then if you're constantly rotating characters, you have to have characters that are just as good as the ones that you're replacing, or you're going to lose them. And as much as I like Paul, like, he wasn't enough. Like, him and Dawn, like, the characters already were starting to lose me. So, I was an avid Pokemon fan in Indigo, and in the Orange Islands, and in Johto. And Johto, the end of Johto was where they started to lose me, although I absolutely adored May. I wanted to stay because Pokemon Sapphire was my very first video game that I owned. Like, I had played other people's games before, but that was the first video game that I owned for myself. And I adored it. And having the anime finally get to Hoenn, I loved May as a character, partially because like I had connections with her as my very first video game character that was mine. And I love going through her story. I love Drew. Drew is also like a bit of an asshole, but he's also fun. But then those characters left, and I no longer like I was mostly watching it for the shipping at that point. And then they left and then replaced with other characters, and then I just stopped being as invested in the next couple and how to ship them, and like, yeah, I shipped them, but I didn't ship them as hard. Like, my investment was already waning. And then when you start getting rid of the shipping, then what do I have left? Other than recycled plot lines and stuff that I've already seen many times before. And by this point, I'm like a much older teenager. Actually, when did Pokemon Diamond and Pearl come out? For the anime. The anime came out in 2006 to 2007, so I was already an older teenager by this point. This is season 10. So it's like 10 years of Pokemon where I've already seen episodes repeat themselves. Without the ship, you just have water. Yes. Yes. Hey, Twy, how do you shut off the shipper brain so that you don't end up flanderizing your own characters? Well, here's the thing. You can have shipper brain, but you also have to ground that shipper brain in something solid. So, the way that I look at it is I need to have respect for the character as a person. And if I have to flanderize a character in order to ship them with another character, then I'm not respecting that character as a person. Like, I can have scenarios where, like, since we're talking about Pokemon, like May and Drew, like, May is this happy, cheerful character who can still stand up for herself. Drew is kind of this haughty kind of guy, but he's very competitive as well. But he's not evil. So if I were to, like, seriously go back into the Pokemon fandom and start shipping May and Drew again, then I would do my best as a challenge to see what I can do to make them get together in like a fanfic or a scenario, while keeping them as accurate to their canon personalities as possible. I view that as a personal challenge. And you can do that for anything, not just shipping, but like it is very interesting for shipping because romance is such a difficult thing to pull off correctly. So to make it more fun for yourself, try to keep them as canon as possible while still shipping them. I was always more of a fan of the games, but I was pissed when Ash got curb stomped by Tobias. I mostly stopped my shipping brain after the Bleach manga ended, and there's reason why then. Were you mostly an Ichigo Rukia shipper? I mean, like, there's nothing wrong with being an Ichigo Rukia shipper as long as you're not, like, one of those delusional fans or, like, no, they should have gotten together. It's like, no, I just like them together. If you just like them together, then it's like, okay, you're a pretty normal dude. Ah, Ichihime. But yeah. Um I mean, at that point, it's just like growing up, you get older, you stop your shipping brain because you're just more mature as well. Um, because I do remember as a teenager, I did kind of flanderize some characters a little bit, but I think mostly for me, I got frustrated because I read a lot of fanfic where characters did get flanderized. And I got upset because this is not my Matt. This is not my whatever character that I'm reading at the time. Who is this character? You have changed them into a fundamentally different character and then just slapped this character's name on top of them. Who is this character? I do not recognize them. And that's mainly why I stopped flanderizing a lot of characters, even without shipping. It was how people acted about who Ichigo ended up with. People burn their copies of the manga and call the author a piece of shit. Holy shit. Oh my god. Yeah, like I was not in the fandom around that time that happened, but I can believe it. I guess I'm just sort of shocked that people were so delusional enough to still think that Ichigo and Rukia were a thing or were going to be a thing, even though that we have all of this evidence in the manga that it is going to be Orihime and that Rukia is going to end up with someone else, if not just not end up with Ichigo. But I'd also always been an Orihime Ichigo shipper. I don't think I'll ever understand shipping wars. I personally, I always found them as great fun. Like, I used to get into shipping wars with people back in the day because it was just fun to do. If it got too real, then of course I stopped. But I thought that it was just fun. Like, there was even someone in the Harvest Moon fandom that I got into a shipping war with. Like a shipping war, but like an argument with. And they'd ask me like, why are you defending this character so hard? And I'm like, I'm just doing this for fun, man. Like, it's not all that serious. But like, it's kind of wild that you find it inappropriate to ship the player character with this other character because the rival is also there. Like, that is a wild concept in this dating game where you have the concept of romantic rivals, that you think that the romantic rival should be the one to get with this character instead of you as the player. When you have the potential to have just as much time spent with him as they do. It, like, they have just as much potential to have chemistry. Like, it's really not that big of a deal. It's not that serious. It was my first time seeing something like that. I don't think people took stuff like that so seriously. Yeah. Yeah, that's wild. Like, I would never burn any of my books, any of my manga, because I'm like, that shit's expensive, man. Also, like, down the line, I might calm down about it, and then I won't have my manga anymore. Like, if anything, I got so frustrated at some manga that I did buy, and I didn't want them anymore. I gave them to one of those mini libraries, but I gave him with a sticky note inside saying, "Hey, just giving a warning, this has some really toxic shit in it." Like, I just gave my manga away. And that was like me hating that manga. I can never destroy something that I have at one point loved. At least not physically like that. I'm tearing apart Unicorns of Balinor, but I'm doing it through streams, and I still have my copies of the physical books. Like, you will pry the physical copies of Unicorns of Balinor out of my cold dead hands, sirs and ma'ams. You will not take those away from me. Yeah, I will not be burning them. Sci-Fi Channel original movies kept me away from the shipping wars. Probably a good thing. I was mostly doing a lot of roleplay back then, and like working on my own fanfics. So that was also a thing. Ugh. My jaw is actually getting a little bit sore. Talking so much. So what do you think, guys? It's been almost 6 hours and 20 minutes. Think that it might be time to call it a night for the stream. Yeah, Robbie, 6 hours, that'll happen. I think it's time to wind it down. Thank you guys so much for joining and watching the stream. I did want to keep it going a little bit so that people who joined in late, like around the time that we finished watching the video, wouldn't feel like they missed out on watching the stream and stuff, but it is getting later in the evening. For those on the East Coast, it's probably like really late for you guys. Well, I mean, it is. It's like, what, 9:30? Um, don't want it to end, but yeah. Well, I will try to make an effort to stream more consistently in the future. So definitely that. But I will see you guys hopefully on Tuesday for some Digimon. Unless if I sleep through the day again. In which case I will apologize right now. Have a good night, guys. I had a blast talking with you guys and reacting to that video.